して俺たちを超えていく。人の夢は終わらせる。
Right from the house, took it straight from outside, straight to the couch. We put the mic outside, edit shit out. You letting the scouts outside, we running this couch.
The Straw Hats arrive in the New World during a large storm and find themselves suddenly surrounded by a fleet of marine warships. Robin responds that only the Marines could accomplish this by knowing every move they make. Usopp and Chopper panic, but Luffy is only excited at this roadblock. He orders them to fight as they rush to make preparations. Nami calls off the attack as the ships disappear with the rain. She explains it was merely a mirage. Before either can relax, huge rain drops the size of the sunny begin falling from the sky. Nami tells everyone they have entered the Malbujamor Sea, home to weather conditions unlike anywhere else. The rain turns to giant chunks of hail as the Straw Hats desperately try to protect the ship. Then, an avalanche of snow falls from the sky. Robin then uses her powers to shield the ship from the snow. The weather changes again as the ocean splits underneath them. Robin notes they might hit a rock and drown, to the horror of Usopp. Luffy is merely excited at witnessing this phenomenon, as the others try to figure out how to escape. Frankie uses Coup to burst and launches the ship to safety, but are then struck by a bolt of lightning while in midair. Later on, the Straw Hats change out of their wet clothes, as the weather is now sunny but very hot. Brook tells Nami how impressed he is about how much she knows about the weather in the New World. Nami tells him she spent the last 2 years studying hard to learn as much as she could about it on Wetheria. Luffy and the others complain about being hungry, so Sanji goes into the kitchen to start cooking some food for everyone. The food he then makes suddenly disappears, as does the soup. Chopper panics thinking a ghost did it. A small figure the size of an insect then runs away, as Luffy and the others chase after it. It then devours all the food in the kitchen, much to Sanji's surprise. Luffy calls it a food thief, but it responds it merely ate what was laying around. Zoro helps chase it down when he is told it drank all the booze. It is able to grab and flip Frankie over, as the crew go on the offensive surrounding it. It transforms into a large female giant, towering over everyone. She begins attacking, almost stepping on Sanji. Using a giant dinner fork like a pitchfork, she attacks Luffy, that he is able to hold his ground against. He picks her up and tosses her overboard, but then realizes she can't seem to swim. Usopp suggests she is probably a devil fruit user, as Sanji jumps in to rescue her from drowning. Unable to swim, she shrinks back down to her smaller size as Sanji carries her back to the ship. She awakens back on the ship, as the crew greets her warmly. Luffy tells her he finds her ability to grow and shrink fun. She explains she was born a giant and ate the mini no mai devil fruit, letting her change size. Dofi compliments her on her strength, being able to take Frankie down so easily for being small. She tells Luffy even when she's small, she still has the power of a giant, demonstrating by bouncing Luffy up and down on her palm. Frankie asks what else she can do, to which she replies she can grow smaller and slip into an enemy's body, where she will expand and blow them to pieces. Luffy tells her he can do similar feats by stretching, surprising her. Finally, she introduces herself as Lily Enstomach, or Lily the Glutton as others call her. Nami asks Lily why she was aboard their ship, as she explains she was searching for her father. She was floating around at sea in a glass container when their ship submerged from beneath the depths and shattered her container. Suddenly panicking, realizing with the bottle shattered she lost her only method of transport after venturing so far, after sneaking aboard marine boats and warships. The Straw Hats ask who their father is, to which she happily tells them that he is greatest pirate chef in the New World. Now curious, Sanji asks who he is. Lily tells him her father is Pan's Fry, as Sanji knows his name. Lily tells them he is a volcano cooking chef, with Luffy now becoming more and more curious. Growing excited, Lily goes into great detail about him gathering rare herbs that grow around volcanoes and million-year-old salt crystals from between molten rocks, and then cooking over the volcano mouth. As Luffy grows more excited, she tells him of another dish of his. A frying pan filled with an assortment of foods from the sea and mountains, cooked over the volcano called thousand-person Pella. She describes the taste like running through a field of flowers in heaven. As they fantasize over food, Lily suddenly snaps back to her dilemma, panicking once more. Robin notes she's heard of Pan's Fry, that he steals victuals from the world government, marines, and other pirates and feeds the starving. Luffy calls him a hero, much to Lily's flattery. She begins to tell them she has been traveling with her father, but he went missing a couple weeks ago. The marines had taken him, and she had been traveling from island to island in search for him. She found out he was to be taken to Impel Down because of his high bounty. She traveled to the Malbijamor Sea after overhearing her father would be transported through there, hoping to intercept the ships. After hearing her story, Luffy offers to help her rescue her father. The rest of the Straw Hats agree to help her. In exchange, they get the chance to taste his heavenly volcano food. Lily happily agrees and promises they'll have enough food to make their stomachs burst. Elsewhere, aboard a submarine, the Neo Marines are also tracking Pan's Fry. Aang contacts Shuzo and reminds him of the importance of the plan. Shuzo informs her he is tracking Pan's Fry and wants to kill him before he reaches Impel Down. Aang tells him they can't let the Marines onto their plans and to call off his attack. He disregards her warning and tells her not to worry as long as he kills all witnesses. There will be no evidence. Shuzo tells her if he pulls this off, he'll prove he will be a better right-hand man to Z. Aang warns him not to fail, or else the consequences will be severe. As the Straw Hats eventually catch up with the ships and find Pan's Fry is being held on a raft heavily guarded by 4 warships. Robin observes that this level of security is unusual for one pirate, and that they would choose to pass through such a dangerous route. Luffy eagerly wishes to rush in and save them, but Nami chastises him that could endanger Lily's father and they need a plan. Usopp reminds Luffy if anything happened to him, he wouldn't get to eat his volcano food. Nami asks permission from Lily to take charge of the operation, as she gives her full consent. Nami pairs Luffy with Chopper, Robin, and Brook to be the diversion squad. That they take the mini Mary I and distract them from a distance. Sanji, Usopp, Zoro, and Lily are paired as the infiltration squad. Their task is to use the shark submerge and sneak aboard the raft and free Lily's father. To escape with the prisoner, they are to detach the raft from the ship and whisk it away with coup de burst. Nami asks Frankie to stay aboard the Sunny and prep it for the coup de burst. While Nami herself would be commanding from a distance on the Shiromokuba Eye, she reminds them that the weather might suddenly change and to take extra caution. As the plan deploys, Robin notices once out at sea how her group are all devil fruit users. Nami tells them she purposely placed all devil fruit users minus Lily in the diversion team to be safe. She then notices the absence of Luffy among them and finds out he went with Lily's group because it seemed more exciting, much to Nami's frustration. Nami tells Luffy not to board the raft or it will ruin their whole plan. Usopp begins chatting with Lily, wondering if her and her dad came from Elbaf. Lily seems surprised knowing of such a place, asking how he found out. Usopp then explains he and the crew met Dory and Brogy, 2 other giants. Lily tells them they are legendary among her people, but even she has never met them. However, her father had been friends with them since they were kids and often told her stories about them. Brook and Chopper start to sing but get yelled at by Nami to stop. On the Marine warship, Vice Admiral Munga interrogates Pan's Fry. He tells him he's never heard of a pirate who so brazenly boarded a government-owned cargo ship before and asks why he did it. Pan's Fry explains he merely wanted to take back the food that left many islands starving. That as a cook it is his duty to provide food for the hungry. Momunga states the island's problems are because of pirates like him, and to not shift the blame. Momunga informs his crew somebody has been raiding pirate ships lately, and they might be a target because of their prisoner. The Straw Hats' rescue plan begins, as Robin uses her powers to take out the crew on one of the marine ships. Brook sends his spirit to terrorize the Marines, causing panic and confusion. Zoro and Sanji break the chains binding Pan's Fry, but Luffy ignores Nami's order and reveals himself to the Marines. Luffy and Zoro begin fighting with the Marines as Zoro fights with Momunga, able to match his blades against the Vice Admiral. Lily reunites with her father, but before they are able to get close to one another, Pan's Fry, along with the nearby ships, is suddenly attacked by a barrage or torpedoes, wounding him. The Neo Marines arrive and begin attacking the Marines. Shuzo reveals himself as Luffy attempts to fight him but is knocked into the ocean, with Zoro jumping in after him. Momunga confronts him, recognizing him as a former Marine. Shuzo says he wasn't aware he was on board, and asks him if he is a Vice Admiral now. Momunga asks Shuzo if he has been the one responsible behind the pirate raids, to which Shuzo proudly confesses and announces he intends to cut off Pan's Fry's head. Momunga asks why he is doing this if he used to be a former Marine, to which Shuzo replies that he is doing it for the sake of Z, which surprises Momunga. Shuzo says he will kill all of them right then and there and tells Alpacasino to kill Pan's Fry. Lily, enraged, reverts back to her giant form and attacks. She goes on a rampage on the ship, attempting to skewer Shuzo with her fork. Shuzo asks her why she is attacking him, to which she tells him her name and that she is Pan's Fry's daughter. Shuzo responds that since she is a pirate too, she'll die with him. As he is about to attack her, Sanji jumps in and blocks his attack, diverting his attention to him. Sanji then orders Lily to shrink down, to make herself a smaller target. When the Neo Marines attack Pan's Fry again, Vice Admiral Momonga steps in and slices up the cannonballs, rescuing her father. He then tells Shuzo that he will not allow the Neo Marines to have their way as long as he is commanding that ship. Sanji chimes in, finding him very sensible for a Marine soldier, earning disgust from Shuzo, calling the Marines shameful. Momonga angrily tells him to shut up. As the two are about to fight, Luffy approaches them both, announcing he doesn't care about their dispute and will stop at nothing to rescue Lily's father, challenging them both. The Neo Marines board the ships and begin fighting with the Marines. As Shuzo attacks Luffy, Luffy goes second gear and uses his jet gatling, but is unable to hurt Shuzo's tough body. Momonga rushes in to attack them both, but is stopped by Zoro, as the two begin fighting again. Robin and Sanji help protect Pan's Fry, fighting the Neo Marines off. Usopp, watching events from his submarine, asks Nami what they should do, as she herself continues to survey the battle from afar. She then begins to notice large geysers appearing called thrust-up streams, much like the knock-up stream that took them to Skypia, but much smaller. Frankie meets up with Nami, as she tells him the weather is going to shift. She contacts everyone to get back onto the Sunny, as the eruptions will soon begin. As Zoro and Luffy continue their fight, Luffy begins to use his haki as Zoro is able to push the Vice Admiral back from his attacks. He redirects Zoro's strikes, causing one of the warships to get destroyed. Frankie launches the anchors that hook onto the raft as the thrust-up stream begins its eruption. It begins destroying the remaining Marine ships around them, causing confusion between Shuzo and Momonga, unaware of the weather shift. Frankie tells Nami he is unable to use the Coud to burst, noticing the raft is much too big. Nami then comes up with a new plan to use the thrust-up stream eruption to launch them and the raft to safety. A geyser erupts underneath them, destroying all but a small piece of the raft Pan's Fry is able to hang onto. Shuzo attaches a Weaver card to the raft as they make their escape. Afterwards, Momonga is seen with his remaining crew on a capsized warship. Shuzo returns from his sub to finish their fight as the two battle one last time, destroying the capsized ship. Afterwards, Shuzo says he wasted too much time and reflects back on his rivalry with Ain. The two are shown to have had a fierce battle, fighting in a rocky canyon with Z and his troops as the audience. After fighting for 5 hours, Aang gains the upper hand by using her devil fruit powers to trap him within the rock. Z proclaims Aang as the winner and she gains the spot as his second in command. As Shuzo sits in his submarine lamenting on this match, he vows to change ZR's mind and win the title of second in command back. The Straw Hats are later seen docked behind a reef, now out of the Malbugemore Sea. As Chopper finishes tending to Pan's Fry's wounds, Luffy begins hounding him to make his famous food for them. Sanji kicks Luffy in anger, as Chopper tells Luffy he needs to rest. Lily then reveals that she was able to steal the food and booze from the Marine ship wreckage before they left. Pan's Fry agrees he will cook for Luffy and the others to help repay them for saving him and to fulfill his duty as a cook. As the Straw Hats get to work to help make preparations, Shuzo had followed them. He orders his men to destroy the ship along with the reef, but they are out of torpedoes to use. His men then volunteer to willingly ram their ships into the reef and sacrifice themselves to fulfill their goal. Shuzo tells them he is proud of all of them and gives the order of attack. The subs begin slamming into the reef, knocking Pan's Fry over. As more begin to charge the Sunny, Zoro and Sanji repel the small submarines away with their attacks, as they realize they aren't torpedoes at all. Pan's Fry is able to knock a few away that charge him with his great cooking pan, but then, Shuzo's submarine emerges from the water and docks itself on the reef. Shuzo then tells them that they cannot escape from him. Nami wonders how he was able to find them, as Shuzo reveals he used a Weaver card he stuck to the raft from before. As more submarines charge the Sunny, Robin grabs and tears them apart with Oshenta Fleurs. Shuzo watches the devastation unfold around him of his loyal followers dying, as he promises he won't let their sacrifices be in vain, with Frankie questioning his sanity. He tells them that pirates like them are the reason the New World is so corrupt, and their only goal is to exterminate them all. Chopper warns Pan's Fry to not move because of his injuries, but he ignores this and charges into battle, swinging his large iron cook spoon at Shuzo. Shuzo uses Tekkai and repels the force of the attack, knocking him back. Lily charges into battle after him, turning into a regular giant form and attempts to stab Shuzo once again with her trident fork. He easily dodges her and runs along the staff of her weapon and deals a powerful punch to her solar plexus, defeating her. As she is about to fall back onto the Sunny, she is able to use her powers to shrink herself down again and lands safely on Usopp's hat. Shuzo turns his attention back to Pan's Fry, promising he won't escape death again. Luffy intervenes, entering second gear, and kicks him into a large rock. Shuzo then remembers that Luffy was a pirate and tells him he would have killed him sooner or later, and that he'll kill him first among the group. Luffy attacks with a jet gatling, but doesn't harm Shuzo in the slightest. Luffy then attacks with jet whip, but Shuzo blocks it with Shigan. Shuzo tries to attack back with Zoro as Luffy tries to hit him with Jet Bazooka, but misses. Shuzo then uses Jetpo, taking to the air to fight. He surprises Luffy and knocks him back down to the ground. Luffy then uses his haki imbued with a jet pistol attack and is able to strike Shuzo, who this time does not dodge. To everyone's shock, Shuzo was able to block Luffy's haki with his Tekkai. He then tells Luffy his haki isn't nearly strong enough to beat him. Robin notes this battle might become difficult. Shuzo begins to go on the offensive with Luffy now dodging his attacks, finding his limbs to be annoying during their fight. As Luffy is about to go third gear, he is suddenly struck from behind by a cannonball blast from Alpacachino. The attack heavily hurts Luffy, making him slam into a rock wall that cracks underneath him. Shuzo shows surprise he hasn't collapsed yet, as Luffy remains silent. He tells Luffy he was hit with a haki-imbued cannon blast from his partner Alpacachino, who is a bazooka who ate a devil fruit. Shuzo then uses Shigen, stabbing Luffy with his fingers. Pan's Fry tries to come to Luffy's aid, but Shuzo uses Alpacachino and shoots him, knocking the giant unconscious. Lily then asks Usopp to help fire her at Shuzo, that she will shrink down and enter inside him and expand, blowing him apart from within. Usopp agrees as Lily shrinks down even smaller to fit inside his slingshot. As Usopp fires her at Shuzo, he moves and pushes Luffy into her path as she falls into his mouth. Shuzo tells him he knew of their stupid plan all along, planning to attack their ship next. Luffy then gets to his feet, still wounded, but announces he is still going to beat him and get to eat Pan's Fry's food. Lily begins to grow inside Luffy, contorting and stretching his body as she becomes huge once again. He grows to the size of a giant, sprouting 2 horns from her helmet. At first, Luffy is confused, thinking everyone else had shrunk down. Realizing he is now huge, Luffy revels in excitement at this new form. Shuzo tells him changing his size doesn't change his status as being a pirate. His bazooka attacks prove to now be harmless against him, as Luffy comments he had forgotten they were there. Luffy begins attacking, but Shuzo is able to dodge him, stating giants are slow, and he can't keep up with his speed. Luffy then enters second gear, as his blast of hot steam almost blows away the Sunny. Shuzo fires a barrage of bombs at Luffy in vain, as Luffy leaps into the air to perform giant jet spear. Shuzo propels himself upward, standing on a fired cannonball ready to use Shugen again on Luffy, but is hit with Luffy's powerful attack first and is sent crashing into the rocks below, as Shuzo and Alpacachino are both defeated by this attack. The force blows the Sunny a distance away, as Luffy, now shrunken back down to normal size, lands safely on it. He thanks Lily for helping, as she comments she was happy to help. Luffy finds the food they were planning to use completely ruined. Chopper tells him it was from his fighting that has got ruined. Nami tells Luffy they'll pick some food up along the way and find a volcano, which helps cheer Luffy up. Frankie builds a new and better raft for Lily and Pan's Fry to travel on. Pan's Fry thanks Frankie for helping him, which Frankie replies super. Elsewhere, Momonga catches up to Shuzo and his remaining soldiers and captures him. Shuzo is surprised he survived their fight and asks how he found him. Momonga tells him he used the same trick he used on the Straw Hats. He put a Beaver card on Pan's Fry to track him, a method of tracking pirates he learned from a teacher a long time ago. He berates Shuzo for dragging the Marines into their personal vendetta against pirates and announces he is being sent to Impel Down. Shuzo tells him he'll never talk no matter how much he is tortured and demands he kill him now while they are still in the New World. Momonga tells him that's up to the law to decide, and that is how the Marines' justice works. Later, the Straw Hats are seen traveling around with the 2 giants fishing and helping to gather food. As they collect enough, Pan's Fry is able to make his famous food for them under the heat of an active volcano. They share a large feast together, and after much celebrations depart. Lily thanks them for all their help, and tells Luffy he was the strongest giant she has ever known. Luffy makes a promise for them to meet again and have a rematch, as the Straw Hats continue their journey in the New World. Elsewhere, Ain and Z learn the fate of Shuzo from the newspapers. She tells Z she should have made herself more clear to him, apologizing. She then wonders if the Marines found out what they were up to. Z tells her not to worry, that no amount of torture will make him or his men talk. Confident in his minions' loyalty, this setback does not bother him in the least. He then gets a call on his Den Denmushi, announcing they will be arriving at Fur's Island soon. Z promises the end of the New World is near, and he will massacre every last single pirate in it. Glorious Island. On a sunny day at sea, the Straw Hat pirates relax. In the pool attached to the side of the Thousand Sunny, Brook swims lazily in a flotation tube, while Luffy jumps around the pool's rim and Nami stretches. On the ship's deck, Zoro and Chopper are taking naps. Frankie mediates, and Robin observes a ladybug in the ship's flower beds. Sanji cooks in the kitchen, and Usopp tinkers with his machines at the kitchen table. At the pool, Nami starts swimming and comments how Brook he shouldn't swim. Brook suggests that it feels nice for his bones as he floats by. Nami dives underwater before lifting herself out and onto the pool's edge. Brook looks at her admiringly, but Sanji gets angry and yells at him. His expression changes when he notices Nami's bathing suit and gets a nosebleed. Usopp chastises Sanji and Brook for their lecherous behavior. From beneath the waves, a large creature approaches the Thousand Sunny. It surfaces right next to the pool, causing Nami and Usopp to panic. Luffy is amazed to see it as a giant seahorse. Robin finds it cute, and Chopper is terrified. The beast roars at them, scaring Brook and Nami. She grabs onto Brook and causes them both to sink slowly, to Brook's dismay and pleasure. The seahorse charges at Luffy, and Sanji demands Luffy defeat it so he can cook it. Luffy activates Gear 2 and hits the sea creature with Gomu Gomu no Jet Bazooka, sending it flying into the sky. Luffy laughs at his victory, but the crew yells at him, causing him to realize he launched their meat away. The crew activates the Sunny's propeller engine to chase after the seahorse. With everyone back on board the deck, Nami breathes a sign of relief, and Chopper tries to empty Brook's water-inflated stomach, which perplexes Usopp and Robin. The Sunny approaches the seahorse, and Sanji declares he will cook horse soup. Zoro demands good booze to go with it, causing an argument between the two. They're interrupted by Frankie, who calls Zoro Zorosuke, and suggests they can have a good party without booze, like when petals rain down without flowers. Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper are confused, and Frankie suggests how nice it would be to eat horse meat under a rain of cherry petals, concluding part 1 of the short. As the Thousand Sunny continues sailing, Chopper walks up to Nami and asks her a question. Nami is setting up a lounge chair and umbrella. She sits down to enjoy the sun, and Chopper takes a drink of his milk, falling over at how good it tastes. He offers some to Nami, but she declines, preferring orange juice instead. Sanji hears her request from afar while in the kitchen, promising to make her some. Usopp asks him what he's talking about, and Sanji explains he can hear Nami and Robin's requests from far distances. Sanji asks Usopp what he's doing, and Usopp explains that he's mixing pesticides for the garden. Sanji demands he move the experimentation outside, as Robin descends the ladder into the kitchen. A smitten Sanji offers her a drink, and Robin asks Usopp where the watering can is. Usopp shows it to her in Usopp's factory to her pleasant surprise. He designed it to look like a zombie. Out on the deck of the ship, Brook tunes his guitar. Nearby, Luffy expresses his confusion over Frankie's idea of an imaginary big buffet. Frankie insists they can throw a party without having anything, which Zoro dismisses. Frankie challenges him to imagine fries, a hamburger, and a cola, which he pretends to eat. The gesture intrigues Luffy, Chopper, Zoro, and Brook, as Frankie appears to be enjoying himself immensely. Frankie finishes his imaginary meal, and the rest of them praise him. He suggests that those who are pure of heart can have a vivid imagination. Luffy tries to imagine a massive piece of dinosaur before he is hit with a realization. He does a ninja pose and summons islands made of meat in his imagination. Zoro imagines a booze waterfall, and Frankie imagines a burger, fries, and cola bigger than his previous imaginary one. Chopper imagines clouds of cotton candy and cow milk, before jumping into an imaginary milk-filled pool. Brook exclaims at the wonder of the daydream as a place where anything can come true, and with a strum of his guitar, he asks if he can see Nami's panties. She kicks him in the face and sends Shim flying across the deck. Finally finished with the cooking, Sanji walks out of the kitchen to alert the crew. Luffy is thrilled, as he prefers real meat to its imaginary counterpart. Sanji tosses Zoro a barrel full of booze, and Luffy declares that they will have a party under a rain of cherry petals. Chopper takes the food from Sanji, and Luffy calls for Usopp to join them. Zoro requests Brook to grab the mugs. Suddenly, flower petals rain down from the upper deck to Luffy, Chopper, Zoro, and Brook's amazement. In reality, it is Frankie's making, having donned a pink outfit and hairstyle. Meanwhile, Nami continues lounging in the sun, and Sanji squeezes her some fresh orange juice. Robin walks onto the deck with her newly improved watering can, and Chopper puts on a shark-shaped hat. Frankie plays a song about cherry trees and booze for the crew. Black and pink images of each crew member in their battle attire flash on screen. The Marine's emblem flashes next, before it is turned upside down and pierced by a sword, transforming into the Film Z logo. One Piece Film Z. The story begins with Z singing a requiem as he prepares for battle. His fleet of Neo-Marines push past the defenses of Marine ships and invades Furs Island. He, along with his subordinates Ain and Bins, easily make their way past the Marines stationed there. Eventually, Z and his soldiers break into the Marine base and acquire the Dyna Stones. As his men begin loading the weapons aboard their ships, Admiral Kizaru appears and begins a deadly onslaught, destroying their ships and blowing away the Neo-Marine soldiers. Z rushes to their aid and clashes with Kizaru. As the two fight, Ain and Bins evacuate the Neo-Marines onto the surviving ships. Kizaru asks how long it has been since the two last met, wondering what brings him to the island. Z warns that he relies too much on his Pika Pika no Mai abilities. Kizaru responds he is still stubborn as a rock, addressing him as Master Zephyr. Z responds that he abandoned that name. The two clash fiercely. Kizaru tries to inquire why Zephyr wants the Dynastones. However, Z responds by using one of the stones to attack the Admiral, firing it directly into Kizaru's face. The blast engulfs the entire island, destroying everything. Kizaru survives the explosion, however, thanks to his powers, but Z is seemingly lost in the blast. The Neo Marines are safe from the blast and the Marines, but Ain is concerned for Z. At the same time, Aokiji passes by the area and notices the destruction of the island. Meanwhile, not too far from the location, the Straw Hats are having a cherry blossom party on the Sunny. Luffy, Zoro, Chopper, Frankie, and Brook are goofing around. Usopp sprays his pop greens with pesticide, the smell of which interrupts the party for a bit. Robin watches and enjoys their antics while Nami is trying to read but cannot due to the ruckus from the others. Sanji naturally is serving and fawning over her. Volcanic ash suddenly begins to rain from the sky, much to their confusion. Nami studies her log pose and finds the needle spinning where the volcano had erupted from. She realizes that the needle must be spinning around because the volcano must have destroyed the island and the needle no longer has a magnetic field to lock on. Frankie says it is impossible, but she points out that they are in the new world. Anything is possible. Usopp whispers to her that they have to hide this from Luffy and choose a safer route. Despite it, Luffy notices the spinning needle, deciding to head in that direction. Usopp whines, but Nami tells him to trust in her navigational skills. He warns her that the paths they choose could cost them their lives, but she tells him the matter is out of their hands now. As Usopp continues to whine, Luffy spots the battered body of Z clinging to life on a piece of driftwood out at sea and attempts to rescue him. When he grabs a hold of his mechanical arm, he becomes weak and Sanji and Usopp having to help pull Z aboard. Chopper examines Z, but finds that he should be fine. Nami shows signs of suspicion, worrying that they picked up someone problematic. Robin notices his arm is built out of sea stone, the reason why Luffy became weak when he touched him. Sanji reminds them all that sea stone is used against devil fruit users with him, and Zoro debating whether to throw him overboard. Chopper defends him, with Luffy ordering him to save his life, and that he would deal with him if he was an enemy. Z awakens later in Chopper's infirmary, with Zoro and Sanji standing guard outside. He thanks Chopper for his care, calling him a great medic, and meets Luffy, who remained in the room during Z's treatment. Z immediately tags him as the ship's captain. Luffy asks him what he plans to do next, as Z tells him he is carrying a Vivre card and his comrades should find him soon. Luffy begins asking questions about Z, his arm, and what he is doing. Things seem to go fine at first, at least until Luffy reveals he is a pirate. Z instantly attacks and throws Luffy through the wall. He asks Luffy why he is a pirate, to which Luffy proudly responds he will be the Pirate King. This comment infuriates Z, as he madly swings his battle smasher around. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all begin fighting him, with Z able to hold them all off with relative ease. Ain and Binz then arrive with a fleet of ships and board the Sunny, announcing they will be confiscating it. Frankie attacks, with Binz summoning vines that are able to subdue him. Robin tries attacking, but he proves too quick for her to grab him with her arms. Usopp, Chopper, and Brook rush to help, but Binz ensnares them all in vines as well. Nami briefly battles Ain, but she uses her devil fruit ability and shrinks Nami down to a small child. Chopper breaks out of the vines and charges her, but Ain evades him and uses her ability on him as well. She goes on to use her power on the subdued Brook. Robin tries to grab her before she can continue, and demands to know what she did to Nami and Chopper. However, Ain takes advantage of Robin's powers and touches her duplicated arms to de-age her to the appearance of a young teen. Ain explains she has the ability to revert things with a touch by 12 years. She tells Robin she would only need to touch her 2 more times and she would disappear. Z overpowers the monster trio and throws them out into the deck of the ship. He grabs Luffy with his battle smasher, sapping away his powers, and chastises Luffy's dream, telling him he will never be Pirate King with his strength. Curiosity piqued, he asks Luffy his name. When he tells him, Z connects him as Garp's grandson before throwing him onto the deck with the other Straw Hats. He announces to the Straw Hats he will destroy all pirates and orders the Neo Marines to attack the Sunny, bombarding her with cannons. While Luffy wishes to continue his battle with Z, the pleas of his crewmates force him to retreat. He frees Frankie from his bonds, who quickly heads for the steering, and he uses a coup de burst to escape, much to the surprise of the Neo Marines. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki calls a summit meeting of his high-ranking officers to discuss the recent events. Akanu states the Dynastones were a trump card against the New World. He tells the Marines Z's plan is to use the Dynastones to destroy the endpoints, which will destroy the entire ocean surrounding the New World. Kizaru chimes in that Z must have died from getting caught in the explosion at Fur's Island. Saru disagrees, knowing that as a former admiral he would have survived. Akainu laments the treachery of their former teacher, but resolves that he must be stopped along with the Neo Marines. Garp, Kobe, and Helmeppo, who are not attending the meeting, are near the remains of the still erupting Furs Island. Kobe questions if the rumor of the endpoints being destroyed was true or not. Garp tells Kobe that if it was merely a lie, they would not be taking such extreme measures. He tells the two that Z plans to destroy all the pirates in the new world with the endpoints, but not only will it kill all pirates on the seas, but everyone else living there too. One of the Marines asks Garp who exactly this Z person is. Garp briefly explains that Z was once a Marine who fought alongside him and the others during their youth. He worries that his anger and hatred will destroy the world. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats are recovering on a nearby island, where Frankie goes to work on fixing the Sunny. He tells Luffy to go after Z while he repairs the damage done. Chopper regrets saving Z's life, but Sanji tells him a pirate should live without regrets of what he believes in, and the crew do not blame him for what happened. The crew then discuss their next course of action, with finding Z and restoring those who were de-aged being their top priority. Nami proposes gathering intel on their enemy as the first place to start. Mobston, an old man, approaches them and asks if they had a run-in with Z. He tells them many pirate ships that have come to the island have been attacked by him and, as such, lose their will to continue and gave up piracy. He is pleasantly surprised that Luffy still wishes to fight after losing so badly to him and offers up his finest equipment to use in their quest. Nami tells the crew to not arouse suspicion. They need a new change of clothes first. They are told their best place to start is to take the sea train to neighboring island, Second Island. As they head to their next destination, they divide their into groups and split up. Luffy, Brook, Sanji, and Zoro all relax in a local hot spring to rest, recover, and prepare for the upcoming fight. While Luffy wants to go find Z, Sanji tells him to keep a low profile since the island is crawling with Marine soldiers. Elsewhere, Nami and Robin have gotten work at a bar. Robin woos the crowd with her good looks and dancing, as Nami works as a server. Usopp is disguised as Robin's manager, and Chopper works outside as a shoe shiner. Somewhere else on the island, Z and his crew finish planting the Dyna Stones over the active volcano. Z promises when it erupts the Marines will know his fury. As Luffy and the others relax in the hot springs, Luffy vows to not let his guard down around Z again. Sanji tells him as long as he is a devil fruit user and lets himself get caught by his arm, he will lose, offering to let him and Zoro to fight him instead. Luffy turns him down, knowing to avoid his arm for their next fight. However, a familiar voice calls out to them, claiming he was getting tired waiting for them. The group finds it belongs to Kuzan, who is resting in a nearby bath. The group instantly go on guard, save for Brook, who does not recognize him, but panics when they fill him in that he is an admiral. Kuzan reassures them he is not there to capture them, and had given up being an admiral. Brook asks what he is then, with Kuzan finding being questioned bothersome. He thinks on the question, and is unable to think of a proper answer, confusing them further. However, he tells them again he is not their enemy anymore and reminds them if he was, he would not be in a hot spring where he cannot use his powers. As Kuzan gets out of the water, the Straw Hats see his battle-scarred body and his missing leg that he regrows with his ice powers. Noticing their shocked expressions, he merely notes he got into a bit of mischief. Nami and Usopp meet up with Chopper to share information. Chopper reports he heard rumors of some Marines showing up because of Z. Usopp says there are lots of Marines where he was, but is unsure if it has to do with Z or Robin's popularity. Though on a side, they did make some good money, which Nami instantly takes when Usopp shows Chopper. Back at the spa, Kuzan and Luffy's group talk some more, with Luffy asking him what happened to his leg. But Kuzan does not wish to answer. Likewise, when questioned why Akanu and he fought, he does answer he wishes his only reason for coming was to enjoy the hot springs, but is chasing Z. Kuzan also correctly guesses that the Straw Hats has fought against Z, remarking how strong he is. Nami makes her rounds pressing for information from local Marines, learning Z is currently on the island. One of them spills information of his plan on destroying the endpoints. One Marine captain becomes suspicious of her and asks her why she is so curious about him. Panicking, she points the blame to Usopp. The captain tries to escort her away for questioning, but Robin subdues the captain and the group take off, their cover blown. Kuzan and Luffy's group soon leave the spa as he talks about the great age of pirates. He ponders to himself if pirates are made from the One Piece existing, or if the One Piece exists because of the pirates, telling them how when some follow their dreams, it can lead to pain and sadness of others. He tells them that Z plans to destroy piracy by destroying the One Piece. He has chosen to follow Z's journey, but is unsure what actions he himself must take. He then departs, telling Luffy he will find Z on the island. Luffy thinks back to his encounter of Z questioning Luffy's dream, until the rest of the Straw Hats catch up with them with a group of Marines on their tail. Luffy dispatches them all with his Hashoku Haki, save for the captain, whom he asks where Z is. Reluctantly, the Marine captain tells him the location of Z, explaining they were planning to ambush him. His squad of soldiers are then shown trying to subdue Z, who easily beats everyone around him. Kiban, the last standing, clashes with him. He uses his Tekkai, but Z breaks his defense with the power of his armored haki and defeats him. The Dyna stones explode, causing the volcano to erupt. Z informs his men the destruction the second point has been a success, and they need only destroy one more island, stating his plan as the grand reboot, to which he wishes to purge the seas of pirates and start everything anew. Luffy, along with Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji find their location and he instantly attacks. Z blocks it, showing mild surprise to see Luffy. Luffy demands Z change his friends back to normal. Ain and Bin's attack, which Sanji and Zoro intercept them. Z tells Luffy if he wants something, he has to take it like a pirate. Luffy and Z both strike, the shock setting off the volcano to explode forth with magma. Kuzan saves the lives of some civilians by knocking away a volcanic rock and tells them to get to the sea train. Kuzan looks on at the devastation, wondering if Z has finally lost his mind. Luffy and Z battle, with Luffy managing to counter most of his attacks. As they fight, Z questions Luffy if he has the resolve to be the Pirate King, and that if he is willing to sacrifice his crew to make his dream happen. Elsewhere, Zoro and Ain exchange strikes, but she breaks off her attack, promising she would kill him the next time they met. Sanji begins to overpower Binz, sending powerful kicks to his face, but Binz breaks off the fight and escapes with a smoke bomb along with Ain. Luffy and Z clash furious blows, with Z mocking Luffy, telling him if he keeps being afraid of his battle smasher, he will never land any hits on him. He strikes the ground, sending Luffy flying away. In the process, Luffy's hat is sent flying from his head. Z fires more bullets at Luffy, who deflects back at him, stating his bullets will never harm him, until Z pulls out a small pistol and fires a bullet into his shoulder made from sea stone, incapacitating Luffy. Mocking Luffy further, he tells him the strongest people in the New World would never have let themselves be hit with it, and he relies too much on his devil fruit power. He takes Luffy's hat, promising to bury it himself once he has finished destroying the Age of Pirates. Luffy manages to get up and tries to reclaim his hat, telling Z the hat was given to him by Shanks. Z grabs Luffy in his powerful grips and tells him Shanks, along with the rest of the 4 emperors, will all die before they know what is happening. Luffy becomes enraged, screaming at him to not mock Shanks. Z responds by blasting Luffy with the Smasher's cannon, ultimately defeating him. Usopp, Zoro, and Sanji regroup and find Luffy. As they do, the volcanic ash begins to cover the whole island, forcing the group to run for it. Usopp uses one of his pop greens to make a banana-shaped boat to ride down a slanted areas of the town, but they're knocked off at a crossroads. Just as their death seemed imminent, Kuzan appears and encases the magma and ash in a gigantic layer of ice, giving them time to escape. The Straw Hats board the sea train and flee, just before the island blows, taking the once thriving town with it. Z is shown watching the island exploding from one of his ships, with Ain wondering of Luffy's fate. Z reflects on the One Piece and becomes angered over how much suffering and death its existence has brought to the world. That pirates consider it a symbol of freedom, but he will destroy that and bring a close to the Great Pirate Age. Meanwhile, Garp and Sengoku are seen discussing Z's actions. Sengoku notes how tragic Z's history has been, but destroying the island and putting innocent civilians in danger was unacceptable. Garp remarked that not everyone could see things as black and white like him. Kobe asks Garp about Z, wondering what kind of man he was like. Garp obliges and tells the two of Zephyr's past, explaining that Zephyr was always a serious man, that he was always fighting in front of men on the battlefield. He had become an admiral when he was still young, and led a happy life until his wife and son were killed by a pirate who hated him. That hatred and sadness stayed with him as he continued to perform his duties. He had become a teacher who had trained many of the high-ranking Marines who now serve the world government today, and was loved by many. However, he suffered another tragedy when he had lost his right arm and was unable to stop a powerful pirate from slaying a crew of trainees he tried to protect, with Ain and Binz the only survivors. Zephyr took this defeat into a new goal to hunt down pirate with devil fruits with his new mechanical arm that was built for him. Shortly afterwards, the pirate who had taken his arm and his crew was nominated by the government to become a warlord of the sea. This was Zephyr's final straw. He left the Marines after this in great disgust. Unable to rely on the Marines anymore to inflict proper justice, he formed the Neo Marines as an enemy to both Marines and pirates alike. Kobe asks why Zephyr is called Z now, to which Garp confesses he does not know. Sometime later, the Neo Marines arrive on Periodo. Z leaves his crew for a bit to go to a makeshift grave, where he finds Kuzan singing the Requiem song from the beginning of the movie. He tells Z he always hated that song, before giving him a bottle of his favorite wine as a peace offering. He tells Z he used to drink that because of him, looking up to him. While Z is humbled that Kuzan is lecturing him, he states he plans to continue to go forward with his plan no matter what. Kuzan tells him he might die, as Z responds that is no problem if he can rid the world of evil. Z tells him to step aside and the two come to a tense standoff, but each side is unwilling to fight one another as enemies. Kuzan backs down and leaves Z to his machinations. The Straw Hats return to Dock Island, as Luffy is patched up and has the sea stone bullet removed. Kuzan appears before the crew again, telling Luffy to stop moping. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and Robin are shown terrified, but Luffy assures them it is all right. Kuzan explains Z's plan to the crew of destroying the 3 endpoints with the Dynastones to release the Grand Imbuto, a fissure line underneath the Grand Line. If Z destroys the last one, this will allow the magma flow to be released and flood the sea with fire. Though doing so will not only kill pirates, but innocents as well. Now that 2 of the endpoints have been destroyed, Z is about to go to the last one, Periodo, and unless the Straw Hats stop him, the pirate era will end. The endpoints had been considered a legend, with most thinking it was nonsense. The government covered up the truth about them, to dissuade pirates from using it. Thus, only the world government and highest-ranking officers of the Marines know about it. He laments that it is an admiral abusing this knowledge above all else. He reminds them that he is not doing this out of power, but to punish pirates. Luffy remains undeterred despite being defeated twice by Z, vowing to chase him down and get his hat back. If he lets Z keep his hat, he could never face Shanks or be worthy of the Pirate King title. Kuzan then gives the crew an eternal pose leading to Periodo. Nami asks why he is helping them, but he ignores the question and warns them that their journey will be very dangerous. If they lose to Z, they will be destroyed along with the New World. However, if they win, they will be surrounded on all sides by the Marines, so it is lose-lose either way. With that said, he leaves them to their own fates. The crew begin making their preparations to leave. Frankie reminds the crew about the equipment they were promised earlier, showing a large stash of armor and weapons Mobston had saved up from the previous crews that suffered from Z's wrath. Mobston gives Usopp his bicorn hat, believing they can bring down Z. They suit up in their new gear and head out. As they are leaving, Gary approaches Luffy, telling him he wants to grow up to be a hero but can't decide whether he wants to be an admiral or a pirate. Sanji flatly states pirates are not heroes. But Luffy chimes in saying if both feel the same, then it is okay and just do whatever he pleases. Gary watches the Straw Hat pirates leave, filled with admiration for them. The Straw Hats intercept a blockade of Neo-Marine warships guarding Periodo. They blast through their defenses with the Gaon cannon before landing on the beaches with an army waiting for them. The Straw Hats begin fighting, using their new weapons to help. Chopper fights off the hordes using his guard point, holding many rifles within himself. Luffy tries fighting with 2 sabers, but he quickly discards them, shouting for Z to appear. Zoro finds himself separated from the group and is met once again by Aang. She announces she will not let Zoro reach her master. Zoro tells her he has nothing against her but will fight with everything he has. Aang admits she probably will not win but will buy Z as much time as she can and will gladly die for him. Sanji is shown fighting with Bins once again as he tells him how tired he is of listening to him talk about his master, wondering if the Aang and he are merely kids. Luffy finishes fighting off a large group of Neo-Marines as he had used his large meat stick as a club. Feeling tired, he eats the emergency food, gaining his stamina back for the fight ahead. As the Straw Hats fight with the Neo-Marines, Kizaru and a large fleet of Marines arrive on the island. Kizaru cheerfully says that he will kill every one of the Straw Hats along with Z. Meanwhile, Z himself is sitting in the mouth of the volcano surrounded by Dynastones placed to blow. After a swig of his wine, he stares eagerly at Luffy's Straw Hat awaiting his inevitable arrival. Luffy is shown fighting off more Neo-Marines trying to stop his advances. He uses his haki, dodging multiple shots from cannons gradually getting closer. Zoro and Aang battle as she uses her powers to turn the hardened volcanic rock around them back into flowing magma. Zoro slashes the magma aside easily. Meanwhile, Sanji breaks through Bin's vines, landing hard kicks to his body. Robin uses her Gigantesco Mano move, summoning giant legs to stomp the surrounding enemies. Brook unleashes Soul Solid, freezing a large number of soldiers in place. Chopper uses his Kung Fu point, able to physically hold off the soldiers and dodge their every moves. Usopp uses Hisatsu Midori Boshi, summoning a forest of strong bamboo sticks, pulverizing the soldiers. Nami uses her Clam Attack to summon down a lightning storm on the battlefield, striking both enemy and ally alike. The Straw Hats win their battles, standing victorious over the defeated Neo-Marines. However, an army of modified Pacifista appear and begin their onslaught. The crew are forced to run until Frankie arrives in the Frankie Shogun to turn the tide. Frankie takes on the Pacifista, able to fight them all off with his superior strength. Once clustered together, he destroys them with a powerful radical beam. Zoro chases Aang through the volcanic lands, both of them clashing their swords against one another. Zoro is shown to be physically dominating the match, as she desperately tries using 2 pistols against him. Zoro cleaves through the bullets easily and then cuts the guns out of her hands. He finishes the match by performing his Santoryu Seiryu in Ryusui Slash. Aang collapses to the ground as Zoro stands victorious. Sanji and Bins are battling it out in the air, with Sanji maneuvering around his vines, keeping to the air with his sky walk. Bins throws his large shuriken stars that Sanji kicks aside with his diable jambi footwork. His anger against attacking Nami fuels him during his match, landing multiple kicks to Bins, who struggles to keep up. Sanji bursts into a ball of flames, using his new sexy fire move to finish him off. His powerful kick sends Bins crashing down below, as Sanji takes a moment to light a cigarette. Upon Ain's defeat, her effects begin to wear off. Nami grows back to her adult size, with the armor she is sporting now barely fitting her body. Chopper reverts back, growing slightly, along with Robin and Brook, though it does not seem to show any signs of change on him. The group head on to catch up with Luffy. Luffy finally finds Z waiting for him inside the volcano. He discards his jacket as the two engage in a furious battle. Luffy pounds away against his Battle Smasher arm, with Z calling his efforts useless. Their fight grows more intense, Luffy's shirt incinerating off him from Z's raw strength. He tells Luffy he cannot defeat his justice. Luffy unleashes his Gatling gun punches, able to land a few brief hits on Z's body and break the rigging supporting the Battle Smasher on Z's arm. Z compliments Luffy on having courage for a pirate, remarking he is far braver than the Marines. Luffy inflates his fist to gear third, using his Gigant Pistol move at Z. Z matches Luffy's hit with his Smash Blaster, both unable to push each other back. Z begins showing signs of fatigue, as the two rush and smash each other's fists against one another as hard as they can. The force of the impact sends rippling shock waves along the volcano. The Straw Hats catch up to the battle, seeing Luffy had managed to leave an imprint of his fist inside ZZ's giant metal fist. Z asks him why he wants to fight him so much. That even if he defeats him, nobody will thank him for his efforts for the stigma of being a pirate. Luffy responds if he cannot defeat him, he will never be able to become the Pirate King. The Battle Smasher breaks then and there and falls from Z's arm, revealing a smaller mechanical arm he can still use. Z tells Luffy he is going to dedicate his life to ending his ambition, challenging him for a final bout. Z and Luffy activate their armament haki, their arms turning a hardened black. The two engage in a brutal fistfight, both striking each other with imbued haki. Kuzan is seen watching their match from a distance, stating Black Arm Zephyr has returned. Z and Luffy both give each other hard punches to the chest and stomach, giving Luffy a moment to recoil and puke. Luffy strikes back a punch that knocks Z's glasses right off. A brief flashback is seen in his mind of his early childhood, rattling his early memories. Z becomes elated that he is being given such a good fight. Both Luffy and him are worn out, still pushing each other with punches back and forth. He corners Luffy and begins pounding on him, with Luffy showing little sign he can defend himself anymore. As Z begins to gain the upper hand, Luffy pushes him back with a kick. Fighting on their last reserves, Luffy shouts he is going to be the Pirate King, with Z shouting his name in absolute confidence. After exchanging a few more blows to one another, Luffy finally collapses from exhaustion. Z falls to the ground after, unable to fight anymore too. Z bitterly says he has gotten old, and his body cannot keep up with him anymore. He finds it disappointing, telling Luffy he was enjoying fighting him. As the battle ends, the Straw Hats rush over to Luffy's aid, with Ain and Bins doing the same for Z. Z tells Luffy to finish him, but Luffy merely tells him he is already satisfied as he regains his straw hat, giving him a smile. He offers to continue fighting him, but Z turns him down, also being satisfied. Z apologizes to Ain for giving her such work. Ain begins crying for him, telling him she is happy he is all right. However, the reunion is short-lived as Kizaru then arrives with his army, telling them he is going to kill them all. Z says he has done everything he has wanted to do, and now will face the price for it as he marches towards the Marine army. He dismisses Luffy and tells him to leave the rest to him. Ain tries to rush to his side, but Kuzan summons a giant wall of ice dividing everyone from him. Z begrudgingly accepts he has been given a place to die as he faces the Marines head-on. Even near death, his raw strength overpowers all the soldiers around him. Kizaru unleashes his Yasakani no Magatama attack, filling the sky with thousands of beams of light then rain down upon Z. He is hurt badly, filled with burning holes in his body, but still stands against them. The Marines begin weeping, shedding tears for being forced to kill their beloved teacher. Z announces he will give them all their last training lesson, as he barrels forth giving his all for one last battle. The Straw Hats depart the island, watching the battle unfold in grim silence as Z gives up his life to save them. Eventually Z is defeated and passes away off-screen. Ain and Bins visit his gravestone that has his Battle Smasher arm wrapped around the cross, still with the fist imprint on where Luffy struck it. Kuzan tells the two not to cry for him, for he lived the way he wanted without any regrets. Kuzan remarks he was an incredible man. The movie ends in a flashback as a young boy dressed as a superhero and wielding a log on his right arm beats up bullies that were harassing a young girl. As other kids cheer him on, the boy claims himself a hero of justice under the name Z. During the credits, it is revealed that after Z's defeat, the Straw Hats return to Dock Island one last time, to return the gear and weapons Mobston had given them. They bid them farewell, and Gary decided to become a pirate.
Let's
go! We still right from the house. Took it straight from outside. Straight to the couch. We put the mic outside. Edit shit out. You letting the scouts outside. We running this couch.
The Thousand Sunny sails forward into the new world. The crew approaches an unknown burning island, however. None of the 3 needles of the new log pose points to the island. Nami suspects that there is an anomaly, but Luffy still insists on going to the island. The crew then receives an emergency call. Robin warns them that most of these calls are a trap set up by the Marines to track down pirates, to which Luffy ignores and D still answers the call. It is revealed that the distress call is coming from a man in Punk Hazard. After begging for help, the man on the other line has been murdered by a samurai. Luffy suspects that there is a foul play, to which he was hit by Usopp after stating the obvious. Chopper is seen scared while Robin retains her composure. Zoro comments about what the man said about a samurai, to which Brook tells a short story about Wano Kingdom. Zoro reminisces on how he got Shusui on his fight with Remuma. The crew then realizes that the call must have been from the burning island through a baby Den Den Mushi phone. Luffy decides that he wants to save that man and go to the burning island. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and Brook are seen terrified. At Raijin Island, Smoker and Tashigi are seen intercepting the conversation between Luffy and the unknown man. Some G5 Marines are seen torturing pirates. Smoker orders the Marines to prepare to sail and heads out for Punk Hazard. The Straw Hats then decide who will accompany Luffy in the island. Nami decides to make each member draw straws. Zoro, Robin, and Usopp are the ones chosen to go with Luffy. Nami uses Milky Road and creates a pathway for Minnie Mary to avoid the Sea of Fire and arrive at the island safely. Upon arriving at the island, it is revealed that the burning island is really Punk Hazard, an island restricted by the world government. Zoro immediately cuts the gate to make an entrance, to which Luffy and Robin are grateful for. Usopp is seen complaining all throughout the way. They notice that the island was previously a government facility. At Thousand Sunny, the remaining crew members enjoy a dessert prepared by Sanji. Nami wonders about the clouds on the other side of the island that look arctic, to which Frankie replied that it is not possible. Luffy and the others continue to explore the island, but were interrupted when a dragon appears before them. Luffy, Zoro, Robin, and Usopp are now facing the dragon, who asks who they are. Luffy exclaims that the dragon just talked, but Usopp says that he is hearing things while running away. As they remain intrigued about the dragon, it lets loose a burst of fire, which they all narrowly evade. Usopp trembles in fear while Luffy and Zoro get excited about facing the dragon. Luffy uses Jet Pistol, which does not seem to affect the dragon much, and he realizes that its hide is really hard. The dragon slams Luffy down with its tail forcefully. Zoro charges towards the dragon, but gets distracted when the dragon talks again and it stretches its head out to bite, which Zoro narrowly evades. Zoro uses a technique called Ultra Hunt, which shakes the dragon up a bit, but it recovers quickly and tries to bite Zoro again, which he manages to block but proclaims that the dragon is very resilient and strong. An enraged Luffy then breaks out from the rubble and kicks the dragon, taking it by surprise and hurting it. Zoro tells Luffy that he heard it speak, while Robin and Usopp also witnessed it speaking. The dragon flies and uses another fire breath attack, while asking if they are allies of that Shichibukai. The Straw Hats take cover under some rocks and walls. Usopp gets scared even more while Robin questions if it has a grudge against the Shichibukai. Luffy and Zoro are making a plan, with Luffy jumping up to knock the dragon down. When he grabs hold of a wall to launch himself, Luffy realizes it is hot, and while he is airborne, the dragon tries to knock him off with another burst of fire. Luffy stumbles and rolls around on the dragon's body while exclaiming that it is hot, and finds a pair of legs sticking out of the dragon. The dragon then tries to bite Luffy, but accidentally bites its wing, which is thrusted forward by Luffy, making it yelp in pain and fall. Zoro then starts to charge forward and yells at Usopp, who uses Trampolia to enable Zoro to jump up, and he uses a technique called Ai Shishi Shishi Sansen and cuts the dragon's head off. While they fall, Luffy starts laughing and says that the dragon looks yummy. Zoro then says that they could have a barbecue with the flames on the island as Robin uses her powers to catch the two. Back at the Thousand Sunny, Sanji finishes making a meal for Nami and calls for her, but finds everybody is asleep with some fog floating around. Sanji, realizing that it is not fog but actually gas, tries to contact Luffy by reaching for the Den Den Mushi, but is put to sleep himself for breathing in too much of the gas beforehand. A group of peculiar individuals emerge in hazmat suits with the letters PH on them and capture the crew, except for Brook. They mention a master that they are taking their captives to. Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Robin are standing near the dead dragon that Zoro killed, and Luffy is trying to pull out the man who is stuck in the dragon's body. Luffy succeeds in pulling out only the legs, making everyone think that he killed the man. The legs are revealed to be alive, making the whole group gawk at it. Robin points out that there is no trace of an upper body, while Usopp states that he is quite tall. While the crew remains baffled, the legs start to attack them but promptly run away after the unknown Shichibukai. Luffy is then seen calling to it to join his crew, causing Usopp to hit him on the head and telling him to stop it. Luffy runs after and launches himself at the legs, colliding with it, and they both falls. The group is barbecuing and eating the dragon meat. Luffy asks Usopp what does one call someone like this, and the latter replies that it is a centaur. It is revealed that the pair of legs is now stuck onto Luffy. Before he can do anything else, the legs lift Luffy up and pile-drive him into the ground. Usopp tells Luffy that there must be an upper body in trouble somewhere, but Luffy questions where is Usopp's sense of adventure before stating that the legs were born like that. He asks what name does the legs go by when it pile-drive him again. Zoro calls to the others from atop a building. He points and the crew realizes they are standing right before a lake, beyond which is a mountain range covered in ice. Usopp and Robin realize that the distress call they received came from the cold side of the island. Luffy is excited by this and wants to eat shaved ice. Usopp, while shouting at Zoro, who, along with Robin, wants to explore the island with Luffy, senses something strange on a nearby chimney. He looks over to see a smiling winged woman staring at him, who then flies off like a bird. Usopp tells the others about what he saw but is not sure about it himself. In a laboratory, a guard walks in to inform the master of having kidnapped Sanji. Nami, Franky, and Chopper, and the master is very pleased, especially over Franky's cyborg body, and chooses to experiment on them later as he tells his men to lock them in a room. Back on the Sunny, Brook, having been left behind due to them believing he was already dead, wakes up while some guards are still on the ship. He questions if the guards know the whereabouts of Nami and the rest, but the guards are too shocked and shoot at him. Later, Franky wakes up to the sound of Sanji kicking the wall and asks what is wrong. Nami tells him it should be obvious, and Chopper tells him they are locked up. Franky tries to remember the last thing he did, and Nami assumes that whoever took them must have hit them with sleeping gas, which is confirmed by Sanji. Franky then wonders where Brook is. Nami replies that she doesn't know. Chopper says that if humans are being abducted, then skeletons are not needed. Franky tells Chopper that he isn't human either, and Sanji retorts that neither is Franky. From one corner, a voice asks them if they like riddles. The group looks around for the source of the voice, and Chopper jumps back in shock. The voice is from a mouth that is one of 8 pieces of a disassembled man's head. The man asks if they could piece him back together. Each member gives it a shot, and they finally get pretty close, having only mixed up the hair and chin, but he admits his gratitude regardless. Chopper asks him why he is alive, and the head says he does not know, as he thought himself to be dead when he was cut up by someone, and claims he feels shameful for what happened. Back at Luffy's group, everyone except Usopp plan to go to the cold side and wonders how do they go about crossing the lake. Usopp is pessimistic about surviving till then and wonder how can Luffy stays in high spirits. Luffy is attacked from behind, but he manages to dodge. The attacker is a centaur with leopard legs, and they instantly become friends after realizing what they have in common. He apologies to Luffy for mistaking him as an intruder. Zoro and Usopp note that he has made another weird friend. Above them, another person is watching them and counting the numbers. The Den Mushi rings, and Birdwoman Usopp saw earlier is asking if the intruders were found. The person answers in the positive and states that they are about to kill them. The Birdwoman is flying at the cold side of Punk Hazard, pleased. As Nami, Sanji, Chopper, and Franky look over the head, as Nami notices how his head is similar to Buggy, which she attributed to as being weird. She asks if he knows where they are. The head becomes indignant, saying that Nami should behave like a proper lady. Nami picks him up by the cheek, saying he should be nicer to the people who put him back together. The head says he will sympathize with her, seeing as she has been stripped of all she had. Nami tells him that she has not been stripped and is wearing fashionable clothing. The head is shocked that something so revealing would be so mundane. Even still, he tells Nami he likes it and receives a beating from her and a kick into the wall from Sanji. The head asks who the Straw Hats are, having heard they were taken from their ship. After hearing they are pirates, his attitude changes as he cannot stand pirates. He mentions that the land is frozen, which confuses the crew. Nami explains that it is possible since she saw winter clouds from the ship, and so it must be half ice and half fire. She says they need to leave, and she and Sanji jump out of the way as Franky blasts a hole in the wall with his radical beam, blowing away the door. Sanji tells the head he should escape with them, but the man stubbornly tells them to leave, refusing their help. Sanji then fixes his hair and chin properly, and revealing that he discovered that the man is a samurai from the Wano country. Just then they hear voices and realize they need to hurry. Sanji tells him about the call from the guy who was cut by samurai. The head says he would not pointlessly kill. He came to the island to save his son. The crew runs, taking the head with them as Sanji says he'll take the head with them and take responsibility. Sanji kicks through a door and they find themselves in a room full of gigantic children. On the burning side of Punk Hazard, Luffy is having fun with his centaur friend and they race as Robin, Zoro, and Usopp converse with Brook on the Den Mushi they found. He was still on the ship, which was brought around to the cold side of the island. Brook tells them that he was knocked out but remembers they were wearing gas masks. Robin then deduces that the ship was hit with sleeping gas. Robin asks Brook if he sees a building anywhere. Brook sees a large building built into a mountain. Usopp tells Brook they will hurry over and he should wait for them. Zoro asks if their enemy is from the government. Usopp tells him he would be surprised if their enemy is even human, since all they have seen are a dragon, a bird woman, and now a centaur that Luffy is getting chummy with. Luffy then knocks out the centaur with a kick to the head after the centaur realized Luffy was the intruder. As the centaur goes down, he said he was careless to think Luffy was one of them. Luffy asks why he cannot be since they had just become friends. Another centaur tries to attack Luffy from behind, but Robin stops it with Cian Florindo. The group finds it odd that the centaur's lower halves are those of a leopard and a giraffe, since they are supposed to be horses. Usopp finds a Den Mushi on one of the and notices it has CC written on it. He realizes they must be part of an organization. He then adds that they really have to go through the Icelands to rescue the others. Robin hopes aloud that they weren't shot full of holes when they were captured. Zoro remarks that they should have gone ashore from the other side. Luffy argues if they did that they would not have been able to eat a dragon or meet Leggy, which is the name he gave the disembodied legs. Robin wonders if they sell winter clothes along the way to the icy part of the island. Meanwhile, more guards are investigating the room where the straw hats here kept. A floating liquid mass is amazed that the crew was able to destroy a door that was supposed to be indestructible. He goes on to say that no one but Vegapunk should have the technology to build a laser, but the burn marks make it look like a pacifista blew the door away. The mass asks if they found the escape yet, and a soldier responds that they should be getting cornered in the biscuits room right now. Another soldier comes and tells the liquid mass that a G5 ship has appeared on the coast. The liquid tells the soldier to get rid of it without killing anyone, as a bunch of dead Marines would be too much of a hassle. On the northwest shore of the island, the G5 ship is having trouble advancing, as gas is leaking out. Due to a failed chemical weapons experiment by Vegapunk 4 years ago, the island became a wasteland. Tashigi comments that no one should be able to set foot on the island since there is so much gas. Smoker corrects her, saying that this much gas is unnatural. 2 years ago, the island was a normal wasteland without any fire or ice. At that time, most of the poisonous materials had vanished. It was because of that Aokiji and Akainu chose Punk Hazard as the spot for their battle to determine who would become Fleet Admiral. The island was host to a battle so intense, it changed the weather. In the Icelands, inside the mysterious facility, Sanji's group stares in awe as they look at the children in front of them, while the children look like they are scared of the straw hats. Sanji asks who the children are, and Nami wonders if this is the island's daycare. Frankie mentions their size and compares them to giants, but Nami points out that some of the children aren't as big as the others. Sanji then points out that it may be a multiracial nursery, and Nami notices that no adults are around. A child then asks who they are, and a little girl says that she doesn't know any of them. The little girl then asks them if they are the ones who got frozen, but Nami and Sanji question what she means. The children then notice Frankie's body and begin to stare in awe. The children then start to run towards Frankie and knock Sanji over in the process. Nami tries to ask the kids about the frozen people, but then the children notice Chopper and begin to play with him. Sanji remarks how popular Frankie is with boys, and then a little boy walks up to him and calls him Spiral Eyebrows. Sanji then tells the child to shut up, but more kids appear and begin to call him Spiral Eyebrows. Frankie then starts to show off by showing the kids his various hairstyles and what he can do with his body. The kids start to imitate Frankie, which annoys Nami because she wants to find out information. Suddenly, the samurai yells out to the kids and asks them if they know a child named Momonosuke, and states that he is a boy. The sight of the samurai's detached head scares the children, and they run away. Sanji and Nami tell him to shut up, because if he keeps it up, they will never be able to get information out of him. Suddenly, the men in hazmat suits arrive in the biscuits room. Frankie notices them approaching and tells the others that it is time to run. Sanji continues to question the children, and the samurai continues to ask them if they know his son. Nami tells the samurai to keep his mouth shut and smacks him because he is scaring the children, and by doing that, no information can be gotten from them. The samurai states that being hit by a woman is dishonorable to a samurai and that he should just commit ritual suicide. Nami then tells him to go ahead and do it. The men in hazmat suits prepare to fire at the Straw Hats, but stop themselves when they realize that they will hit the children, which will make their master angry. In the Burning Lands, Luffy's group has arrived at the lake. Usopp asks Luffy if he really wants to cross the lake, and Luffy says yes. Zoro suggests they swim across, which causes Luffy to say that he is a devil fruit user, and Robin imagines Usopp and Zoro carrying them across the lake on their backs. Usopp says there's no way he's going to do it, and that Zoro wouldn't either, but when he looks at Zoro, he sees him stretching in preparation for the task. Usopp realizes that if they don't cross here, they will have to go all the way around, so he uses his special attack Green Star ability to grow fan grass. He then shoots out a Bodhi banana and Luffy jumps in it. Usopp explains that the fan grass can be used as an oar. Robin then compliments Usopp's new techniques, and he explains his hardships on the Boyne Archipelago, where he was able to learn the new techniques. Usopp starts gloating about his courage on the islands, but is interrupted by Luffy, who tells him to hurry up. The Straw Hats then begin to row the boat through the harsh wind on the lake. Robin explains that the harsh winds are due to the major temperature difference between the hot and cold sides of the island. Suddenly, the leopard centaur from before returns and throws a boulder at the Bodhi banana. Luffy then asks the centaur if he changed his mind and if he wants to join their crew now. Zoro and Usopp then tell Luffy to stop trying to recruit weirdos. The centaur then pulls out a horn and blows it. He calls out to his boss, which makes Usopp remember the conversation with the man on the Den Mushi. The centaur then tells his boss to finish off the intruders. Suddenly, a large pack of centaurs appear on the other side of the lake, and the largest one states that he sees a man with swords on the other side, and comes to the conclusion that the man is the samurai who cut his men down. Back in the biscuits room, Sanji's group continues to run from the men in hazmat suits. The hazmat suit men tell the kids to move out of the way, and the blonde-haired little boy from before asks Frankie if he is from another island. Frankie tells him yes, and then the boy asks them if they have a ship, and Frankie also says yes to that. The boy then tells him to help them, which surprises the Straw Hats. Sanji wonders what he means by that, and Chopper comes to the conclusion that it is not actually a daycare. The little girl from before then confronts Nami and begs her to save them, which causes Nami to stop. Nami contemplates helping the kids, but Sanji tells her to hurry up, which causes her to keep running. The kids then state that they aren't sick anymore and just want to go home, which causes Chopper to wonder what kind of sickness they may have. The men in hazmat suits then walk up behind the kids and call them brats. The kids stare in sadness at the departing Straw Hats, and the hazmat suit men confront the children. The men tell the children that the Straw Hats are bad people and that they should stay away from them. The kids state that the Straw Hats didn't seem like bad people, but the hazmat suit men then say that the Straw Hats tricked them. The kids then ask if each one of the Straw Hats are villains, and the hazmat suit men say they are, and say that they will protect the children from the villains. They then state that they are going to put the Straw Hats to sleep with their gas. The little girl from before then screams out to the Straw Hats and tells them that she just wants to go home. All of the children then tell the pirates to wait, and the hazmat suit men once again call them brats. The little boy and girl beg Nami to help them, and the hazmat suit men ask the kids to stop running. Nami tells the two that she has to run, but the kids continue to follow them. Chopper then says that they should take the kids with them, but Frankie says that they don't even know how to save themselves and that they can't take as many kids, which causes Frankie to go into one of his depressed states. The kids then stop running and are out of breath. The black-haired little girl then screams out to the Straw Hats and asks them to come back later and help them, and says that she knows that there is nobody else on the island that can save them, due to it being uninhabited. She then states that she just wants to see her father and mother again, and continues to beg Nami to come back later for them. A baby begins to cry, and the hazmat suit men continue to approach, and Sanji tells Nami to keep running. Nami then remembers the happiness the kids showed earlier, and contrasts it to their crying now. Nami then turns around and says that they should help the children. Sanji turns around and says that they can't be sure that the kids actually need saving, and that the men in hazmat suits could be right about them being sick. Sanji states that it is not their job to help every single person, but Nami says that you just can't turn your back on a child crying for help. The hazmat suit men then decide that the best thing to do is to just gas the kids as well, and right as they prepare to shoot, Sanji bursts out from behind and uses Diable Jambi Collier Strike on the man who was about to gas them. The samurai exclaims that Sanji is really strong, and the kids call him really cool. Chopper then joins in on the fight and uses Kung Fu Point to fight off the hazmat suit men. Frankie also joins in and uses Strong Right to take out a hazmat suit guy. As the Straw Hats fight, the kids exclaim how cool their abilities are. The hazmat suit men are surprised that the Straw Hat stopped running, and Sanji states that he likes Nami's attachment to children, and states that he is falling for her even more. Sanji tells Chopper to go ahead with Nami, and also tells the kids to follow Chopper and Nami, and that he and Frankie will fight off the hazmat suit men. He then tells them not to misunderstand his actions, and that he is only doing it for Nami, and that he hates them because of how much she cares for them. The kids thank Sanji, and then go with Nami and Chopper. Sanji and Frankie then tell the hazmat suit guys to bring it on. Outside of the facility, Brook builds a snowman. He wonders how long it will take for Luffy's group to reach him, and finishes his last snowman. Suddenly, someone holding a fire-like sword starts cutting down Brook's snowman, and Brook goes on the defense and clashes with the swordsman. Brook then notices that the swordsman is just a torso. The G5 ship is slowly advancing, and the crews are all wearing gas masks to protect themselves from the poison gas. Smoker then spots something, and Tasidi commands the people manning cannon to fire at the direction he pointed out. The ice shatters and crumbles away in the aftermath of the firing, only to reveal a river. The crews are amazed, and 4 of them question how he noticed it in an overly casual manner, causing Smoker to punch them, and answers that the sea currents are a giveaway and that they have to pay more attention, as well as checking on their own behavior. Tashigi comments that it is strange, and Smoker agrees, saying that the important point is not about the river existing, but rather the concealing of the river, which leads to the question if the ice that blocked the river mouth was natural or man-made. A wall of ice looms, and the Marines begin to shoot at it because, if they collide, the warship would sink. Luffy notes that the group at the other side consists of centaurs and wonders if they will join his crew if he asks. Robin says that they must be colleagues of the man whose distress signal they picked up, to which Usopp agrees. Wanting to clear the air, Usopp shouts to the other group that they are here to help and requests to talk to them. However, Brownbeard, an alligator centaur, replies that Usopp is lying through his teeth because of the samurai in his boat, and therefore, they are intruders. Usopp realizes that Brownbeard is talking about Zoro and tries to explain. However, he annoys Zoro, so they start quarreling. A centaur comments that they are having a falling out, and Brownbeard, thinking that it is some kind of ploy, says that it is pathetic and gives the command, causing one of the centaur to shoot at the boat. Chopper encourages the children to run, and Nami notes that he is really fired up. Chopper explains that he was entrusted with this important mission by Sanji, so he will definitely see it through. Hazmat soldiers appear, but Chopper knocks them all out. Nami wonders where should they go, and Chopper replies that she has to figure it out by herself. As one of the children worries, Nami assures her, saying that they have made it through plenty of similar situations, so she should just relax and follow their lead. The child then smiles, and they set of running again. Inside the biscuit room, Frankie attacks the hazmat soldiers with weapons left. A soldier observes that he has weapons all over his body, and another deduces that Frankie is the one who broke down the door. The soldiers prepare to load the gas canisters since the children are now gone. However, before they can fire it, Sanji kicks of their masks and invites them to inhale the poison gas along with them. Without gas mask and having their air tanks damaged, a sheep-like soldier shouts at the rest to not use the gas. Sanji in turn stares at him in amazement due to his unnatural appearance. After being detached, the head still seemed to know of the movements of his torso. The severed head starts talking about the events that his torso is experiencing, confusing Frankie, who does not know who he is referring to. Brook is defending himself from the sword attacks of the torso, questioning its identity and the whereabouts of the rest of his body. However, the torso remains silent, which scares Brook. The Marines works hard at breaking the ice apart to prevent collision. Smoker comments that they are going to reach the end soon, and others wonder what is in store for them next. Brook questions if the torso is a ghost, and that if he is, he should not come out during the day. He says that he did not do anything wrong and invites the torso to build snowmen and make ice sculptures with him. However, the torso stabs his sword into Brook's hair. Brook hides behind a mound of ice and is dumbfounded by how the torso can attack with such precision, as it does not even have eyes, before realizing that he himself is without them as well. The torso launches a series of attacks to which Brook defends. Brook attacks with Obidtoit Kudroit, but the torso evades it and unsheathes another sword. Brook sees that it uses two-sword style and starts running away from it, screaming that it is scary. A soldier appears at a laboratory and greets his master, reporting that the G5 ship is approaching as the poison gas did not work, and currently, they are breaking through the ice with a cannon, forcing their way into the island. At this rate, he states that they will arrive at the laboratory soon. Master ponders the reason behind the Marines wanting to reach the island so badly and asks who the person in charge is. After knowing that it is Smoker, the Master comments that he is a pain in the neck. He orders the soldier to conceal all of the ships that are moored at the front and to avoid detection at all costs, since no one is allowed on the island. On the topic of who is going to deal with the Marines, a person standing at the door, hidden in the shadows, volunteers to personally do so. The G5 ship docks and Smoker throws his gas mask away. After a while, Tashigi follows and realizes that the air is indeed clean. The rest of the crew confirms this for themselves and asks about the existence of the gas earlier. Smoker replies that it probably is released by someone who does not welcome their arrival. Walking up to Vegapunk's former laboratory, Smoker comments that it should be abandoned and empty. Testing out the doorbell, it still rings, which leads to the crew questioning who is currently living there. The Marines start knocking and kicking the door, shouting for the inhabitant to open up. Before the cannon can be used, the door opens and someone walks out, greeting Smoker and asking him what brought him to his vacation home. Tashigi introduces him to everyone, stating that he is Law, now one of the Shichibukai. His name is proven to be well known as the crew are scared stiff, retreating far away from him, and recalling the day where Law delivered 100 pirates' heart to the headquarters to gain his current status. Smoker then asks Trafalgar why he is here as no one is allowed to be on the island, to which he calmly replies that then the Marines should not be here either. Chopper and Nami are trying to escape with the children until they come across a door and Chopper breaks it open. They step inside a cold room with frozen people. Sanji and Frankie already beat up all the hazmat suit guys and Sanji wants to kill the samurai because he is annoying. The samurai taunts Sanji because of his merciful behavior. Frankie then separates them saying that the samurai is just a helpless head. They then try to catch up with the children with Nami and Chopper. Brownbeard and the centaurs attempt to kill Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Robin, but Zoro cuts the cannonballs they shot at them. Luffy deflects the rest of the cannonballs. Brownbeard tells the centaurs to aim for the water to sink them. The Straw Hats then paddled their way to safety to avoid being sunk. Brook keeps on running away from the samurai's torso and sees that the samurai's torso got caught in a big snowball and is rolling down towards the lake. Brook then claims he didn't see anything. Smoker and Tashigi play a transmission from earlier, and it says that a centaur got killed by the samurai and he is at Punk Hazard, and also says what Luffy had said to them. Law claims that the message didn't come from there and the Marines tend to forge messages and transmissions to catch pirates and wanted people. Sanji, Nami, Frankie, Chopper, and the children arrive outside and see Law, Smoker, Tashigi, and G5. Frankie comes with tank treads on his shins. Sanji then notices Smoker and Cutie Tashigi and orders them to run away. Chopper and Nami think that Law was behind the children's imprisonment. Tashigi orders G5 to go after the Straw Hats. Law claims he won't allow the Marines to escape, so he lifts the Marine ship with room and tact. Law and Smoker then prepare to fight, and Smoker claims that his men cannot handle Law because of his devil fruit. The centaurs are still shooting, aiming for the bottom of the boat to sink the Straw Hats. Brownbeard smugly tells them that they will not escape from him, only for Luffy to ask him who he is. Brownbeard is shocked and introduces himself. However, the group replies that they have never heard of him. This caused Brownbeard to be depressed and angered. He fires at them personally and manages to capsize the boat. After falling into the water, Zoro and Usopp carry Luffy and Robin respectively. Teeth chattering, Usopp complains about the temperature of the water. The centaurs prepare to fire the finishing blow and Zoro hands Luffy over to Usopp, saying that he is going to slice them up. Before he can unsheath his sword, he is dragged into the water, his hands flailing above. Usopp panics and looks on in confusion before dunking his head into the water, discovering that there are sharks swimming around them. He questions why there are sharks in a lake and Brownbeard explains that due to the fight between the two admirals, a crater is left behind. Seawater seeps in through the cracks, as did various sea creatures, which created the lake. The Straw Hats are trapped in the centaurs' fires. However, the guns exploded and they fall. The interference is revealed to be caused by Brook, who froze the gun barrels belonging to the centaurs. Brook attacks the centaurs and Brownbeard comments that he didn't know that there is another crew member. He says that it doesn't matter, since 4 of them have already become food for the sharks and asks Brook to take a look for himself. However, Brownbeard saw that the sharks are defeated. Instead, the 4 Straw Hats are on top of an iceberg, shivering from the cold. Robin says that they are lucky to run into the centaurs, and they each pick their targets, wanting to steal their warm clothes. Brownbeard recalls that Luffy is actually Ace's brother and has a 400 million bounty, scaring the rest of the centaurs and they run. Robin and Luffy use their power to catch their target and Zoro fights a group of them. Brook comments that they are in better shape than he thought. In front of the laboratory, Trafalgar Law says that he cannot let the Straw Hats escape and uses his powers to switch the 4 Straw Hats around. Their minds along with their voice are swapped into another body, causing a lot of confusion. Law slices up the warship and an iceberg. He joins the pieces together to form a tall wall, preventing the Marines from leaving. The Marines tell Law that he is breaking the contract between him and the government and that they are going to report the matter to the headquarters. However, Law calmly tells them not to worry about him before using his skill, Scan. A pile of Den Mushi appears beside him, which is revealed to belong to the Marines. Law informs them that he will not allow them to report anything about the island up to the government. Smoker rushes towards Law and attacks, but he evades. Law retaliates, but due to the nature of Smoker's ability, he cuts through the smoke. Smoker warns his crew to stay out of the reach of Law's sword, but it is too late as they are sliced apart. Smoker instructs them to stay out of the circle created by Law and explains his power, comparing the sphere to an operating room. He further elaborates by stating that Law has absolute control over the items contained inside and can manipulate it according to his will, giving him his name, the Surgeon of Death. Tashigi rushes towards Law, despite Smoker's warning about her haki being not strong enough. True to his words, Tashigi's sword breaks and she is cut into two. Feeling dishonored by still being alive, she tells Law to kill her. He says that she doesn't have the right to tell him when or how she can die, and she tries to attack him with her broken sword. She misses and Law prepares to slice her into more pieces. Luckily, Smoker steps in and takes on a fight with Law. Back at Luffy's group, the beaten centaurs talk about how they underestimated the Straw Hats and how they took Brownbeard with them. While they contemplate on that, Luffy, Zoro, Brook, Robin, and Usopp ride Brownbeard to the mysterious building that Brook saw. In the lab, a hazmat guy tells the mysterious airman that Law and Smoker were in a fight, and that the children escaped with Nami's group, and that Smoker saw the children. The Smoke Man became very angry but knew that if he tried to kill Smoker, the Marines would think that something was up. Just then, the harpy that Usopp saw, Monet, informs the Smoke Man that the pirates they captured were the Straw Hats, and that Luffy's group beat Vegapunk's dragon and the centaurs and were on their way to the facility. The Smoke Man finally decides to kill the Straw Hats and the G5. Although the hazmat guy warns him that the Marines would be on the alert, the Smoke Man says they would just have to suppress things on the island from now on. He then tells Monet to call a man called Joker. Back with Sanji's group, the children begin to realize that Nami, Sanji, Chopper, and Frankie switched bodies. They also start to get cold. Sanji states that he doesn't care about anyone anymore and asks if someone has a camera so he can take a picture of himself in Nami's body. When a child falls and complains that it's cold, Frankie begins to say that it was a bad idea to bring the children if they didn't have a plan. Back at the main entrance to the facility, Smoker and Law are still fighting as the G5 are watching and putting themselves back together outside Law's bubble. As the fighting continues, the G5 try to figure out why Law was fighting them, even though he was a Shichibukai. Tashigi tries to fight and the G5 stop her. She then reflects on what Smoker told her 2 years ago: pirates will be pirates closing in on the fight. Smoker and Law fight so viciously that Law's recoils cut up everything in the way. Smoker then begins to ask him why he was on the island, with Law saying nothing. Back to Tashigi, she begins to remember what Smoker said after the incident at Amy's lobby. She remembers him saying that they have to be promoted and that he would kick the asses of the Straw Hats in the New World. In the fight, Smoker tells Law that he never trusted the Shichibukai, and as Smoker charges at him, Law says under his breath, maybe that's the right thing to do, and begins to make stone spikes rise from the ground in Smoker's direction to get him. Although Smoker was able to dodge most of them, Law rises one from under him and Smoker gets jabbed. As he drops his jit, Smoker once again asks why Law was on the island, and the two begin to fight again. Law finally answers the question by asking why the G5 were here. Law pushes Smoker back and Smoker tries to jab Law but instead breaks through a stone spike that Law rose from the ground. As he ducks from the attack, Law tells Smoker that from his current standing he couldn't see a few things and poked out his heart. Law takes the heart and his sword and says that he doesn't have to say anything to Smoker. With his heart outside of his body, Smoker collapses. Smoker lies motionless in the snow. With Law leaving with the heart he extracted, the Marine sees this chance to run towards Smoker. Luffy, Robin, Zoro, and Usopp are riding on Brownbeard's back when they spot the warship, speculating that the Marines are around. Luffy calls out to someone Usopp saw in the distance, asking him if he remembers him and gives him his thanks. Zoro recalls meeting him while they were at Sabo Archipelago, and Robin identifies him as Trafalgar Law, but before she can complete her sentence, Luffy interrupts and tells his crew that Law helped him escape from the battlefield and treated his wounds, saving his life. Luffy runs towards Law eagerly and thanks him again, wondering where his crewmates are. Law recalls the events from 2 years ago and tells Luffy that he does not need to thank him and reminds him not to forget that they are both pirates. Luffy laughs and agrees that when it comes to fighting for One Piece, they are all enemies. Usopp sees a Marine soldier on the ground and seems to know who he is. The Marines run towards Smoker and Luffy seems to remember Tashigi. Tashigi reaches Smoker and notices the hole in his chest. She recalls the method Law used to gain his status and cries, shouting angrily while running towards Law. However, Law says that he doesn't like lame tear-jerking scenes and uses his powers to switch the hearts between Tashigi and Smoker. Usopp urges Luffy to leave because the Marines are approaching. Before leaving, Luffy tells Law that he wants to ask him something. Law's reply is for them to go to the back of the laboratory, saying that what they are looking for can be found there and they will see each other again, as they both have something they want to retrieve. However, It is revealed that the instructions are meant for Brownbeard. Out in the open air, at a mountain near the laboratory, the children are freezing. The samurai instructs everyone to put something on their heads. When it is done, he concentrates and shouts. Smoke surrounds them and coats magically appear on them. Everyone is amazed, and the samurai explains that after eating an unusual fruit, he is able to disguise anyone in any way he sees fit. He warns them that the clothes will disappear if they are taken off. The children swarm towards him gratefully. However, Frankie questions the lateness of his actions and smacks him, leading him to explain that he enjoyed the sight of seeing Nami in a breastband, which earned him another smack from Nami herself. Luffy's group appear in the distance and they reunites. They seek shelter inside a building. The samurai is elated at getting his legs back while Luffy is depressed at his loss. Nami offers Sanji some cigarettes and the Straw Hats affected by Law reintroduce themselves to Luffy. They recount all the events that have happened, gaining more information from the samurai and the children to piece everything together. Luffy is surprised that Law is a Shichibukai now, something which Robin knew. When Luffy mentions that the samurai's legs were cursing about a Shichibukai, Nami questions how can it speak. The samurai explains that he spoke through his farts, and it is a specialty of his. In another cave, the Marines crowd around Tashigi, who is in Smoker's body, which is functioning even without his heart. Smoker mentions that a ship hidden beside the laboratory has CC mark on it. He further explains that if it was an old ship, the initials on it should have been PH, which would stand for Punk Hazard. Smoker reveals that the person, to whom the initials CC refer to, is a former colleague of Dr. Vegapunk, a scientist by the name of Caesar Clown. The gas slowly takes shape bit by bit and asks Law what has he done, to which Law replies that he should be the one complaining instead. Tashigi tells Smoker that if her memory did not fail her, she remembers that recently, there had been numerous occurrences of child abduction. However, Smoker is surprised as he did not know of such matters. Tashigi explains that when such cases are reported, they are published as accident at sea or the work of pirates. She trails off, not completing her sentence. Smoker questions if she is having difficulties saying it and asks her to speak her mind. Smoker voices out, reaching the conclusion that someone in the G5 unit helped to cover up the abduction cases. As the Marines fully understand the implication behind the words, they protested loudly, declaring their loyalties to the Marines. Smoker shouts at them and comments that they're not even worth suspecting. He advises them to lower their expectations of the Marines as no organization is perfect. Smoker commands 1/3 of the Marines to leave the island by stealing a ship to report the incident, while he stays behind to recover his heart and body that is swapped by Trafalgar Law. Caesar Clown hangs up, saying that he has gotten permission to kill as Joker will make it seem as though it is just another accident at sea. Caesar gives the order to capture the intruders, wanting them to be his guinea pigs. Monet informs Caesar about the Straw Hat Pirates' bounties and her analysis of them. An injured centaur comes in, reporting that he was robbed by the pirates and Brownbeard was captured. Caesar reassures him that he will definitely help everyone and asks him to go and get treatment from his new medicine. Brownbeard declares to the Straw Hat Pirates that Law is definitely going to save him. He informs them that 2 years ago, due to the incident that happened on Sibati Archipelago, the 11 rookies present then and Blackbeard are now known to others as the worst generation. He begins telling them about the island's history when it housed Dr. Vegapunk's laboratory. The island was once full of life before a chemical weapon test went horribly wrong, causing a massive explosion that destroyed 2 out of 3 laboratories. Heat and toxic substances were also released into the air, eliminating life. The prisoners who served as test subjects were abandoned by the world government and became paralyzed due to the gas. However, they were miraculously saved by Caesar when he arrived at the island. The air was purified and the prisoners could move again through means provided by Caesar. Brownbeard was also saved when he arrived at the island afterwards. Their situation improved when Law showed up. He used his ability to attach the legs of living animals onto them and enabled them to walk once more. The Straw Hats are touched and now understands the presence of centaurs, bird woman, and sheep on the island. Smoker is also telling his subordinates about the explosion that occurred on the island. However, he states that the person responsible for creating the weapon and causing the explosion was actually Caesar Clown. He reveals that Caesar was the second in command and he was arrested. However, due to his ability, Caesar escaped from the prison ship and went missing. Smoker declares that they have to stop Caesar if he is still doing research because it is bound to be something devastating. The centaur that Caesar promised to treat is having difficulty breathing while Caesar grins evilly and questions him relentlessly, treating him as a test subject for his new medicine. He kills him afterwards when he got an unsatisfactory response. When Monet questions Caesar about his failure, he is enraged and proclaims that his experiments never fail. He refuses to accept that the explosion was the result of a failed experiment, since he killed the whole island. He states that he is capable of killing the most enemies and he will let the world government find out that he is the greatest scientist in the world. Franky is trying to get used to being in Chopper's body. He manages to change into guard point and comments on how unstable Chopper's body is with all of its different forms. Chopper responds that he is used to it. The children roll Franky around in the snow, while Luffy rides on top of him. Sanji learns from Brook that the samurai has left to find his torso, and becomes worried for his safety as he has no means of defending himself with just his head and legs, while Sanji held himself responsible for his safety when he was just a head. Luffy grants Sanji and Brook permission to search for the samurai. When Brook asks Sanji to let him see his Nami's panties, and Sanji becomes excited at the prospect of taking pictures of Nami's body, Nami becomes furious and convinces Zoro to go along as well, reasoning that Sanji and Zoro's inevitable fighting rivalry will distract Sanji from doing perverted things with her body. Sure enough, within moments Sanji and Zoro are arguing, Zoro being angry that he had to come along because of Sanji's perverse new attitude, and Sanji angry at Zoro for not understanding how ecstatic the body-switching situation has made him. Brook is pummeled by Nami as punishment, and to deter him from wanting to see her panties. The rest of the Straw Hats discuss their next course of action. Nami's first priority is restoring everyone back to their original bodies, as she dislikes being in Franky's body, as she considers him to be a pervert. Franky, who has now transformed into Chopper's brain point, takes Nami's insult as a compliment, making a typical Franky face in Chopper's body that disgusts Robin. Franky notes that whatever they do, the children will be a burden. Chopper finishes conducting tests on the children. Immediately after, the largest child, Send, falls to the ground in pain. Luffy asks Chopper to heal him, but one by one the rest of the giant children fall over, holding their heads in their hands. Nami asks Chopper whether the children were really sick, to which he replies that they were not. He asks Sin whether there is something he wants, and what, if any, kinds of activities they do around that time every day. Sin, still in agony, tells him that every day all of the children would get examined and be given candy. Chopper is confused about the candy, and the other children say that the candy is strange and tastes good. Sen says that he feels really happy when he eats it, and is convinced that it will stop the pain. Chopper, having learned the truth about the children, becomes furious. He yells at the chained-up Brownbeard that the children aren't actually sick, as they had previously been told. Brownbeard maintains that although he does not know much of what goes on inside, their benefactor, Master, is a loving scientist who rescued the children and gave them free medicine. According to him, the fact that the children are in pain and have not received their daily medicine proves that they are ill, but Chopper responds with the results of his analysis. There is a tiny but sufficient quantity of a drug known as NHC10 in each of their bodies. The drug is a powerful stimulant, the use of which is tightly restricted throughout the world due to the danger it comes with and its addictive properties. Chopper learned about the drug during his time with Dr. Kuriha, in which he learned that proper use of it in medicine requires using only a very tiny amount in order to prevent addiction. Chopper concludes that the children have been given small amounts of the drug every day for a long period of time, so that the addiction forces them to remain within the research facility. Chopper demands to know from Brownbeard what his master's purpose is for the children, but Brownbeard is angry at him, believing that Chopper is merely insulting his savior. Luffy suggests going to the research facility to find candy to stop the withdrawal symptoms, but Chopper says not to, as the candy is the means by which the drugs are delivered. Sind begs Luffy for candy, who refuses, trusting Chopper's judgment as the crew's doctor. Sind lowers his hands from his face, revealing bloodshot eyes, a runny nose and saliva dripping from his mouth, which frightens the other children. He goes berserk at Luffy for not getting the candy when he originally said he would, launching him into a nearby fallen pillar. Robin is amazed at Sind's physical strength. Usopp, while surprised, comments that this must be the strength of a giant child, but the other children reveal that none of them are actually giants. All of them were normal size when they first came to the island, and have grown more and more the longer they have remained on the island. One of the children believes that the growing must be the sickness they were told they had, but Chopper disagrees, instead concluding that the rapid growth has come from experiments that have increased the levels of their pituitary hormone. As the rest of the children gradually enter withdrawal as well, Luffy prepares to subdue them, but in order to ensure no harm comes to them, Usopp instead successfully puts them to sleep with his new sleeping star attack. Having discovered that the children really were kidnapped, Chopper wants to save the children and return them to their parents, but Franky and Robin note that first they have to find the real culprit behind the experiment's master. Chopper and Nami stay behind to look after the children, although Chopper expresses a desire for revenge against Master, and Nami's reasoning for staying behind appears to be fear according to Usopp. Luffy has the largest children restrained with chains to prevent them rampaging again. Luffy, Usopp, Robin, and Franky prepare to go to the research facility to meet Master. though Frankie mentions the fact that at some point they will have to find Trafalgar Law in order to restore their bodies. Luffy seems to think it unnecessary, as he is enjoying the hijinks that have occurred. In the research facility, Caesar Clown, Trafalgar Law, and Monet are sitting around a table. Caesar holds Smoker's heart in his hand, while Law looks on silently, with a displeased look in his eyes and a frown. Caesar is in good spirits thanks to the capture of Smoker's heart, and says he has already sent soldiers to the Marines, and that he knows what the outcome of that will be. Law asks what happened to Straw Hat, and Caesar explains that, having taken Monet's warning about the Straw Hat's possible increase in strength seriously, he sent two powerful people after him, the hitmen of the Snowy Mountain, the Yeti Cool Brothers. The two of them are seen from behind in silhouette. They are enormous figures, each with a rifle on their back. The scene changes to road to the mountain behind the research facility. Zoro, Sanji, and Brook are all lying in the snow. Zoro and Sanji are face down, while Brook is face up and spread-eagled. The Yeti Cool Brothers radio in to Caesar, saying they successfully killed Nami, Zoro, and Brook, and ask that they be collected. In the research facility, Clown is talking to Monet, having just received the news that some of the Straw Hats were killed. Monet is surprised that they died so easily, after reading all the newspapers that were written about them, and mentions that Law had encountered them twice before. Clown pulls out a gun, points it at Law, and asks him if he had called the Straw Hats to the island. Law reiterates that he did not even know they were on the island until they ran into him at the front door. Law adds that if the place gets found out, it would be bad for him as well. Clown remembers when Law first came to the island. He and Law were talking indoors, and Law said that he wanted to stay on the island since it could not be caught on a log pose. It also contains remains of government research that he seemed to be interested in. All he asked for was free roam of the island, and that neither of them ask the other two personal questions. Law also made it very clear that no one was to know that he is on the island, not even Caesar Clown's employer Joker. Clown says that he sees no harm in trusting Law, and asks Monet if she agrees. She looks up from copying notes about Law and asks if he could heal the prisoners on the island who were paralyzed by the poisonous gas, ending the flashback. Clown tells Law that if he calls the kids back, he will do even better, and he doubts someone who sucked up to the government in order to become a Shichibukai would make things too difficult for them. Clown turns to leave, but Law asks what he meant by the kids coming back. Clown explains about the drugged candy, holding up a piece to show Law. Law comments that Clown's nastiness reminds him of someone else. Monet asks about a fight with the Marines as Law turns to leave. Law tells them to call him if they need anything. Clown comments that people who think too much can be difficult to handle. At the remains of one of the research labs, there is an explosion. Nami gets scared and Chopper realizes they are under attack. He is worried about the children as the roof might collapse on them. Chopper peeks out and tells Nami he cannot see who is attacking them. Outside, Luffy and the others hear the explosion and notice the huge footprints in the snow. Luffy senses two huge animal-like beings near Nami and Chopper. Brownbeard hears the explosion and gets hopeful that someone is coming to save him. He then realizes that it must be the Yeti Cool Brothers. Nami asks him what he's talking about. He tells her that no one has seen them, but for the right price they will kill anyone they are asked to. They are hairy 25-year-olds named Rock and Scotch. Just then, one of the brothers appears from behind Nami and Chopper, frightening the daylights out of them. The Yeti has his gun pointed at Brownbeard, saying he is on Clown's kill list. Brownbeard asks if the Yeti pointing the gun at him is Rock, and he replies that he is Scotch. He tells Scotch there must have been a mistake, and he is assigned to take out the Straw Hats. Scotch plays a recording of Clown calling Brownbeard a useless idiot and giving the order to kill him. Brownbeard is crushed by the fact that the man he believes so much in betrayed him. His last thought is of when Clown once called him a good leader. Scotch then shoots him and Brownbeard goes up in flames. Rock then warns Scotch not to shoot too much or else the roof will collapse on the kids. Luffy then comes back, angry at what he just saw. The Yetis shoot at him, but miss. He comes at them with a flying kick, but they suddenly vanish. Luffy rebounds off the facility and lands in a snowdrift. Chopper runs up, saying that they took Nami. The Yeti Cool Brothers are seen somewhere else, one of them holding Nami in his hand. Frankie's body was the only one that they were ordered to bring back alive, since it had Vegapunk's laser. In the back of the research facility, Law is going out. A guard warns him about the Marines. Law tells him that he does not care and that he can go anywhere he wants, cutting the guard up before leaving. Chopper tells Luffy, Robin, and Usopp that Nami was taken by the Yeti Cool Brothers and that Brownbeard was killed by them. Luffy becomes angry at Caesar for betraying Brownbeard. Frankie wants to use Rumble Ball, so Chopper gives him one. He then takes it, turns into the monster form and chases after Luffy because he cannot control it. Caesar realizes that Frankie has Vegapunk's Pacifista Beam and wants it. G5 are fighting against Centaurs and Caesar's men. They are losing until Smoker and Tashigi show up. The Yeti Cool Brothers talk with Nami and complain about the cold, and Nami retorts that they need to wear clothes. Luffy and Frankie find the Yeti Cool brothers and attempt to rescue Nami. Luffy falls into den of spikes set by the Yeti Cool brothers and destroys it with Busoshoku Haki. He attempts to defeat them with Gear 2 but fails. Caesar's men on the fire side of Punk Hazard open the door and see a dark cave. Rock fires at Luffy, but Luffy deflects the shot back at him with twice the speed. Scotch then shoots at the ice mountain to make it fall, but Frankie throws it at him. Frankie attacks Luffy once again, but Luffy defeats him with Gomu Gomu no elephant gun. Scotch grabs Nami and runs away with Luffy in pursuit. Luffy falls behind and Law intercepts Scotch. Law slices him in half and defeats him with counter shock. Luffy catches up and thanks Law. Law explains that he came to talk to Luffy about something. He says there is a key on Punk Hazard that can upset the balance of the New World, and that there are 2 ways to survive in the New World: going under an emperor or attempting to fight them. Law proposes an alliance to take down an emperor. Law reveals he has found a way to take down one of the 4 emperors, but Nami disagrees with the idea of forming an alliance and tries to convince Luffy not to agree. However, Luffy asks Law which one of the 4 emperors he is talking about, and after hearing his answer he agrees to his proposal, leaving Nami shocked. Back at the Straw Hat Pirates camp, Usopp and Chopper are shocked by the news of an alliance with the Heart Pirates, causing Usopp to yell at Luffy for returning with such an eccentric idea, whilst Nami points out that everyone disagrees with the proposal. Law then asks Chopper to treat Frankie in Chopper's body, leaving Chopper frantic at how badly hurt his body is, and immediately tries to bandage it up. Robin states she is happy to go along with Luffy's decision, but also warns him that alliances are often marked by betrayal, and that it's dangerous for him since he is so trusting. In response, Luffy asks Law if he will betray them, and when he answers no, Luffy smiles with absolute trust, prompting Usopp to yell at him to at least have some doubts. Luffy says to his crew that Law is a good man, but even if he isn't, he has all of them, who have been training for 2 years, to rely on. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and Frankie then become flattered by how much their captain believes in them. Law then puts Frankie and Chopper back into their respective bodies, whilst Nami is put into Sanji's since Sanji, who is in Nami's body, isn't around, leaving Nami upset and asking Law if there is anything he can do, but he explains that there isn't. Law then reveals that the children are drugged, but Chopper replies that he already knows and expresses his desire to send the children home for them to recover. Law further reveals that turning people into giants was a project by the world government, presumably for military purposes, and that Caesar had wanted to achieve it first, as it means to surpass both Vegapunk and the world government. Law then questions if Nami really wants to help the children, and she replies that she does, as she thinks of the children who had asked for her help with tears in their eyes, and firmly states that she will not leave the island unless she knows for certain that the children are safe. Law asks if she will be willing to stay on the island alone, as he has no intention of aiding the children. However, Luffy says that he will not leave his friends behind, and that Chopper's and Nami's wish is his as well. Luffy also informs Law that Sanji wanted to help the samurai, and that if he wanted to team up, he will have to help them. Usopp sighs and explains to Law that Luffy's idea of an alliance is different from that of Law's. Deciding to compromise, Law splits the tasks, telling Luffy to take care of the samurai while he researches the drug, requesting the Straw Hat Pirate's doctor to go with him. Chopper is then comically tied onto Law's hat, as he is too injured to move, which prompts everyone to laugh at the scene and leaves Law embarrassed. At the Burning Lands, the centaurs are unlocking the huge door. They walk in and encounter a massive shape, but they cannot tell what it is due to the darkness. A centaur steps closer but clutches at his throat and falls. Gases are released in streams around the shape. Law carries Chopper by tying a rope around his sword with the other end tied to Chopper. Law then warns Luffy and his crew that Caesar is going to get rid of almost everyone on the island and reclaim the children, as he cannot risk the government finding out about the island, which is his perfect hiding spot. He informs them that Caesar has a 300 million bounty, owns weapons of mass destruction, and that people who cannot utilize haki should avoid him. Luffy says that there are only 4 haki users available: Law, Zoro, Sanji, and himself. Law answers Luffy's question and confirms that their objective is to kidnap Caesar. However, despite the Straw Hat Pirates being puzzled as to the reason why they must capture him, Law chooses not to explain, saying that there is no point in telling them when Caesar has not been kidnapped yet, and asks them to focus, because it will not be an easy task. He further warns them that when Caesar is captured, the ball will start rolling and there will be no turning back, giving them the final chance to reconsider their decision. However, Luffy says that it is fine and remains steadfast. At the fight between the Marines and the Centaurs, Tashigi has identified some of them as former prisoners. Smoker is confused and wonders why 4 years ago, the government had said that there were no survivors. The Den Den Mushi is ringing, but Caesar refuses to answer it, having already predicted the nature of the call. True to his words, the centaur at the Burning Land is trying to contact Caesar. Something has flown out of the door that was opened and had killed all except 2 of the centaurs, who are now running. However, there is no escape from the slimy-like substance flows throughout the land, leaving a wake of destruction behind. It releases a cloud of gas that engulfs the centaurs and they slowly choke and faint. Caesar explains to his subordinate about his pet, saying that it is a very rare type of slime-like creature. He names it Smiley and states that no one will be able to leave the island. Sanji's group is recovering from the fall and the effects of the KIP gas. Sanji wonders if the samurai is all right. Zoro argues that Sanji wanted to take the shortcut, but the cook fires back that they all agreed to go. Brook remembers the shadows he saw before they fell unconscious. Zoro argues that no one was there while Sanji disagrees. There is a flashback to an hour ago when the group finds the footprints. Brook calls Zoro and Sanji over to look at the giant footprints. He thinks they might belong to the legendary Yeti. Zoro and Sanji tell him to not be ridiculous. Brook gets excited, stating that beyond here lies the dream of man as all three imagine what the Yeti looks like. They follow the footprints to the edge of a cliff, turn around, and see two large shadows and hear the sound of guns getting cocked. The Yeti Cool Brothers shoot them with the KIP bullets. Rock explains that the gas can put even the heaviest drinker into a complete stupor. He also tells them about Section F-16, home of the icicle pincushion. They blast the tip of the cliff off with their rifles, sending the inebriated pirates with it. Zoro, in his last moments of consciousness, manages to cut the plateau containing the icicles, saving himself and the others. In Area F-16, a collection team discovers the three unconscious bodies. Sanji grabs the leg of one of the soldiers, surprising him. He surprises the soldiers even further by completely defeating the whole group. He realizes that he has to be careful, as Nami's body is far more delicate than his own. He then punches Zoro and Brook in the head to wake them up. Sanji asks Brook if he thinks the samurai is nearby. Brook says he remembers seeing the torso around here. The crew steps on a body unconscious in the snow, first Sanji, then Brook, and then Zoro notices the body and realizes it is the samurai. He is completely frozen. Sanji stomps on the samurai's head, breaking the ice. The samurai gasps for air. He tells them that he suddenly became paralyzed. He says he is not cold, but Sanji calls him out on his lie. He explains that his ability prevents him from swimming and right now it feels like his torso is underwater. Zoro and Brook reason that the torso fell in the saltwater lake. Zoro concludes that if he can still feel it, then the sharks have not eaten the torso yet. Sanji realizes they do not have much time and they need to recover the samurai's torso. The samurai is surprised by this kind of kindness coming from pirates. Sanji tells him it is strictly out of responsibility and the second their body issues are taken care of, he is going to fight and beat the samurai to a pulp. The samurai then thanks Sanji. Sanji remarks that he is finally showing some gratitude and maybe everyone should get frozen once. They then see a group in the distance. It is the Centaur Patrol Unit. They are running from the monster that appeared at the lake. Zoro asks what they are talking about. The centaurs then notice the pirates, angry that they lost, but keep moving. Zoro then looks toward the lake and does not seem to remember the enormous mountain currently there. The scene changes to inside the lab. Caesar Clown is talking about how slime is the same thing that caused the massive explosion 4 years ago. Everyone thinks Caesar purified the toxic gas, but Caesar reveals that he simply condensed it and, not wanting to be wasteful, compressed it into slime. He goes on to say that just because people forget a tragedy does not mean it is gone. In fact, it was sitting in the palm of Caesar's hand all this time. Outside the front of the lab, the G5 Marines are stealing a ship. Tashigi tries to hold off some enemies, but accidentally transforms into smoke and cannot control it. Smoker tells her to get out of the way and asks if the door barring their escape is open. A soldier responds that the enemy is in the lab and the door will not move. This irritates Smoker, as it would all be easier if he were in his own body. Behind the lab, Law and Chopper warp into one of Law's rooms. Law explains where they are and where Caesar and Monet are. He tells Chopper to investigate the drugs while he works on a way to get Caesar and Monet out of the building. Chopper asks why Law could not just capture them since they trust Law so much, making infiltration easy for him. Law tells Chopper he has a certain problem that prevents him from capturing them so easily. Law then hears screaming. Tashigi looks up to see something flying toward them, thinking it to be a huge bomb. It turns out to be Luffy, Robin, and Frankie. Luffy and Frankie crash into the bow of the destroyed marine ship. Robin avoids the impact by using wing. Robin lands delicately while Frankie punches his way out of the wrecked ship. Luffy then shouts for Master to get outside so they can beat him up and kidnap him. Frankie comments on how good of a shortcut they took while Robin reminds them they are supposed to be secretive. Law is irritated by Luffy's conspicuous entrance, while Smoker and the rest of G5 are surprised to see him. Luffy declares that he will capture Caesar. Law says he will deal with Monet while Chopper tries to find an antidote. Luffy and his group try to find the entrance to the lab. Tashigi and Smoker attack Luffy, with Smoker gaining an advantage until Luffy uses Gear Second and tells Smoker to fight him later when he is at full strength. Back in the lab, the children start to wake up until Usopp puts them to sleep again. They then see pieces of Smiley falling onto the stolen warship. Frankie, not being able to find an entrance, uses his radical beam to make an opening. The Marines try attacking it but discover that it emits poison gas when they touch it. One of them tries to burn it, but it explodes when it catches on fire, destroying the ship. Back in the burning lands, Zoro, Sanji, Brook, and the samurai see Smiley shooting pieces of itself across the lake. Caesar then appears in the lab, explaining that Smiley was his experiment and that it is weak against water. After his speech, Luffy jumps up and grabs him. Brook recognizes slime, saying he read about it in a book once. They attack women and use their bodies to melt the woman's clothes. Sanji and Kin Amon are intrigued and ask to borrow the book later. Zoro directs their attention to the lake, saying that the slime from the creature is probably dangerous to touch, as the slime that fell into the lake has killed all the fish. Brook asks Sanji if he is really going to look for Torso. Sanji says he is, and it is something only he can do. He apologizes to Nami in advance, saying he is the best swimmer among them, promising to return before anything bad happens to Nami's body. He tells the others to take care of the slime creatures nearby as dives in, realizing that cold does not even come close to describing the water temperature. Inside the lab, Law sees his chance as he and Monet are alone in the room. She tells him that Caesar is not there. Law gently sets down the bag containing Chopper on the couch, asking where Caesar went. Considering her boss' bad taste, she concludes that he is probably watching the fighting outside. Law tells her that he is almost done on the island and will be leaving soon. Monet seems disappointed, saying it will be lonely without him. He tells her he wants to borrow her ability for a bit, asking her to come with him. Monet teasingly calls it a date and goes with him, commenting on how cold Law is. When she asks him what he wants, he tells her she will understand when she gets there. Chopper then recognizes Monet as the bird woman Usopp was talking about. Outside the lab, Luffy has grabbed Caesar, to the latter's annoyance. The centaurs and satyrs aim their guns at Luffy, angry that he would lay a hand on their master. Frankie recognizes that Luffy is using Haki and is amazed by the ability. Robin tells him that Busashoku Haki is the ability to grab a Logia user in their intangible state. However, unlike Sea Stone or the ocean, it does not nullify the ability. They still do not know the true power of the Gasu Gasu no Mai, so the battle is far from over. Her explanation is supported as Luffy tries to attack Caesar with a Haki-infused Gomu Gomu no Bell, but Caesar dodges by extending his torso. Caesar then uses Gas Robe, throwing it at Luffy's head. He laughs as he tells Luffy to inhale, saying he has done countless experiments on how lethal his gas is. Then, to everyone's surprise, Luffy inhales all of the poisonous gas, looking like apparent suicide to those watching. To surprise the spectators even more, Luffy releases the gas from his ears like a steam whistle. He tells Caesar that poisons do not work that well on him anymore, thanks to Magellan. Caesar is offended that he would be compared to a Paramecia devil fruit user. While he is fuming over the insult, Luffy attacks him with Gomu Gomu no Jet Mace. Caesar falls down to earth with a crash. His subordinates are angry that Luffy would do that to him and prepare to attack them. Caesar insults them, calling them peons and orders them not to touch him. His subordinates are surprised by the insult. Luffy gets ready to attack Caesar with Gomu Gomu no Gatling, but before he can, Caesar hits a pair of castanets together, causing an explosion called Gastanet. Luffy is caught in the blast and Robin becomes worried. To make her concern worse, Caesar orders the smaller pieces of slime to attach themselves to Luffy, causing a blinding explosion. When the smoke clears, there is no sign of Luffy. Caesar begins to laugh victoriously, only for Luffy to appear behind him and comment on how close and how big the explosion was, much to Caesar's comically stunned surprise. Luffy then attacks him with Gomu Gomu no Jet Stamp. Frankie and Robin breathe a sigh of relief as Luffy grabs Caesar. He shouts to Frankie and Robin if they have anything to contain Caesar, since they cannot tie up a Logia. Frankie wonders if there is a barrel nearby. A Marine calls out that they will take Caesar into custody and bring Luffy along too. Tashigi tells Smoker that Luffy captured Caesar, and he seems indifferent. Suddenly, Luffy has trouble breathing and passes out. Caesar stands over him, saying Luffy took him far too lightly. Frankie, Robin, Tashigi, and even Smoker are all surprised and confused by what just transpired. Robin tries to save Luffy, but passes out too, prompting Frankie to charge and attempt to attack, only for him to pass out as well. He then does the same to Tashigi and Smoker and stands over all four of them victoriously. Back inside the lab, Law and Monet are walking. Law is clutching his chest in pain and seems to be having difficulty breathing. He tries to speak and falls to his knees, making Monet concerned. He looks into the darkness and asks who is out there. A man steps out, saying he is the one Law felt. Law, who seems bothered to see him, asks what he is doing here as Monet giggles. The man asks how long it has been, remarking how much Law has grown. Law is seen writhing in pain in front of the mysterious man named Virgo, who revealed he was sent along with Monet to watch over Caesar. Before Law could muster some strength to retaliate, Virgo squeezes his heart, which he has in his hand, and proceeds to knock out Law with a haki-imbued bamboo stick. At the entrance of the lab, the G5 Marines are shocked at the scene before them, finding it hard to believe that Smoker was defeated twice in a day. The crews are wondering what attack did Caesar use to defeat their officers and the 3 Straw Hats as well. Caesar commands his men to tie up the unconscious Straw Hats and G5 officers, and they obeyed unquestioningly, leaving the G5 Marines helpless to do anything. While still waiting for Sanji, who went to retrieve the samurai's torso from the water, Zoro's group are having trouble defending themselves from the slimes, because cutting it only results in the slimes expelling poison gas. The samurai is watching the waters worried when he suddenly begins to shout in pain, puzzling Zoro and Brook. In the murky waters, Sanji uses haki to find the body and discovers it in a shark's mouth. After besting the shark, he rescued the torso and quickly used Blue Walk in Nami's body to escape before the poison could consume the entire lake. With the samurai restored, he introduces himself as Kin Iman. He expresses his gratitude profusely to Sanji. Meanwhile, Chopper is currently infiltrating Caesar's private lab and is looking for a way to cure the children. Caesar's men are standing guard over the captives, who are bounded in chains. When Caesar knew that the airship has been prepared, he plans to head out and find the children to administer the drug candy. He gives orders for the captives to be caged and secured in his chambers. The slimes surrounded Zoro's group. Sanji scolds Brook and Zoro for not dealing with them. Kin Amon suggests that they should burn the slimes, revealing that he can burn and slice an enemy with his sword. He demonstrates his power by igniting the surrounding slime with his sword, which exploded shortly. He proceeds to cut the explosion as well, saving the group. With the way cleared, Kin Iman declares that he is going to save his son. He thanks the group for aiding him and leaves for the laboratory. However, Zoro was interested in the style Kin Iman used and decides to aid him. It starts off with Virgo still punishing Law. Law reveals that Virgo is the base commander of the G5 Marine base. Then it cuts to an unknown island inhabited by the G5 Marines. They are extremely rude and take what they please. Then the citizens ask if they could look for their missing children, revealing that the children in Caesar Clown's laboratory were in fact kidnapped from this island. The Marines refuse to help because they said Virgo already looked over the missing reports and said they have all died. It then cuts to Nami and Usopp, who are still dealing with the children who are going through severe withdrawals from not getting any of their drug candy. Suddenly, Caesar Clown appears and convinces the children to come back to the laboratory by bribing them with candy. The scene then cuts to Zoro's group, who are still dealing with Smiley. Smiley is furious that Kin Iman destroyed so much of the slime and decides to send huge slime attacks at them, chasing them back to the laboratory. The scene then goes to Luffy, Law, Robin, Frankie, Tashigi, and Smoker in a prison cell, and are introduced to both Virgo and Monet. Meanwhile, Caesar Clown's soldiers close all entrances to the laboratory, leaving the G5 Marines stranded outside to deal with Smiley. Virgo and Monet talk about what Caesar is planning, but both are still not quite sure what he is planning. Smoker then calls out Virgo, saying that his subordinates will die if he doesn't do anything. But Virgo couldn't care less about what happens to them. Then Smoker pieces it all together with Tahiji's theory and realizes that Virgo is responsible for the cover-ups behind the missing children in the New World. Law then states that Virgo was never really loyal to the Marines because he was originally a pirate all along, working for the notorious underworld broker Joker. Virgo then threatens both Tashigi and Smoker, saying that they will both die, leaving his secret intact. Luffy then asks Law who is Joker, and Law responds that he also worked for him once, and someone that they all know who is a notorious pirate that works for the world government. None other than one of the Shichibukai Donquixote Doflamingo. Luffy and his group are still being watched by Virgo and Monet. Luffy doesn't know Doflamingo but suddenly remembered him by Smoker asking him that he already seen him back at the Navy headquarters. Tashigi commented that Doflamingo attacked Moria after the War of the Best. It then cuts to Caesar Clown entering the lab where Nami and Usopp are hiding the drugged children. The children are still going rampant due to the drug candy's withdrawal symptoms, and one of them attacks Nami. Usopp tries to attack Caesar but fails. Caesar then explains how his ability allows him to control the air itself and suffocates Nami and Usopp by depriving them of oxygen. He then tells the children to finish off Nami and Usopp by crushing them with metal poles, if they want candy. But before they could, Brownbeard appears and saves them, and is furious on Caesar's deceits. Caesar then orders the children to go on his ship, announcing it wasn't safe to stay. Afterwards, Brownbeard tries to fight Caesar, but in the end Caesar uses Gastanet and causes an explosion on Brownbeard. He then turns to Nami and Usopp and performs another Gastanet, which knocks them out. The scene then changes to Zoro's group, who are still getting chased by Smiley. All of Smiley's pieces have managed to cross the lake and are beginning to merge. Meanwhile, the G5 Marines are dealing with the Smiley pieces outside of Caesar's lab. Caesar then calls Monet and asks if the broadcast is ready. He then sends a televised message to all the pirates in the New World, saying he is selling a weapon of mass destruction that the Marines wish they had. A few of the viewers are Picoms, Tamago, Eustace Kid, and Killer who are interested in what this weapon could do. Caesar Clown and the children are seen disembarking from the flying gas balloon, surprising the nearby Marines, and they question what the ship is. Entering the research laboratory through an upper entrance, Caesar reminds the children that the lab is their home and their candy is in the biscuits room. He then orders his subordinates to lock the doors and to make sure they do not escape again. As all of the children hurry inside eagerly, Mocha, who upon entering the room, begins to resist the addictive drug and remembers her frightening memories of the lab. Some of the satyrs attempt to calm her down, but she finally realizes that Nami and Usopp were trying to save the children from Caesar. Having realized what is exactly going on, she begins to try to escape again, crying out for Nami and Usopp to help her. Far in the distance, back at the Straw Hat Pirates' makeshift hideout, Nami eventually regains consciousness, marveling at how strong Sanji's body is and how it allowed her to survive Caesar's attack. Noticing Usopp beginning to awaken nearby, she moves to assist him. Confusing her with the real Sanji, Usopp lets slip his disappointment in it actually being Nami, causing her to become rather abrasive. Back in the laboratory, Caesar meets up with Monet and Virgo, the latter of the two talking about how they had just been drinking coffee with some cookies, only to quickly remember that there wasn't any cookies to be had. Asking Caesar when is he going to start the experiment, the mad scientist replies by asking Monet to collect some pictures, and tells Virgo to do a better job at keeping the Marines at bay, admitting that the arrival of Smoker and his men had caused him to become nervous. Moving towards the cage, Caesar then reveals that he knows all of Law's plans due to Monet's tracking of Law with her abilities, and thanks Law for naively giving him his heart in exchange for Monet's heart as part of their contract. Virgo squeezes Law's heart, which results in Law screaming and trashing around in his restraints. Responding to Caesar's condescending gloat by insulting his intellectual abilities, Caesar becomes infuriated and grabs Law's heart, which was being held out by Virgo, and punches it, inflicting pain upon the Shichibukai. Law screams and trashes around some more, before laying still on the floor, breathing hard as he passes out. Luffy, impressed and shocked at how someone could still survive despite his heart no longer being inside his body, is cut off by Smoker, who states that being undone by his own power is foolish and demands to know where his heart is currently being held. Holding it out before him, Caesar gloatingly mocks him about it. Receiving a call from his subordinates, Caesar then resumes his broadcast to the brokers through a Den Mushi, explaining the nature of his pet weapon Smiley and the history of the island. Pinpointing the one flaw of the weapon from 4 years ago, he then elaborates and explains that he had since eliminated said flaw, and by feeding Smiley with a special bait he prepared, the poisonous axolotl would become an improved weapon called Shinokuni, being an even stronger poisonous gas weapon than it was before. Outside in the winter region, Smiley is shown to still be chasing after Sanji, Zoro, Brook, and Kinemon, who marvel at its still growing size. They notice a giant candy in the distance with a big screen behind it and something underneath. Pulling the sweet across the plains, several of Caesar's subordinates and Vegapunk's dragon are then told by Caesar to escape before Smiley catches up to them. Realizing their sled is no longer usable, and the dragon having freed itself, the men quickly run away with the Straw Hats and Kinemon trailing shortly behind. Reaching the suite, Smiley briefly pauses after seeing Caesar on the display. Attempting to show his taming of the monster, Caesar begun issuing orders for the slime, but is ignored. Smiley then devours the large piece of candy. Caesar is happy that Smiley ate the candy as instructed. He then calls for Smiley to be reborn as the people in the cell look on nervously. Bubbles begin to come off of Smiley as it chases the Straw Hats, Kinemon, and Caesar's subordinates. The subordinates are panicking while Sanji observes that the candy triggered some kind of chemical reaction within the slime. Kinemon remarks he does not have a good feeling about the whole thing, and Zoro agrees. On the now broken sled is a bag of apples. One of the apples in the bag begins to change its appearance with swirls appearing on it and turning blue, turning into a devil fruit. Caesar then tells Smiley that they shall meet again and orders Shinokuni to come to life. Smiley then explodes, causing it to emit a high-pressure cloud of toxic gas. The gas quickly catches up with the fleeing pirates and subordinates. Catching one of them, the satyr becomes completely encased, stopping in mid-run. The rest of the satyrs get afraid looking what it did to the one affected, and accelerate while Caesar celebrates the total success of his weapon, saying he will not allow any of the subordinates back in the lab. He explains that the gas hardens on contact with people, making it so they cannot move, and causing an instant numbing effect. Smoker and the other prisoners watch in stunned silence as the screen showing the men's terrible fate, as do the underworld brokers. Outside the lab, the G5 Marines watch the broadcast and realize that what they saw on the screen is happening on the very island they find themselves. They realize the only reason the lab is blocked is because it is the only safe place on the island. They then shout angrily for Caesar to let them in. Zoro, Sanji, Brook, and Kin Iman are barely managing to stay ahead of the gas. Brook points out that some animal is ahead of them. It is the dragon that was pulling the now destroyed sled. Sanji does not believe it, but Zoro tells him they do exist on the island and wonders if they could escape by riding on its back, an idea which Brook likes. Back in the lab, Luffy spots his friends on the screen. Robin wonders why they are there and how they are able to run the way they are. Frankie tells her that that is not the best question to ask right now. Luffy calls to his friends that the gas is dangerous, telling them to run, but is cut off by the weakening effects of the sea stone, preventing him from raising his voice. Caesar commends Luffy's friends for their toughness, but tells him it is all in vain since soon the island will be a place where nothing can exist, a Shinokuni, and the only people able to survive are inside the lab. Just then the cage begins to tip backward. Caesar boasts that a pirate with a Bailey 400 million bounty, a marine vice admiral, and a Shichibukai could not stop him. Chopper is watching the cage tip backward from behind, or rather in front of a door, worrying about what he should do. Just then, a small piece of paper hits him in the head. He uncrumples it and sees the words "do not do anything," and wonders who threw it. The cage, revealed to be attached to a crane outside, is now outside the facility dangling over the crowd by the door. The Marines outside call out to Smoker and Tashigi, terrified that everyone was captured. The soldiers begin begging for their lives and Smoker tells Tashigi to tell them about Virgo. The situation is such that even Luffy admits that they have a problem. Overlooking the destroyed lab building, Frankie commends the lab and how well built it is, with Robin remarking how the rubble would be a good source of raw materials. Law tells Luffy that they cannot be bothered right now. The current plan is to act on the old one, only to do it right this time. Law then declares that they are going to fight back. In the New World, a broker is left stunned at how Caesar Clown was able to capture the Shichibukai Trafalgar Law, the captain of the once again active Straw Hat Pirates, the Devil Child Nico Robin, and the Great Vice Admiral Smoker. Also watching the broadcast, Killer tries to point them out to Eustace Kid, only for his captain to comment in an amused manner about Luffy's return. He then tells Killer that watching is meaningless, and how he does not think Killer ought to work as a broker anyway. Kid also mentions he is surprised about how Law was planning something all along, having believed he had become a government dog. Asking if the people had arrived yet, Killer tells him they have and that he was surprised they came at all. Before entering the room, Killer reminds Kid to be friendly, causing the captain to become irritated and tells Killer to shut up. Opening the door, it is revealed that inside are Scratchman Apu and Basil Hawkins. Apu, standing amongst a wrecked room and over one of Kid's badly beaten subordinates, tells Kid that it feels nostalgic for him to see his ugly face. Kid instantly becomes enraged, asking what gave him the right to trash someone's hideout. Apu replies that when he gets invited by the enemy, he comes expecting a fight, and that he had suspected there might be a sniper somewhere. As the two challenge each other, Hawkins declares how foolish the meeting is, and that he is leaving. Killer asks him to wait as he steps between Kid and Apu, reminding them that the three crews came together to try and form an alliance and asks that they at least try to discuss it. On Punk Hazard, Luffy is curious about Law's idea. Below their cage, the Marines continue to panic about the oncoming gas and call out to their superiors to help them. Asking if anyone in the cage can burn things, Luffy tells Law that Frankie can, mentioning he can even shoot a laser beam. Replying that he requires both his hands to use his radical beam, Frankie instead tells them that he can only use Ku-Babu right now. Law asks him to burn the battleship, which he does so immediately using Frankie Fireball. From inside, Caesar watches this and wonders what they are doing, calling them desperate while commenting on their corpses being useful later. Outside, the smoke from the burning ship begins to surround the cage, obscuring the view of any onlookers. Taking his chance, Law removes his chains, explaining that they needed the smokescreen to hide the fact that they are escaping. Luffy asks how Law could take off sea stone chains so easily, only for Law to continue explaining and mention that they were normal chains that he put in the lab so he could escape in case he was captured. Law then cuts the pirates free and wonders aloud what he should do with Smoker and Tashigi as he puts them back in their own bodies. Tashigi realizes that her breasts are exposed and tries to hide them with her knees, begging Law to let her out of the chains. Law tells Smoker he has no reason to save him, but if Virgo loses his position due to Smoker returning alive, that would be good. He tells Smoker he will only free him on the condition that he forget everything he learned about him and Joker. On a balcony below the cage, Luffy calls out to Law about how they can get inside. Surprised, Law worriedly asks how Luffy broke out, with Frankie telling him the mesh is not made of sea stone. Yelling at Luffy to not do anything on his own, they then escape the cage. Meanwhile, Roronoa, Zoro, Sanji, Brook, and Kin Iman are seen still barely outrunning the approaching gas. Commenting on the comedic way they are running, Kin Iman notes that it is not helping them. Sanji begins to then trail behind due to Nami's body being at its limit and instinctively clutches his hurting chest, only to grab onto Nami's breast. Realizing this, Sanji is immediately invigorated and shoots ahead of the group, catches up with the dragon and captures it. Nearby, Nami and Usopp are riding on Brownbeard, with Nami apologizing to him for making him carry them in his injured state. Still concerned about the children, she can only hope that they had not eaten the candy yet. Reassuring her that it is not a big deal, Brownbeard states that he has to save his men anyway. They then notice a running figure in the distance, realizing it was the dragon outrunning the gas with several people holding onto it. In front of the lab, the Marines are relieved to see one of the shutters to the lab opening, while inside Caesar's subordinates are panicking due to the shutter opening, asking who had pulled the lever. Someone points up and the subordinates see Luffy, Robin, Law, Tashigi, and Smoker standing over them, a pile of defeated minions under their feet. Tashigi is happy to see everyone inside safely while Law wonders where his heart might be. Luffy remarks how interesting things are getting, and Smoker voices his reluctance about cooperating. Outside of the lab, Brownbeard, with the dragon now attached to his tail and Zoro, Brook, Sanji, and Kinemon clinging to the dragon, is running toward the now closing shutter. Zoro asks Kinemon if he can cut iron and the samurai replies that it is no problem. Zoro then tells Brownbeard to keep running. The two swordsmen cut down the door and Brownbeard barrels through, all of them landing in a heap. Everyone inside is terrified now that the gas can get in the lab, while Luffy is happy to see that everyone is in one place again and orders everyone to start fighting back. They soon realize that Shinokuni will be able to enter the lab in such conditions, prompting the G5 Marines to frantically seal the hole back up with various wooden and metal planks. They succeed in sealing the hole up as Shinokuni proceeds to spread throughout the island. Brook uses the power of his devil fruit to become a soul and survey the area outside of the lab, noting that it was like the land of the dead and one step outside would kill you. After regaining their senses, the G5 Marines then turn their guns and swords towards the Straw Hats, preparing to arrest them. Nami notices Law and demands that he switch herself and Sanji back to normal, to which Sanji secretly refuses. Law agrees to return them to their original bodies, using shambles to switch their hearts back. Nami notices that she originally had a different coat on and immediately punches Sanji, accusing him for peeping at her body. Law then explains to everyone present that they only have 2 hours to escape, and then continues by saying the only passage that leads safely out of the island is called R66 and is found in Building R. The Marines are initially reluctant, but quickly change their minds when Smoker repeats the order to them. Smoker then orders Tashigi to take command of the men and rescue the children as he goes to confront Virgo. Meanwhile, Caesar Clown is celebrating the deaths of his victims, but notices that the cage has no solidified bodies, which he needs to prove the power of Shinokuni. He also notices the absence of the G5 Marines outside of the lab. Virgo concludes that Luffy and the others must have broken out of the cage and helped the G5 soldiers escape. Before Luffy goes to fight Caesar again, Zoro calls out to Luffy and reminds him that this is just the beginning of the new world and he must not let his guard down again, to which Luffy happily complies as he plows through the Satyr soldiers using Gomu Gomu no UFO. Caesar Clown then receives the news that the Straw Hats and Marines have broken into the lab, leaving him alarmed and shocked at their escape, but his subordinate says that they are probably planning to escape through the internal exit. Chopper, seizing the opportunity, ducks out of the room and runs down the hall, saying that he found out how the drug was made and that he found a sedative. As Chopper wonders where to go, Monet seems to notice his departure but does not react. Caesar, meanwhile, asks where his men are and is told that most of them are in Building B, getting ready to fight. Caesar hatches a plan to block the passage between buildings A and B, isolating A, then destroying the wall, letting Shinokuni in, and killing them all. Caesar's subordinates panics, saying that some of their men are still in the building, but Caesar does not care. He also tells his subordinate to place a Den Mushi near the event so that he can show the brokers the effectiveness of the weapon. Virgo tells Caesar that if Smoker and Law escape, he will also be in trouble. Because of this, he plans to take out the group himself. Virgo wonders where his sword is, but Monet tells him that he is not a swordsman. Virgo, remembering this, heads out. Inside Building A, Luffy encounters the guard to Building B, Machete Run and promptly defeats him with a Gear 2 enhanced kick. As Luffy fights his way through the guards, he notices a large metal door between buildings A and B closing. Smoker, having just arrived, notices the beeping and asks Law what it means. Law tells him that the doors are starting to close and that Caesar is looking to trap them in Building A. Near the front of the building, the G5 Marines stand in front of the Straw Hat Pirates, Kinemon and Brownbeard. Having no patience for this, Brook, Zoro, and Kinemon hack their way through and are followed by the rest of the group and Vegapunk's dragon. The Marines continue their assault, but Zoro attacks back, only to be blocked by Tashigi. Tashigi tells the Marines that this is not the time to fight, and that they should focus on getting to the next building. Seeing the door starting to close, the Marines pick up the pace, carrying the wounded as they go. Caesar's troops notice Brownbeard carrying the straw hats and wonder if he betrayed them as everyone rushes to escape the building. Outside the lab, a cannon is fired that blows apart the wall of Building A, allowing the poisonous gas to seep in. The straw hats barely escape with their lives, and Tashigi is thrown in by her own troops. Tashigi tries to run back, but the gate is already closing, leaving some Marines petrified by the gas. However, these Marines pose in stances, encouraging their allies to keep going. Caesar, seeing that they have survived, states that he will not let anyone escape. The Straw Hats and Kin Iman are all escaping on Brownbeard, who is complaining about having to carry all of them, saying they should run unless they are injured. The riders give petty excuses as to why they cannot run, and Brownbeard does not believe any of them. Close behind them, Tashigi is still saddened by the loss of some of her troops and in shock about how all the activity going on under the Marines' noses, but a soldier tells her they have to keep moving, and she agrees. The soldiers next notices something coming from the roof. They then turn and run as the dragon that came in with the pirates breathes a large amount of fire down on them. The soldiers wonder what it is, and Tashigi tells them she heard rumors about there being dragons on Punk Hazard. She explains that Vegapunk made the dragons artificially to serve as guards of the facility. The dragon darts from wall to wall, descending on the Marines and dodging their bullets. It opens its jaws right in front of one of the soldiers who dives for cover at the last second, sending the dragon's head into the pipes on the wall. The dragon then turns its head around to show it eating the metal from the pipes. The Marines in front of Tashigi start cheering, saying reinforcements have arrived. Virgo has entered the passage from the other side. The soldiers are overjoyed to see their commanding officer and ask if headquarters was informed of the situation and about the size of the reinforcement party. Tashigi is the only one not celebrating. Tashigi can barely make enough sound to tell them to run before multiple soldiers fall in front of Virgo. As a Marine falls over, Virgo's index finger is shown with fresh blood dripping from it. A soldier asks Virgo why he is attacking, saying that even as a form of punishment, using Shigen will kill them. Tashigi remembers when she and Smoker were first transferred to the G5 base. Virgo was telling them how the soldiers are rowdy and not too bright, but were overall good people. In between flashes of Virgo taking out more troops, Tashigi remembers a soldier telling her about how Virgo sometimes leaves suddenly to go home and care for his sick sister. She also remembers talking to him about a kidnapping case where Virgo told her it was a false claim, and that the parents were in denial and overreacting about the death of their child, saying that the idea of kidnapping gives them hope that their child is still alive, saying Tashigi would understand when she became a parent. Back to the present, Tashigi charges at Virgo with her sword. Virgo blocks the sword with his arm and then grabs her by the head. He then delivers a devastating close-range punch that knocks her to the ground and almost unconscious. A soldier yells at Virgo, calling him an imposter, saying the real Vice Admiral Virgo would never do this. The remaining soldiers all gang up and attack Virgo, but Virgo annihilates all of them, so he is the only one left standing. Tashigi, in her mind, prays for Smoker's help. Virgo then hears someone and a person is seen bounding around the corridor. Before Virgo can react, Sanji delivers a flaming kick to Virgo's head. The soldiers that are still conscious are surprised to see one of the pirates. Sanji said he heard the sound of a woman in trouble and came to help. Back with Brownbeard and his passengers, Usopp asks why Sanji left so suddenly. Zoro tells him he felt an unfamiliar presence. Brook and Kin Amon look up and see the dragon from earlier. Nami notes that it looks different. Something about its eyes are strange. Brownbeard exclaims that the sedatives have worn off and it is no longer docile. The scene changes to Luffy and Smoker, who are heading to Caesar's lab, taking the shortest route. Inside the lab, Caesar is watching the events unfold, irritated that Virgo took out his test subjects. He orders Monet to block the passage B gate and let the gas in. She tells him that Virgo is still there. Clown says he does not care. Smoker and Luffy arrive at the door to the lab, Luffy out of breath from running. They both tell each other not to interfere. Luffy is fighting Caesar and Smoker is fighting Virgo. Smoker rings the doorbell and the door opens, revealing only Caesar in the lab. Luffy delivers a blindingly fast and powerful punch to Caesar's stomach, saying he will not get away this time. As Caesar reels from the punch, Smoker remembers that before Law freed him, he ordered Smoker not to touch Caesar since he still has his heart. Smoker leaves to go find Virgo. As Luffy begins the second round of their battle, Caesar demands to know why Luffy is trying to capture him, which he explains is part of Law's plan. Caesar admonishes him, warning Law cannot be trusted, but Luffy retorts that's for him to decide. The two fight, with Luffy landing a few solid hits. Caesar tries to suck the oxygen out of him, but Luffy manages to get out of range of the powers and attack from a distance. Caesar reveals he has other methods of attack, such as a flaming sword. Dofi manages to avoid him and prepares to finish him with a jet gatling. However, Monet uses some kind of power to make a wall and protect Caesar. On her suggestion, Caesar abandons the battle and leaves to try to locate Law, though promises he has a way to make guinea pigs out of Luffy and his friends. Luffy tries to go after him, but Monet gets in his way, claiming Joker. Doflamingo will kill her if something happens to Caesar, prompting Luffy to question Doflamingo's motivations. At the passage connecting the A and B buildings, Sanji and Virgo begin fighting, with Sanji landing a flange strike sending Virgo hurtling into a wall. Seemingly unfazed by the kick, Virgo prepares for a counter, and Sanji remarks on Virgo hardening like steel. Virgo attacks with one of his left kicks, fracturing Sanji's right leg while Sanji blocks. Virgo attacks with another left kick as Sanji narrowly ducks, avoiding the blow. As the two continue, Sanji yells for the Marines to run away to the B building as the room begins to go into lockdown and the gas is let in from the A building. An emergency broadcast is heard from the D building that Law has invaded the SAD production room, much to the dismay of Caesar and Virgo, with the latter stating this was what Law was after ever since he became a Shichibukai, and that whatever he is planning will make a mess of the new world. Law walks into the SAD production room, looks up at the giant tank, and smiles. Meanwhile, the Marines are crushed that the shutter closed, trapping Sanji and Virgo in with the gas. Someone tries to make an announcement about Law over the PA system, but the Marines are distracted as Sanji has appeared above them carrying two unconscious Marine soldiers. Sanji is happy to see Tashigi and tells the other soldiers to shut up, saying he only likes it when girls cheer for him. He takes a step and winces in pain. A Marine asks if he hurt his leg, and Sanji tells him he only takes sympathy from women, but realizes it could have been worse if he had continued fighting Virgo. Sanji asks what happened to Virgo, as he suddenly took off. The Marines say that the man Sanji fought was an imposter, and the real Virgo would never do something like that. They look to Tashigi for confirmation, and she gives an empty agreement. Virgo is inside Block B, moving quickly using Jeppo. He is talking on a baby Den Mushi with someone, telling him that Law is after the SAD and how he has betrayed them. The person on the other end laughs, and the scene changes to Dressrosa, where Doflamingo is laughing, saying that he thought of Law as a little brother and watched over him, calling the whole thing a shame. Doflamingo continues the conversation as a nearby window is destroyed. An angry and visibly upset woman is suddenly in front of him, her left arm a cannon that she is pointing at the Shichibukai. Doflamingo takes no notice and tells Virgo that the first thing he would do if he were Law would be to destroy the SAD production room. An explosion then occurs, completely enveloping Doflamingo. He is seen lying in the rubble, his legs straight up in the air, still talking to Virgo as if nothing happened, saying that he would kidnap, or rather kill Caesar Clown. The man Law and the Straw Hats want to kidnap. This irritates the woman, who attacks Doflamingo with a scythe from her right arm as he dodges by leaning to the left and mentions that Caesar is the only one in the world who knows how to produce SAD. A man in a top hat and leather mask sitting nearby pulls out a pistol and casually shoots the woman who is trying to assault Doflamingo, who goes on to say that killing Caesar would be detrimental. A rotund, bearded man wearing sunglasses and a unitard leans over the injured woman, whom he addresses as Baby 5, saying that slaughter that piece of scum where he stands. She angrily says that she will not forgive him this time, and Doflamingo mentions that a series of misfortunes will occur. An old woman playing cards nearby asks Doflamingo what he will do about Law. The old man she is playing with says the choice should be obvious, as Law has turned traitor. Doflamingo orders Virgo to kill Law, with absolutely no mercy, to the point that Law will wish he was never born. He then leans back slightly to dodge an axe from Baby 5. Virgo asks if he should take a photo of Law's body with the camera he bought in Dressrosa. Doflamingo tells him he never bought a camera, and Virgo says he will just cut off an ear as Doflamingo stops Baby 5 with his ability. Doflamingo then addresses Caesar and Monet. He warns them to watch out for Luffy, saying he has Hashoku Haki and his potential might be greater than Law's. He goes on to say that he has a woman with him who is just a little too hot-blooded at the moment, and he is sending Baby 5 and Buffalo over to help them. Lastly, Doflamingo tells them that when they are done with the current situation, they all are returned to Dressrosa immediately. Back in Block B, Kinemon and most of the Straw Hats are riding Brownbeard. Zoro comments how the little dragon is a lot more troublesome than the bigger one he fought earlier. Brownbeard panics, saying that since the whole area is on fire, the tanks full of hazardous chemicals could explode, which would destroy the walls and let the deadly gas in. Kinemon becomes empowered, saying he cannot allow that dragon to exist. Brook then says that he will kill it, saying he cannot forgive the creature, no matter what. He remembered when the dragon was about to bite him, but then turned away looking disappointed. Usopp tells Brook there is no part of him the dragon could eat. Brook angrily fires back that bones have nutritional value too. Brook and Kinemon then get into an argument over who will kill the dragon. While they are arguing, Nami is waving her hands, praying for the dragon to fall for it. Brownbeard asks what she is doing, and Nami tells him she is doing a samurai impression, but Usopp corrects her saying she means ninja. The dragon flies in between 3 clouds and gets electrocuted in Nami's thunder trap. Kin Imon is surprised that the breastband lady can use ninjutsu, much to Nami's annoyance. Usopp then uses Green Star Rafflesia, causing the dragon to crash into it and be momentarily stunned. Robin then uses Cuarentoflor Quattro Mano hold to clip the dragon's wings. Kin Imon is surprised that the Tengu Usopp and the escort Robin can also use ninjutsu, confusing all of their weapons and abilities for ninja techniques. As the dragon falls, it unleashes a breath of fire down on the group. Kin Imon jumps in front of Brook, calling him Sir Corpse, and cuts the flames with his sword. Brook and Kin Imon then use Gavat Bond and Avant and Flaming Slash, respectively, at the same time on the dragon, effectively defeating it. Brook was then momentarily bothered by being called a corpse before remembering he is one. Everyone celebrates their victory as Brook and Kin Imon continue to stomp on the unconscious dragon. Brook then asks Kin Imon why he hates dragons, saying the samurai acted almost as if it were an act of revenge. Kin Imon tells him that revenge is pretty close. They then run after Brownbeard, realizing they were left behind. Nami then points up to a balcony above them. They see Chopper and Monster Point, fending off the giant children. Nearby, in the second-floor checkup room, a guard in a hazmat suit says a little girl is okay to go back to Biscuit's room and have her candy. She then asks where that other kid went, confusing the 2 men in the room. She says that a kid named Momonosuke went into the forbidden secret room and turned into a small dragon. In the research room, the guard is shocked when hearing that a kid turned into a dragon and asks the little girl where she saw it, and she says she peeked into the secret room and kept it to herself and is now worried for Momonosuke. The guard lies saying he is fine, and that she does not need to worry about him and that he is eating, and tells the little girl she must not tell anyone else what she saw. In Caesar's lab, Luffy asks what Monet is doing and she makes a 10-layer snow hut. Monet passes through the snow huts to see Luffy and asks how does it feel that 10 layers of snow huts cannot be easily broken. Luffy just says she is stalling for time and he will just break it in a jiffy and tells her to stop wasting his time. He says she cannot beat him and she agrees, stating she could not achieve victory in a fight with him, but tells him to not confuse victory with fighting ability. She then hugs him with her wings and Luffy notes how cold she is and her body are like ice and tells her to get off. Monet refuses, stating he can no longer escape her hold and the coldness will sap away his strength, and Luffy begins to become drowsy. She then points out that there is a bunch of snow build up around them and Luffy should lose consciousness soon and asks if it feels good. She tells him to just close his eyes slowly and relax, but Luffy manages to fight it off and use a jet spear to break free by breaking the ground. As Luffy begins to laugh, he ends up falling down below from destroying the floor. Monet comments on his hidden potential and tells him that falling from their location will have him end up in the ducts and into the garbage can deep inside the earth. She adds that unless he can fly he won't ever get out and just comments to herself about how he just dug his own grave and says her farewells to him. In front of the Biscuits room, Chopper in his Monster Point continues to hold off the children, telling them that he knows it's painful but they must endure it and not take any more candy, knowing that they want to go home. He tells them he won't let them get into the Biscuits room. Chopper accidentally hurts a kid while holding him and he apologizes. However, the other children attack Chopper violently with pipes, calling him a monster and stating that this has nothing to do with him, and they want the candy, stating it is theirs. Chopper tells himself it's no use, stating unless he fights back he can't stop them. As Chopper falls over the kids note an opening and run to the Biscuits room, and Chopper tries to stop them only for the rumble ball to wear off and him turn back to normal. They all rush to the room with the intent to get candy and start trampling Chopper, and he can't move and luckily is saved by Nami as the other Straw Hat Pirates and Kinemon arrive as Nami and Usopp ask what is happening while Chopper starts tearing up Glad They Came, stating that Caesar is trying to make them into big violent fighters and he can't lay a finger on them and says they have to find a way to stop them. As they make their way to the Biscuits room, Robin uses her Milfleur Gigante's Mano and makes giant hands to stop the children. Chopper then tells Nami about the girl, Mocha, who is trying to help him and says she's in danger and is protecting the candy in the room now. Usopp notes this is bad and they won't stop at nothing to get that candy now. The kids say the hands are annoying and start attacking and biting Robin's hands, causing her to let go, stating they are so violent and she can't stop them. The kids see Mocha and tell her to hand over the candy. Mocha, having regained her sanity, tells them to not eat it, saying it's evil candy, telling them to snap out of it, that Chopper is trying to help them. She states if they don't listen, they won't be able to go home, and Chopper says it's useless and tells her to run. She starts running, and the kids tell her to not eat the candy on her own, and then she sees the exit closed with Monet in the front and asks her to help. Monet tells Mocha she can't keep the candy all to herself and should share with the rest. As Zoro notices her, he asks who she is, and Usopp points out she's the bird woman he saw before. In the sad production room, Law is seen bleeding and breathing heavily, fighting Virgo. He uses Shambles to get his heart back, and at the moment he does, Virgo appears in front of him and delivers a powerful kick to the face and sends Law back to the iron bars behind him, and he spits out blood. Virgo catches Law's heart and starts squeezing it, causing Law to scream out in pain. Law manages to stand up with difficulty, and Virgo hardens his arm and starts brutally punching Law over and over again, causing Law's hat to fly off, and Law manages to grab Virgo and use counter shock on him, sending a large electrical surge in his body, but the attack did little damage. Virgo easily recovers and delivers Joker's message of what a shame to Law, and Law just smirks back at Virgo as he had calculated how to retrieve his heart back from Caesar, and that Virgo is his only miscalculation. Virgo says Law should call him Virgo-san and retorts to squeezing Law's heart even tighter, causing Law to scream in agony as Virgo tortures him. Virgo then mentions how he's in the middle of something, and he just had to show up, referring to Smoker, who just arrived, and says it doesn't matter what it takes. He plans to seal Smoker's lips permanently. As Law seems to have lost consciousness, Smoker responds that it'd be better to end things quickly to dispose of Trash looking down on him, and calls Virgo Pirate Virgo. The two then prepare to fight. Smoker comments that the room is very disturbing. Virgo tells him not to worry about it. Smoker tells Virgo he is not looking forward to telling the troops about their commanding officer's betrayal, since Virgo is deeply admired by his subordinates. Virgo tells Smoker he will not have to worry about his men. Smoker, angered by this, attacks Virgo with his jitti, asking what he did to the soldiers. Virgo blocks this attack with his bamboo cane. Virgo then teases Smoker for having compassion toward his subordinates, but tells him that since the truth is out, Smoker will have to die. Virgo's cane expands in the middle, and something shoots out of it like a blowgun. The shot causes a huge explosion. Smoker avoided the attack by becoming intangible and tries to attack Virgo from behind. Virgo leans back and narrowly avoids getting hit. He then tries to kick Smoker, but Smoker blocks it with his foot. He swings his cane, but Smoker dodges it and moves around to Virgo's exposed side. Smoker then lands a devastating punch to Virgo's face, sending the Vice Admiral flying back and landing in a heap. Smoker tells Virgo that his tenure with the troops does not matter, because as base captain, Smoker is in charge of them when they leave the base, and challenges Virgo to try and harm any more of his troops. In Building B, Sanji and Tashigi are rushing through, having just gotten to the area the dragon set ablaze. Tashigi is confused by Sanji's behavior and desire to protect her, since they are supposed to be enemies. Sanji tells her that pirates are free spirits open to everyone. As the Marines are complimenting him for stopping the fake Virgo, one of the tanks in the room explodes, damaging the wall and making a hole to allow Shinokuni in. Another tank explodes on the other side of the room, causing the same result. The injured soldiers, as well as the soldiers carrying them, fall victim to the gas. Tashigi cannot believe that it would happen in a room as spacious as the one they are in. Sanji tells her to run as he runs toward the gas. She tries to argue, but Sanji just tells her to go. In a secret room on the second floor of Section R, Caesar Clown is watching these events on a monitor, pleased that the dragon's rampage let the gas in, and satisfied that his demonstration will be a success. He tells a subordinate to close the gates to Sections C and D. When asked by a subordinate about Section R, Caesar tells him the plan is to lead the pirates and soldiers into the corridor and then flood it with gas from C and D, leaving them with nowhere to run. He goes on to say how he does not like the room he is in, but he really had no choice in the matter. There is a huge group of subordinates in front of him, and they ask why he is in Vegapunk's old room, considering the grudge he has against him. One of the subordinates says that Vegapunk is just as much an enemy as the ones outside, since he caused the incident 4 years ago. Caesar tells them they are vital to his forces and does not want any collateral damage, causing all of them to become emotional. He then goes over his plan. Once the shutters to Sections C and D are closed, all areas will be closed off, leaving Section R the only possible path. That way, all his enemies will be in the same place at once. The ventilation shaft in that room is connected to the outside, so letting the gas in will be easy, and will leave them with nowhere to run. Their deaths will then be broadcasted to the brokers. One of his subordinates asks if Caesar created the gas since it looks exactly like the gas from Vegapunk's failed experiment 4 years ago. Caesar begins to shed tears, saying the war going on in science makes his heart ache. He tells them that he tried to stop Vegapunk from doing the experiment, since it would be dangerous for the people on the island. The accident happened anyway, and Vegapunk is still hailed as the best scientist in the world. He asks if it is right for someone who caused so much pain to hold that title. His subordinates are deeply moved. Caesar tells them that he made the gas against his better judgment to prove that he is the best scientist in the world. He ends his diatribe by saying that once he is acknowledged by the Marines, he will be able to use his scientific genius for the good of the world. Moved by his emotional speech, his subordinates begin to cheer. Caesar giggles as he flashes back to what really happened on that day 4 years ago. He was being ordered to cease the experiment, since it would be bad for the people on the island, contradicting what he told his subordinates. Caesar snaps back, saying he is trying to make ways to kill pirates, but the Marines argue that they cannot hurt innocent civilians. Caesar laughs, calling them a necessary sacrifice, saying world peace is the calm that comes after the storm. He then calls Sengoku too soft, and reasoned that Akane would want his weapon. He then laughs, saying he heard Vegapunk's human enlargement experiment failed again. He tells the Marines that the only way to do it is to kidnap children who are still growing and put them through various treatments. Later, he is yelling at Vegapunk, asking him what he is doing. Vegapunk tells him that they are relieving Caesar of his post in the research team. His actions have become too reckless. Caesar yells not to mess with him, and slams a button on a console, causing the lab to explode in a huge mushroom cloud. The gates connecting Area B to Areas C and D have now been shut. In the basement, Luffy asks something if it just spoke. Luffy is staring at a dragon and asks what it is. The dragon responds by asking Luffy who he is. The small dragon introduces himself to Luffy as Momonosuke. Luffy thinks that he has heard the name before, but Momonosuke yells at him for drooling. Momonosuke continues, stating that he is not food and would rather eat than be eaten. Luffy grabs Momonosuke's horns, looking for a person stuck to his neck communicating by farts, but soon realizes that Momonosuke, which Luffy thinks is an eel, is the one talking. Momonosuke chides Luffy for drooling, but his own stomach then rumbles. Luffy says that Momonosuke is just as hungry as he is, but the dragon says that a warrior does not go hungry from just 10 days without food. Luffy is stunned that he has been without food for 10 days, and when Momonosuke asks his name, Luffy introduces himself and says that he is going to be the next pirate king. Momonosuke is surprised, as he had thought that pirates were hulking brutes. Unlike Luffy, Momonosuke remarks that Luffy is also an outsider and says that the facility is for diseased children. Momonosuke says that he does not know much about the island and arrived merely when he sneaked onto a boat. Momonosuke says that even though he distanced himself from the other children, they were nice to him, offering him candy. The children met Caesar Clown, and when asked his name, Momonosuke refused to give one. After declining candy for some time, he managed to escape, hungry and exhausted. He found a devil fruit and ate it, but was caught by one of the children. She tells him that they are not allowed to be in that room, but Momonosuke says that he needs to escape the facility. The girl says that they all want to go home, but that being in the biscuit room is not all bad. Suddenly, some of Caesar's men arrive, and the girl runs away. Momonosuke, however, transforms into a dragon before their eyes and to his confusion. He manages to escape, and after he is gone, the soldiers remark that the fruit that Momonosuke ate was Vegapunk's failed artificial devil fruit. To wrap up his story, Momonosuke tells Luffy that he is human. Luffy says that he ate a devil fruit, and asks Momonosuke why he does not simply transform back into a human. Momonosuke is surprised that he can turn back and asks Luffy how to do so. Luffy brushes off this question, saying that he is not a Zoan, and remarks that the hole he fell through is a long way away. Momonosuke says that he also wants to leave since he overheard Caesar saying that all of the children will be dead in 5 years if the experiment continues. Momonosuke continues, saying that he would have warned the children but instead fell into the hole, trapping himself. This infuriates Luffy, who says that he is going to climb the walls along with Momonosuke. The dragon is relieved, but Luffy tells him to get a hold of himself. This makes Momonosuke see a hallucination of Donquixote Doflamingo. This scares the dragon so much that he starts to fly, with Luffy hanging onto him. Meanwhile, in B building, Usopp, Brook, and Kin Iman have broken off from the rest of the group to look for sea stone handcuffs at Robin's request. Brook uses his Yomi Yomi no Mai abilities to look behind walls. Usopp is worried about Nami and the rest of the group because he is not there to protect them. However, he feels that they will be fine because Zoro is with them. In the sad production room in D building, Law looks on while Smoker and Virgo clash. In B building, Tashigi and the G5 Marines are fleeing the poisonous gas with help from Sanji, who is kicking them along. On the 3rd floor of Building B, Monet has created a blizzard with her devil fruit abilities, while Mocha tries to escape from the kids who want their candy. Robin tries to help but is stabbed by Monet. Zoro steps in, saying that he will handle the enemy because she is a Logi user. As of now, there are 20 minutes left until the gas fills B building completely. Mocha runs off with the candy and she thinks back in a flashback. Mocha and Sind are on a ship going to Punk Hazard. Mocha wants to go back home to her family and she cries, and Sind tries to calm her down but he cries too. Caesar Clown finds them later and tells them that his own son died from an unknown disease, and he hoped to not see any more children die from that same disease. Mocha is still getting chased by the children who are drugged by the candy and she is making sure they don't get their hands on the candy. Monet introduced new children to the other children in a flashback. Roronoa Zoro is fighting against Monet while Nami, Robin, and Chopper are going after Mocha and the children. She uses her devil fruit powers to reach the 3 and Zoro blocks her attack from hitting Nami. Monet hopes to finish off the weaker Straw Hats because it is a strategic tactic. Monet blocks the entrance with a snow wall and is about to bite Nami on the arm until Robin prevents that from happening. Zoro opens up a pathway out of the room so that Nami, Robin, and Chopper to get away from Monet. Luffy and Momonosuke are still getting out of the garbage chute until Momonosuke stops and they both fall back down the chute. Caesar Clown is watching Monet fight Zoro and the children chasing after Mocha. He talks about Shinokuni getting inside the facility being an important use. He says that they will be killed soon. Usopp, Kinemon, and Brook are getting chased by the poison gas and are trying to find the sea stone cuffs and Momonosuke. Monet asks Zoro why he is only blocking her attacks instead of attacking her. Sanji and the G5 Marines arrived and Sanji sees Zoro and makes fun of him and the Marines do the same. Sanji and the Marines see Monet and are admired by her beauty. Monet uses her devil fruit powers and bites off a shoulder of a few Marines, causing them to panic. Tashigi, who had arrived before Monet could attack any more G5 Marines, and used a haki-infused sword cut to harm and stop Monet from attacking her Marines. Tashigi decides to stay with Zoro, reasoning that it seems that she's needed, much to Zoro's chagrin, to fend off Monet together. Sanji assures the G5 men that, while he will not hurt women, Zoro is an entirely different story, and that Tashigi and he will be fine as they continue to look for the children. This boosts the Marines' morale that they will get praised by Tashigi, Nami, and Robin if they accomplish their goal. Meanwhile, Zoro gets mad at Tashigi, claiming that she is getting in his way, but Tashigi claims that, in addition to keep Monet from going after her subordinates, she is staying behind because Zoro will not cut a woman, basing her assertion on their first duel back in Logi Town. Zoro denies it but claims since Tashigi wants to fight Monet, sits down and permits Tashigi to have the battle. Thinking she assumed Zoro's weakness, Monet becomes conceited and attacks Tashigi with a barrage of snow attacks. She eventually manages to wound Tashigi with a bite to the shoulder. However, Tashigi endures it because she knows she will lose her arm if she pulls back. Just when Monet is about to finish her, Zoro cuts Monet on the cheek with Busashoku Haki, causing her to let go of Tashigi. He chides Tashigi for being too slow as he approaches Monet menacingly. Admitting that there are things he would rather not cut, he then asks if she has ever met a wild animal that promises not to bite. Monet realizes he actually is going to attack her, but is paralyzed with fear because of this. Zoro cuts her in half but does not use Haki, thus she survives thanks to her Logia intangibility. He then asks if the two women are satisfied. However, Monet is still too terrified to pull herself back together properly. One half of Monet's body manages to get up and attempts to stab Zoro in the back. Tashigi then intervenes and finishes her off, finally defeating the snow harpy. Mocha runs away with the candy while the children are on hot pursuit. Chopper, Nami, and Robin try to fend off the children, but they manage to break through them, making Mocha leave herself with no choice but to eat the candy. She eats the candy and Chopper watches with a shocked expression. Zoro and Tashigi are running away from the poisonous gas while Tashigi wakes up and admires Zoro's sword known as Shusui, which he got from the samurai known as Raima at Thriller Bark. Chopper walks on over to Mocha to check and see if she is still alive, and Mocha wanted to save her friends, so she sacrificed herself for them. In a flashback, Chopper is holding off the children by closing the door while Mocha is supposed to run away. Mocha hesitates to run off, but Chopper explains the situation to her. Luffy and Momonosuke finally got out of the garbage chute and immediately ran into Caesar's subordinates, who quickly recognize Luffy. Luffy uses Conqueror's Haki to knock most of them out when they were about to attack them, and he asked one of them where Caesar is. As Zoro runs into a corridor that is filling up with Shinokuni, Tashigi tells him he made a wrong turn and decides to go back. Sanji, Robin, Nami, and the G5 Marines sedate the remanding children as Chopper tries to analyze Mocha's condition. Kinemon is seen running randomly while Brook tries to reason with him, and if he keeps running in that direction, he'll run into the gas. Brownbeard is seen going up some stairs, unable to find his crew in their quarters. As he heads towards Building R, Room R66, Usopp exits the mysterious room and finds the door to Caesar's secret lab. He hears something behind the door, but is unable to open it. Brownbeard later arrives to the first floor of Building R. As Caesar watches him on the monitor, Brownbeard is about to reveal to the soldiers of Punk Hazard about Caesar's true colors. Before he can speak any further, Caesar and his subordinates go down to the first floor to meet him. Upon seeing Caesar, Brownbeard demands him to tell him what happened to his men outside on the island before Shinokuni was released. Caesar merely shrugged and say he did not receive their distress call, when in truth he did receive it, but left them to die outside. Angered by the callous disregard of the lives of his men, Brownbeard tried to reveal Caesar's true nature to the rest of the men, protecting their generous master, but Caesar managed to inject a muscle relaxant in Brownbeard, making him spurt out gibberish and unable to stand. Now in control of the situation, Caesar whispered to Brownbeard that the poison gas incident was his doing. Brownbeard then furiously tried to attack Caesar, only to be shot down by the subordinates he swore to save. Feeling victorious, Caesar prepares to finish off Brownbeard when Luffy knocks him away with a giant Haki-infused fist. As Luffy prepares for a third confrontation, Caesar taunts him, telling Luffy that he will be in danger from both the Flamingo and an emperor if he attacks him. Luffy then punches Caesar in the face, saying that he has been dealing with people like that since he entered the Grand Line. Caesar then tries again to flaunt his protection under Doflamingo in order to intimidate Luffy, and immediately attacks Luffy with an attack called Gas Steel, which is recognized by one of the subordinates who states that it is capable of melting steel, but Luffy dodges it and delivers another punch to Caesar's face. With 5 minutes left until Shinokuni fills up Building B, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates, as well as their allies, are hurrying toward Building R, where the escape route off the island is located. Only Kin, Iman, and Brook are going the opposite direction towards the gas because Kin Iman had heard that his son had got turned into a dragon and immediately thought that dragon he slew was his son. Brook tries to stop him but gets dragged along instead. Usopp is the first to arrive in Building R while searching for Seastone handcuffs but ends up in the secret room above the first floor, where the gas trap was prepared. In the sad room, Virgo was berating Smoker for using his smoke form against him, who is more than capable of handling devil fruit users, and uses his haki-imbued bamboo stick to injure Smoker, destroying his Juti. However, Smoker was really just distracting Virgo in order to allow Trafalgar Law to regain his heart. With Trafalgar Law's heart back where it belongs, Law is ready to finish his fight. Smoker, who was barely conscious, tells Law to finish it quick because it shames him to be indebted to a pirate. Law then calls out to Joker, who was monitoring the battle with a Den Mushi, and tells him that once Virgo is defeated and Caesar captured, all the sad at his disposal will be gone, and he will lose his position as king of the underground. Doflamingo then laughs, replying that Law's fear of Virgo when he becomes very angry is still there, and that his haki protects his whole body so that not even Law's power can hope to cut him. Law then proves Doflamingo wrong by cutting a haki-armored Virgo in half, along with the sad chamber and the mountain it was built in. Law then states that Whitebeard only ended the last era, and that the Marines never challenged any of the big-name pirates recently because they were preparing a new battle force, and that the war at Marineford was really just a prelude to something else. Law continues by saying that, like Doflamingo had said, a new unstoppable wave always marks the beginning of a new era of great ones, and that he had broken the gears of the cycle so no one, not even Doflamingo, can turn them back. After Law cuts the entire laboratory in half, it slams back down again. The giant children are scared at first, but Sanji and Nami convince them to keep running. The G5 Marines soon spot Zoro approaching carrying Tashigi while she demands he put her down. On seeing the Marines, she realizes he has gone the wrong way. Sanji is furious that Zoro picked her up, while Nami tries to make him turn back. Meanwhile, Chopper's medical room starts to collapse due to Law's attack, and the G5 medics carry both him and Mocha away while he continues to monitor her condition. In the sad production room, Virgo has been completely dismembered by Law, and his body parts are attached to a railing. He calls Law's plan a messed-up attempt at revenge, and taunts Law, saying that he will regret it, and cannot replace Donquixote Doflamingo with power alone. He then asks Smoker to agree with him, but Smoker remains silent, while Law cuts Virgo's head in half one last time, and states that Virgo does not need to worry about him but his own self since the room will soon be completely destroyed, before leaving. Meanwhile, Caesar Clown realizes his plan is falling apart and becomes increasingly enraged. He orders his men in the secret room to open the air vents, letting Shinokuni flood the room, and when they argue that there are over 100 men under Caesar's command left in the room that will be killed, he snaps at them, referring to them as guinea pigs and scum, and that since nobody cares, he can keep killing and replacing them as many times as he wants. His remaining minions are shocked into silence by this, to the extent that the ones previously fighting Usopp outright ignore him while he steps back to hide. Caesar's puzzled reaction to their shock convinces some of his men that he is bluffing and did not actually intend to hurt them, and believing it to be a complex strategy, open the vents as ordered. As the gas fills the room, Caesar sucks it into himself and begins to grow huge before taking on a more demonic form. Gloating about his newfound might, he promptly murders all of his men remaining in the room as a show of strength, enraging Luffy. He then states that some peaceful countries have expressed an interest in his genocide weapons, and that he plans on supplying everyone, ultimately becoming the ruler of a war-torn land of the dead. Luffy appears to flee, telling Momonosuke to protect Brownbeard. In the secret room, Caesar's remaining forces are horrified by his casual murder of their allies, and realize he truly does not care about them. Usopp then interrupts, asking if he can use the control panel to help his friends and allies escape. Caesar's subordinates point out that Luffy has abandoned him, watching him run down the corridor on the monitors. Usopp counters that Luffy would find things easier if he did, but that was not in his nature. As he speaks, Luffy, still enraged, stops and turns around to face Caesar again. As Usopp continues to talk about Luffy's positive characteristics, his captain continues by blowing air into both his arms, expanding both of them to activate Gear 3. He then begins to charge back down the corridor towards Caesar, both his arms stretching out behind him. Usopp states that Caesar is the type of person Luffy hates the most, and that Luffy won't forgive him. Luffy infuses Haki into both of his stretched arms and jumps towards Caesar, preparing to use a Gear 3 attack, while stating that he does not want to see Caesar's face anymore. Luffy is getting ready to hit Caesar Clown with an all-out attack. Caesar is begging for mercy, even offering Luffy a job in his organization. Luffy hits Caesar square in the stomach with Gomu Gomu no Grizzly Magnum, knocking him through the gate to the R66 corridor and into the darkness beyond. Throughout the New World, brokers are watching with mixed reactions. One calls it a joke. Another gets mad at Caesar. Tamago decides it would be a good idea to inform Big Mom about what transpired. Another broker declares that Joker is going to make his move. One broker tells someone to inform someone named Jack, while the person he is talking to states things are going to get bad. Another broker points out that there's an alliance and orders someone to report to the New World, saying it is not just an issue for the underworld anymore. Killer simply watches pensively. On the second floor of Building B, Chopper and the G5 medical squad are carrying Mocha. Usopp talks to him over the intercom. He tells Chopper to take the stairs on his right and to close the gates to Building R. Brook runs after Chopper, carrying a person encased in Shinokuni. Brook cries that Kin Iman was hit by the gas and died. He explains they were checking the testing rooms for any children left in them, and a girl told Kin Iman that his son turned into a dragon. Kin An ran back in an effort to find his son, thinking he had cut him earlier, and fell victim to the gas. Meanwhile, Usopp disposes of a group of Caesar's subordinates. Nami runs into Building R and is happy to see Luffy. She asks if Brownbeard is okay, and Luffy says he is before quickly correcting himself. Momonosuke is relieved to see that the children are safe, and Luffy smiles, saying he told him his friends would pull through. Sanji, Zoro, Nico Robin, and the children with them are following close behind Nami. Robin and Zoro are worried that Chopper won't make it to the building in time. Everyone is now convening in Building R. Smoker asks Law if he needs something. Law tells him that that is a rail car used to haul Sad. Everyone needs to get on it to escape. Luffy is happy to see Law, and the Marines are overjoyed to see Smoker. Law asks where Caesar is, and Luffy points down the dark corridor. Law gets angry, saying the plan was to kidnap him. Luffy tells him about his total indifference, which bothers Law even more. Earlier, off the coast of Punk Hazard, Baby 5 and Buffalo are headed to the island. Baby 5 vows to kill Joker when she returns, along with the rest of the town for what he did to her fiancé. She goes on to say that this is the 8th time Doflamingo has killed the man she loved, destroying 8 towns in the process. She wonders why he wants her to be miserable. Buffalo, the giant man she is riding on, says it is Doflamingo's way of being protective like a big brother. He goes on to say that she needs to learn to say no more often. She has a flashback to a sloppy-looking man giving her a flower, calling it love at first sight, and asking her to marry him. Baby 5 tells Buffalo that no one can say no to a marriage proposal. Buffalo tells her she gets attached too easily, citing the fact that she reads 50 different newspapers, is too quick to give out money, and is just as quick to spend it. He asks her how much debt she is in. Baby 5 responds that she only owes Belai Small 98 million and tells Buffalo to drop the issue. Instead, Buffalo asks to borrow another Belly Small 2 million. He tells her he wants to go to the casino when they return. Baby 5 tells him he can have it as soon as they finish the mission. As she says this, Punk Hazard appears below them. Baby 5 wonders if the gas will go away if she fires one of her weapons. Buffalo tells her to jump off and that he will take care of it. She does so, and he uses his rotating abilities to act as a fan and dispel the gas, calling it Squall Matasaburo. Dispelling the gas uncovers the tanker ship, and they decide to wait there for Monet, Caesar, and Virgo when all of a sudden, the tanker explodes. At first, they thought it blew up, but then they realize something hit it. They are even more surprised when that something turned out to be Caesar Clown. Buffalo calls Doflamingo to report it. Doflamingo is surprised at first, but then smiles. He orders Buffalo to recover Caesar and return to Dressrosa immediately. Buffalo wonders about Monet and Virgo, but Baby 5 tells him Joker must have his reasons. Doflamingo is laughing under his breath, saying that with Caesar again in his custody, he can continue to make Sad. While going to collect Caesar, Baby 5 sees someone on the deck of the tanker. Buffalo tells her anyone surviving the gas was an impossibility. To their surprise, the robotic Iron Pirate General Frankie emerges from the rubble instead and looks curiously at the bird heading toward him. Baby 5 mistakes the General Frankie for a pacifista. As Baby 5 and Buffalo approach the robot, Frankie fires bullets at them. Baby 5 replies by using her machine gun. The shooting creates a cloud around the General Frankie that leads Baby 5 into believing that the robot was destroyed. However, when the dust cloud fades, the robot is revealed to be perfectly unharmed. Because of that, she has no choice but to use the powers of her devil fruit. She first turns into a knife, but is easily matched by Frankie's sword. Later, she turned into a missile, which hits and damages the General Frankie in the rear part of the sad tanker. The fate of the General Frankie remains unknown from then on. Meanwhile, in a point near the sad tanker, Caesar gains consciousness and grabs out what he believes to be Smoker's heart and prepares to stab it. The Straw Hats and everybody else are waiting for the rest of their crewmates. While they are waiting, the crew notices that the gate starts to close. It is because the Shinokuni is just about a few hundred meters from gate R66. The Straw Hats are asked to board the transport cart, but Luffy replies that they won't board the cart unless Chopper and Brook come in. Finally, Chopper and Brook show up running away from the gas. Brook, along with Kin Imon's petrified body, comes in first, followed by Chopper, Mocha, and the G5 medical team. The Straw Hats were happy to reunite with them once again. Meanwhile, Usopp was given several sea stone handcuffs by Caesar's henchmen, though he only needed one. Everybody climbs on the transport cart to escape the building and find Frankie to complete the crew. Doflamingo in Dressrosa calls Virgo for his final message. Doflamingo thanks Virgo for his service in the Donquixote pirates. Meanwhile, Monet calls Doflamingo for one last time. She is asked by her captain to activate a self-destruct button in the building, similar to the one that destroyed the other two labs around 4 years ago. After Monet's call from Doflamingo, she made an artificial snowfall to clear her mind from distractions while executing the order. The episode ends with Monet pressing the island's self-destruct button that causes a huge explosion in the mountain base. After Baby Five's attack, Frankie Shogun is seen lying on the deck surrounded by flames. Baby Five reforms through her ability after her Missile Girl attack. Buffalo asks if she needs some weapons he picked up, although comments how she is already a weapon herself. Baby Five says that they are blessed but the weapons were bought because she felt needed, due to her personality. Frankie Shogun punches her from behind, but she jumps out of the way and transforms into a revolver. Frank takes the full blast but laughs it off, condescendingly saying that it would not work. On the tanker, Caesar realizes that Baby Five and Buffalo are there to save him while still holding Smoker's heart. Caesar then prepares to kill Smoker, using a sharp object to pierce his heart. He laughs and says die. Smoker is shown to be perfectly fine while Monet collapses with blood flowing out of her mouth. On the cart, the children urge it to move forward. Smoker asks Law why Caesar thought he had Smoker's heart. Law has a flashback to the moment when Caesar outlines the bonds of their contract. Law must give his heart and Caesar would give Monet's heart to him. After fighting Smoker, Law had 2 hearts in his hands, Smoker's and Monet's. Unknown to Caesar, Law had returned Monet's heart. He explains this to Smoker, saying that Caesar simply misunderstood and Law kindly gave back the heart of the secretary, Monet. He underlines this action with his belief that those who do good will get good things in return. Law then calmly asks if anyone can produce wind, as there would be gas in the air when they exit. The Marines are surprised, claiming that no one has such an ability. However, Nami tells them that she can, leaving the Marines even more surprised. Someone else shouts that the exit is coming up. Doflamingo sees that he can no longer contact Monet, though the Denden Mushi connection is still active. He then confirms with Buffalo that Punk Hazard has not been blown up according to plan. Enraged, he changes into his feather coat, opens a window, and leaps out. On Dressrosa, a young girl is seen looking for Doflamingo. She asks an old man about his whereabouts, who replies that he should be on the 4th floor. The girl says that he was not, and the window was wide open. The old man seems calm but dark as he states that he has no idea and that he went alone again. Somewhere over the sea, Doflamingo is running in midair. He is talking to Baby Five and Buffalo, who are telling him that they are having a problem with a metal guard. Doflamingo seems uninterested, telling them to finish it off and noting that there was no big explosion. Doflamingo then states that he is coming to Punk Hazard. Buffalo is surprised by how strong the Frankie Shogun is. He then charges at Frankie, saying that no one has ever been able to dodge the next attack. Using his powers, he spins Baby Five on one of his chains, who in turn uses Sickle Girl, and then slams her into Frankie Shogun's left arm, impaling it. Frankie laughs and says he will give them credit, but only for breaking through the robot's armor, and compares the pair to a praying mantis taking on a warship. He then grabs Baby Five and yanks on the chain, causing Buffalo to lose his balance and hurl forward. He then declares that the Gaon Cannon has set foot on land and shoots them with Frankie Shogun's most powerful attack, General Cannon. As Buffalo and Baby Five are reeling from the attack, they wonder why someone like this would try to impede them taking Caesar. Frankie then looks down from the tanker and sees Caesar lying there and wonders how the scientist got there. Buffalo stands up, declaring that he is not going down that easily, saying that such a defeat would drag Joker's name through the mud. Baby Five then declares that they will be taking Caesar with them, no matter what it takes. Frankie then asks them if he is correct in concluding that they want Caesar. Back in R66, the exit is in sight. Usopp begs Nami to conjure up some wind, so they will not die. Everyone cheers as they exit. Frankie is happy to see that everyone made it out. Baby Five and Buffalo are seen surprised by their sudden arrival. Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, and the rest of the boys in the cart are very excited to see the robot, while Nami, Robin, Tashigi, and the rest of the girls are visibly unimpressed. Is surprised to see Buffalo and Baby 5, who asks him if he is really going to defy Joker, who has been saving the heart seat for him. Luffy asks if those two are Law's friends, and Law tells him no. Realizing their sudden disadvantage, Buffalo and Baby 5 grab Caesar and start to fly away. Usopp tells everyone to leave the escaping pair to him. Law is about to use his powers and tries to argue, but Luffy cuts him off, telling him that Usopp has things under control, and Zoro tells him not to underestimate Usopp. Law argues, saying that if they get away, the plan will be ruined. Nami cuts him off again, saying that if they are going to have an alliance, then Law needs to trust them more, adding that she needs to do a little fighting after doing nothing but running. Usopp and Nami then declare that they will take care of the faraway enemies with their backs turned, and Zoro tells them to hurry up. Usopp then orders his Bakken grass to grow into his Kuro Kabuto, which then starts eating the nearby rubble and twisted metal. Buffalo tells Baby 5 to watch the rear, since he cannot while flying. While Baby 5 vows to defend them with her life, a giant weather egg, called Lightning Chan by Nami, flies over them and releases a huge storm cloud. Baby 5 looks at the cloud worriedly while Nami declares they will not get away. She then attacks them with Thunder Breed Tempo, landing a direct hit. As they start falling, Buffalo calls to Baby 5 and realizes she is unconscious. Usopp then attacks them with Killer Shooting Star Rush, shooting several pieces of stone from the rubble at them. Caesar tells Buffalo that since he cannot move, he must protect him, and Buffalo declares that he will complete a mission for the Donquixote family as they are pelted with rubble. As the two go down, Caesar manages to stay airborne as the shots pass through him. He then decides he will go to Dressrosa by himself. Usopp tells him that escaping is useless, since the last shot was sea stone handcuffs. The cuffs catch Caesar around the neck. Everyone cheers as Usopp proudly declares that he will fight anyone whose back is turned. As the three fall into the ocean, Law declares the first step of his plan is complete, and Luffy asks Law what he thought about his crew's abilities. Somewhere on the sea, a shadowy figure has overslept and is wondering how to get to Punk Hazard. The Marines draw a line to separate themselves from the pirates, saying they could have the tanker, but warning them not to cross the line. Smoker asks the soldiers why they went that far, since the order was just not to mingle with them. The soldier responds that they must be thorough, while another makes an exception for the medical squad. Smoker tells them that he got through to the G5 base, and a ship is on its way. Luffy is talking with Brownbeard, who has opted to turn himself in since the Marines would cure him of the poisons and other chemicals Caesar Clown put into his body. Luffy says it is too bad, since they had just become friends. The Marines yell at Luffy for crossing the line they made, and Luffy tells them they just made up that rule while next to him. Meanwhile, Sanji and Brook are laying bricks for a barbecue pit. Brownbeard goes on to say that he no longer has any comrades and that being in jail is better than being Caesar's guinea pig. Just then, Chopper shouts accuses Law to be a murderer. Frankie tells him to stop, almost dropping the mast he is lifting. He then continues to help the Marines repair the tanker's damaged mast. He adds that they should have told him that the tanker was important so he could have moved his fight from earlier away from it and not have to repair it like he is now. Chopper tells Luffy to stop him, continuing to yell about a murderer, saying he means Law. Brook is also shouting, much to the annoyance of Luffy and Sanji. Brook tells them that he broke Kin Emon, feeling remorse despite the samurai already being dead. Kin Emon's shell begins to crack, revealing the samurai inside. Luffy, Sanji, and Brook all scream at him in shock, and Kin Emon screams right back at them. Sanji kicks him angrily, asking how he could possibly be alive. When Brook calls Sanji's actions uncalled for, the chef responds that the samurai deserved for not being dead like he was supposed to be. Father and son are reunited at last, with Momonosuke jumping into his father's arms. Luffy is somewhat surprised to see the boy, and not the dragon he had come to know. For whatever reason, Momonosuke is missing his clothes, but is soon given an outfit much like his father's as well as a proper introduction as a child from Wano country. Shortly after their reunion, Momonosuke faints, apparently from starvation. Chopper is yelling for Law to come outside, demanding to know what he was doing with the children in the infirmary. Law tells him to mind his own business, as he is now finished with taking them to pieces. This answer frightens Chopper to no end, and he runs into the infirmary, with Law adding that he had to methodically treat them for all the chemicals they were exposed to. Inside the infirmary, Chopper is met with enthusiastic greetings from all the children. They tell him that the man in the fluffy hat Law took all of the drugs and chemicals from their bodies and they are all completely cured. They said that being in pieces was cool but scary. The only one who has not woken up yet at Mocha. As the facts start falling into place, the children realize their master was a bad person and that Mocha was partly responsible for saving them. One child says his memory of the events is still fuzzy, but that Mocha collapsed after coughing up blood. Another child asks if Mocha will be alright. Chopper reassures her that Mocha will be fine and everyone will be going home. They then ask to see Nami, calling her the Orange Lady, remembering her initial promise to save them. Just as they say this, a woman comes through the doorway. It is revealed to be Tashigi, and she tells the children that they are now under the protection and supervision of the Marines, much to their disappointment. They also ask to see the robot Frankie and Rubberman Luffy. Outside, Usopp is catching a whiff of what Sanji is cooking and is looking forward to eating. He then turns to Nami and asks her if she was the one who asked the Marines to take care of the children. She tells him yes. As a pirate, she says that saving people is not her strong suit. Usopp agrees, saying they would just get charged with kidnapping anyway. Nami agrees, remembering Tashigi tearfully asking her to leave the children in her care, and adds that she is terrible at dealing with female Marines, as Tashigi is seen trying to write down the names of several disgruntled children. Nami goes on to say that she can't deal with female Marines because she feels too safe around them, since they remind her of her mother, Usopp remembering that her mother was a Marine. She adds that being looked after by a strong Marine woman is the best thing for them, and Usopp agrees. Nami calls him a pushover and Usopp says she is one to talk. Sanji has just finished preparing a huge pot of sea pork stew, one of the 99 recipes of Nukama Kenpo. He pours a bowl and serves it to Momonosuke, having heard that the boy had not eaten in days. Sanji advises him to start slowly eating the stew, which is just one of the many dishes presented to him. However, Momonosuke's samurai pride gets the better of him, and he declares that he is not hungry. He is about to throw away the stew when Sanji grabs him by the collar, saying he will not forgive anyone who wastes food, even a child. They are interrupted by Kin Imon, who has started eating, visibly in awe by how good the food is. He tells Momonosuke it is safe to eat and to not be shy about it, saying the person who made it can be completely trusted and there is nothing to worry about. Momonosuke starts eating, tears pouring down his face as he does so. Luffy thinks the food tastes so good that it made Momonosuke cry, but Sanji tells him it is because of something else, and wonders what happened. Everyone, Marines, former henchmen, children, and Straw Hat pirates alike, is now lined up to receive some of Sanji's cooking. Sanji asks what happened to the whole dividing line idea, and the soldiers tell him it is a ceasefire. Hearing this, Zoro asks a Marine to get some alcohol from the tanker, with a child asking for juice, and the soldier happily obliges. Aw tells Luffy that they need to leave now, since someone could easily attack them if they mess around the way they are. Luffy tells him he understands and then shouts time to party, much to Law's confusion. Everyone enjoys themselves at the party. Luffy and Brook eat with the samurai, and are joined by some children. Chopper is in tears now that Mocha woke up and Robin is nearby having soup with one of the children. The children entertain themselves by talking with Nami. Some soldiers approach Smoker and tell him they are going back in the island. When Smoker asks why, they tell him they got Caesar to tell them Shinokuni's weakness and that their comrades can still be saved. Caesar, with pliers on his cheeks and tears in his eyes, is asking why Smoker is still alive. Further back from the festivities, Smoker and Law are talking. Smoker admits he never thought Law would keep his end of the deal, as Law could have killed him on several occasions but did not. He also comments on his plan to take advantage of the Straw Hats and start something with one of the 4 emperors. Law replies he wonders who the person really being taken advantage of is, and has a flashback to the conversation with Luffy. He is telling Luffy that they will be going after Kaidu. Luffy tells him it does not matter the order as long as Shanks isn't first, since he is going to bring them all down eventually. After the feast, the Straw Hats are about to set sail and leave. While they are seeing the children off, the G5 Marines start insulting them, and they put up a barricade so the children cannot see them. The children are crying and are sad as they remember how the Straw Hats helped, and they want to say goodbye. The Marines continue to insult them and say that pirates are evil and the Marines are justice. The children keep on crying until Tashigi reprimands her subordinates, telling them to stop insulting the pirates, but they say that if they stop they will start to like them, and then they start crying as well. Tashigi starts to laugh. Law and the Straw Hats start to head to the Thousand Sunny, and Zoro asks why Law is going with them, and Usopp tells him that Luffy got them into more trouble. Doflamingo is seen flying, but notes that the Sky Road has ended. He sees the life raft from his tanker, with Baby 5 and Buffalo's severed heads on it, and a Den Mushi that resembles Law. Law tells him that they have Caesar and says that since he cannot produce Smile anymore, his business partner Kaidu will get angry and Doflamingo will be killed. Doflamingo tries to negotiate with Law, but Law says that there is only one thing he can do: resign from being a Shichibukai. Law says that if it is not in the paper by tomorrow morning he will not give back Caesar, then hangs up. Doflamingo seethes with rage and curses Law. Back on Punk Hazard, Caesar Clown's former minions go in a search for those who were petrified by Shinokuni. All of a sudden, Doflamingo appears from the sky and throws Baby 5 and Buffalo's heads back onto their body. Before any of the G5 soldiers could attack, Doflamingo uses Conqueror's Haki and knocks out a very large majority of them. Even then, the remaining soldier couldn't control themselves because of his devil fruit powers. Doflamingo even has some of the G5 soldiers kill each other, demanding the whereabouts of Law. Smoker steps into the fight, launching White Blow at Doflamingo. As the fight progressed, some G5 soldiers decide to aid Smoker. Doflamingo moves to confront the soldiers, but his attack hit Smoker instead, as he defended the soldiers by being a shield to them and was severely injured. Back on the Sunny, Luffy asks why are they going to Dressrosa. Law states he has business to attend to. All of a sudden, the sea currents start to shift at an angle as they slide down a sea slope. After they get out of rough water, Luffy explains to the crew about the Alliance and the plan to kill Kaidu. Back to Punk Hazard, Doflamingo is right about to unleash the final blow onto Smoker. Then, Kuzan appears and asks Doflamingo to step aside as he is his friend. In spite of Kuzan's presence, Doflamingo attempts to kill Smoker, but is frozen by Kuzan's high no-mai ability. However, he manages to break free as the ice hadn't reached his heart. Seeing nothing to gain from fighting Kuzan, Doflamingo decides to take his leave, but not before questioning Kuzan what he stands for due to rumors he had heard. Kuzan does not answer him and yells for a medic. Doflamingo collects Baby 5 and Buffalo and departs. Only then does Kuzan states that he never fully trusted the world government and believes that he can make a difference outside the Marines, hence why he is not enlisted in the Marines anymore. Smoker inquires about how he knew of Punk Hazard as one of the world government's top secrets, worrying that Kuzan is involved with the criminal underworld. The G5 Marines, who were eavesdropping on the conversation, are yelled at by Kuzan, who asks them to clear off, now that they have treated Smoker. He then informs Smoker that he is doing nothing of the sort. He also warns Smoker to tell Sakazuki to keep an eye on Doflamingo as he poses the biggest threat to the Marines for now. Even though Doflamingo's presence is not as obvious as the Kuja pirates, his prowess as a pirate is quite exceptional. He tells Smoker to ask the fleet admiral to dispatch the admirals as soon as possible. He also asks the G5 Marines not to reveal his presence there, to which they oblige. Out on the sea, the crew is taking a breather. Usopp and Chopper worry furiously about Doflamingo coming to attack them. Kin Iman nearly gets into a duel with Zoro, thinking he had robbed Raima's grave due to him having his sword, the Shusui, on him. Momonosuke is revealed to be taking a bath with Robin, much to the envious anger of Sanji, Brook, and Kin Iman. When they confront Momonosuke over it, Nami punches all three for their supposed bullying. On being saved, he addresses Nami as a fair princess, which prompts Nami to hug him, much to the anger of the three perverts. Momonosuke rubs his face onto Nami's breasts on purpose, while grinning wickedly at the three. As the night goes on, most of the crew Luffy, Zoro, Brook, Nami, Robin, Law, and Momonosuke sleep, while others Usopp, Chopper, Frankie, Sanji, and Kin Iman stay up looking after the Sunny. Meanwhile, a mysterious individual in the sea watches the ship with the intent to steal Caesar Clown. Doflamingo's resignation from the 7 warlords affects nations worldwide. After Doflamingo resigned as a warlord, islands across the world fell into chaos as they prepared to lose the support of his underworld businesses. At the new Marine headquarters, Brand New talked about the potential instability created by Doflamingo's resignation and Law's possible expulsion from the warlords of the sea, and Sakazuki responded that he had sent Fujitora to deal with Luffy and Law's alliance. Doflamingo called the Straw Hats and Law arranged to return Caesar Clown at 3 p.m. on Green Bit. During the call, Doflamingo hinted to Luffy that he had something that the Straw Hat would like to get. Afterwards, Law revealed that Caesar's return would be a cover for their planned destruction of the Smile Factory in Dressrosa, the location of which remained unknown. The Alliance then ate, and Kinemon revealed that his comrade Kanjuro had been captured while helping him leave Dressrosa to go after Momonosuke, and he wanted to rescue Kanjuro while in Dressrosa. The Donquixote pirates were lounging as the citizens were still in a panic over Doflamingo's abdication of his throne. Inside the palace, Doflamingo spoke to his 3 executives Treble, Pica, and Diamant, unveiling the Mera Mera no Mi, which he entrusted to Diamant in order to lure Luffy into a trap in the Corrida Coliseum. The Straw Hats entered Dressrosa, an island with living toys. The Straw Hats and their allies made it to Dressrosa and disembarked as they went over the plan. Law, Usopp, and Robin planned to take Caesar to Green Bit, and Law gave the 1,000 Sunny protection team a Beaver card to get to Zoo, where his crew was. The protection team consisted of Nami, Chopper, Brook, Momonosuke, and Sanji, although Sanji had gone into town with the factory destruction and samurai rescue team. They gazed at the bustling streets, where humans coexisted alongside living toys. The team then went to a restaurant, and Sanji noted that everyone seemed calm despite Doflamingo's abdication. The team then spotted a blind man being swindled at a roulette wheel by some of the Donquixote pirates, and Luffy went to expose their deception. The pirates attacked Luffy, but the blind man responded by unleashing a crushing force that sent the pirates plummeting into a hole. The blind man then left the restaurant, and Luffy asked who he was, but the man responded that it was better for both their sakes that he doesn't answer. Soon afterwards, Zoro noticed that Shuzo was missing as the citizens noted that the fairies had come to pickpocket some things. Unwilling to accept the loss of his sword, Zoro spotted it and chased after the fairy. And Sanji and Kinemon pursued him. Luffy chased after him as well, but Frankie held him back, having gotten the idea to get information about the Smile Factory. They interrogated one of the pirates that the blind man had attacked in the alley, but he claimed no knowledge of the factory's whereabouts. He said the higher-ranking members who knew would be gathered in the Corredic Coliseum today, as a tournament was being held with the Mera Mera no Mi as the prize. People had come from all over the world to win it, but would have to face the Donquixote pirates Machvais, Dellinger, Leo G, and Senor Pink, as well as the hero of the Coliseum, Demop Insane. The duo approached the Coliseum, where they saw the one-legged toy thunder soldier being chased by police. The soldier went into the Coliseum, which authorities were barred from entering before. Luffy entered in the Coliseum, where he donned the nickname, Lucy, as he mingled with all the other gladiators. He was confronted by a man named Spartan, who thought he was a weakling and tried forcing him out. However, Luffy responded by flipping Spartan over and defeating him. The authorities nearly expelled Luffy afterwards, and Don Chinjao of the Chinjao family intervened, explaining that Luffy was acting in self-defense. Luffy then went to try on some armor, put on too much, and as he took it off, he met the pirate Cavendish. Luffy nearly revealed his real name to Cavendish, who revealed that he held a grudge against the members of the worst generation for stealing his fame. Luffy then looked at a statue of a gladiator named Kyros, and the gladiator Rebecca revealed that Kyros had supposedly gone 3,000 battles without being defeated, although no one knew who he was. She revealed that she intended to win the Mera Mera no Mi and take down Doflamingo, and having taken a liking to Luffy, she wished for them to meet in the second round. Right then, the A-block battle finished after having just started, and the winner took off the paper bag on his head to reveal that he was Jesus Burgess. Issho x Fujitora, the new admiral, is revealed. After the A-block battle, Frankie went to continue the mission to locate the Smile Factory, and Thunder Soldier tagged along with him. The blind man also departed from the Coliseum and was revealed to be the Marine Admiral Fujitora. Fujitora prepared to go to Greenbit, and also wanted to look into the amount of people on Dressrosa in case any innocents were injured. Inside the Coliseum, an undercover Marine listed the wanted pirates present to Vice Admiral Maynard, who was undercover as the contestant Capman. Maynard was then approached by Gambia of the Bardo Club and easily took down the pirate, as the B-block battle was about to begin. However, Gambia's Captain Bartolomeo defeated Maynard as he headed for the arena. But also in B-block was the popular Bellamy, who had given Doflamingo a gold pillar and a declaration of loyalty, and winning this tournament would grant him officer status in the Donquixote Pirates. He first approached Luffy, having recognized him. Bellamy said that his goal was to join Doflamingo and that he no longer had enmity toward Luffy before walking away. The B-block battle then began, and the strategist Dagama formed an alliance to protect Elisabello, i.e., the king of the Prudence Kingdom. As he was protected, Elisabello warmed up his king punch, a punch strong enough to blast through a fortress. Bellamy took on Tank Lepanto, the commander of Dressrosa's army, and the former bounty hunters Abdullah and Jeet, the fishman Hack, the long-legged Blue Gilly, and the mysterious fighter Ricky emerged as strong contenders as well. One man in the audience found Ricky's fighting style to be familiar, and as the fighting raged on and gladiators were sent falling into fighting fish-infested waters, Bartolomeo lay on the edge of the ring. As Luffy and Cavendish watched the battle, Chinjao suddenly came up to them, exposing Luffy's real identity as he revealed that he had a grudge against Garp, which he wished to carry out on his descendants as well. Cavendish wished to kill Luffy as well, and the three got into a brief scuffle before Sai and Boo stopped their grandfather to prevent his disqualification. Cavendish wanted to continue attacking Luffy, but Luffy hid by hanging off a ledge. In the midst of this, Bartolomeo urinated off the side of the arena and was confronted by Hack. However, Hack broke his hand on a mysterious force and fell to the ground, defeated. Donatsugama and Blue Gilly then broke the formation around Elisabello as they betrayed the people in it, but Blue Gilly took down Dagama as well. Bellamy was struggling against Bartolomeo when Elisabello prepared to unleash his king punch, and he threw it, unleashing a monstrous force that was felt in the entire arena. As the dust settled, only Bartolomeo remained, having created a barrier to block the punch with the Bari Bari no Mi. Bartolomeo then crashed his barrier into Elisabello, defeating him and winning B block. Afterwards, Bellamy spoke with Luffy while he was being carried away on a stretcher, and Bartolomeo overheard Bellamy saying Luffy's name, Green Bit. The exchange meeting comments is fighting fish compared to humans law. Robin, Usopp, and Caesar encounter a fighting fish while crossing the bridge. In a northeastern cafe, the Caesar return team looked at the bridge to Green Bit. Even though it was made of iron, the waters nearby were surrounded by fighting fish, and no one who had gone across the bridge recently had ever returned. Law planned to head to Green Bit regardless and expressed concern about the peaceful climate around the island. When Robin suddenly noticed agents of CPI, the strongest cipher pole agency, walking past, she said that nothing good happened when they were around. The team then ventured across the bridge, with Usopp, Robin, and Caesar defending against the fighting fish while Law saved his energy for the return journey. They then came to a chasm in the bridge, where they saw a fighting fish being caught in a net by an unseen group of people. They forced Caesar to fly them the rest of the way to Green Bit, and once they reached it, they noticed a marine ship that crashed into the island. Law had Robin and Usopp scout out the island's heavy forestation while he prepared to hand over Caesar to Doflamingo. Sanji caught up to Zoro as he was chasing the ferry when he noticed a beautiful woman named Violet dancing on stage. Zoro ran off while he was distracted, and as Sanji looked around, Violet suddenly came up to him and asked him to hold her. She kissed him as the police raced by looking for her, and Sanji was overcome with passion. Violet said that she was being chased for stabbing a man, and asked Sanji to accompany her to the next town and also to help her kill a Manas. They traveled. A sniper tried to shoot them, but Sanji flew up and defeated him. However, Violet later attacked Sanji as she revealed herself to be an assassin for the Donquixote pirates. She prepared to look into Sanji's mind to find out the Straw Hat's purpose on Dressrosa, but was repulsed by his lecherous thoughts. Sanji stated that he knew Violet was telling the truth when she asked him to kill a man for her, believing that she did not really want to be with Doflamingo. Taken aback, Violet took down her crewmates with whale-shaped tears before telling Sanji to run. By letting him glimpse into her mind, she revealed that Doflamingo never resigned his warlord title or abdicated his throne, which CP had revealed to the citizens earlier. She told him to get his crew off the island, and Sanji contacted Law about Doflamingo's deception. However, it was too late, as Doflamingo and a group of Marines led by Fujitora confronted Law on the coast of Green Bit. Robin and Usopp overheard an exchange between a group of Marines and an unseen people. The Marines refused to hand over their weapons and were stripped. Robin then caught one of the people with her hands, realizing they were most likely dwarves. She saw the dwarf she caught, Kaboo, but then the other dwarves knocked her and Usopp out with tranquilizer gas. They were split up. Robin woke up in the Tontatta Kingdom, stitched to the ground with Leo's Nui Nuni, Know My Power, as the dwarves of the Tontatta Tribe searched her. She claimed to mean no harm, and the dwarves instantly believed her due to their gullibility. Leo introduced her to their King Gancho, but told Robin they would need to take her weapons. Since she had no weapons, the dwarves prepared to strip her. But they were stopped by Flapper, who revealed that Robin was Usopp's friend. Green Bit confrontation, Doflamingo and the Marines confronting Law and Caesar. Robin appeared to Law, having heard Sanji's call, and she planned to go to the port with Usopp. Across the world, people received the news correcting the report about Doflamingo. Law wondered how Doflamingo was able to do something like this, saying that only world nobles should have this ability, but he recalled what Virgo said on Punk Hazard about Doflamingo's past. Law refused to hand over Caesar, and Fujitora asked him about the Straw Hat. Law could keep his warlord status if they were his subordinates, but he stated that they were allies, causing Fujitora to revoke his status and send a meteor falling on him. Law, Doflamingo, and Fujitora protected themselves from the meteor, destroying the ground around them except their footholds as they prepared to battle. Meanwhile, Kinemon was confronted by some Donquixote pirates who recognized him. Elsewhere, Zoro caught up to the ferry and grabbed Shusui on top of a building but was flung off the roof and was hit by a falling millstone. However, he spotted and caught the fairy who had stolen his sword. The fairy was actually Wicca of the Tontatta, who told him to take her to her commander on the Flower Hill. She revealed that she had seen the Donquixote pirates go to attack the Sunny. And Zoro initially raced toward the Sunny, but with no ability to get there, he was forced to go along with Wicca to the flower field. As he ran, he discovered that Doflamingo's crew had been keeping tabs on them the entire time. Inside the Colosseum corridor, Frankie found out that Thunder Soldier had been planning to destroy the Smile Factory as well with his comrades. However, the soldier's first mission was to rescue the people working in it, and he offered to tell Frankie about Dressrosa's history. The duo ran out of the Colosseum, and Rebecca spotted them as she yelled out to Thunder Soldier, saying she would win and that they would live together afterwards. As the C-block battle began in the Colosseum, Frankie contacted Sanji about their status. Sanji saw Luffy fighting in the Colosseum, and Violet gave him a map to the Smile Factory as her subordinates approached them before running off and agreeing to reunite at the Western Port. Kinemon then reunited with Sanji, asking him to take down the Donquixote pirates pursuing him. Sanji did so, and Kinemon asked him to accompany him to the toy house where Kanjuro was being held. As mentioned by Violet, the factory was located behind the toy house. Sanji decided to wait as Marines were crawling around the Colosseum. By Vice Admiral Bastille, they were waiting for the gladiators to come out. But to Bastille's surprise, not a single one from A or B block had done so. In the Corda Colosseum, Ricky refused treatment for his injuries when he encountered Rebecca, who encouraged him to have them treated. Ricky recognized Rebecca, silently apologizing to her. Elsewhere, Bellamy received a second chance to become a Donquixote pirates officer by assassinating Luffy, and Bartolomeo approached Cavendish, advising him to not go after Luffy. In the arena, the giant Hadroudin was a dominant force whilst Luffy had tamed the ferocious fighting bull, nicknaming it Yusi. Yusi ran into Hadroudin, who smashed it to the ground, but Luffy responded by jumping up and knocking out the giant with a single punch. The Chinjao family. The Long Arm Ideo, the bounty hunter Jean and Go, and the brothers Kelly and Bobby Funk also emerged as strong contenders, and Boo attacked the Funk brothers, only for Bobby to wear Kelly like a jacket using the latter's Jake no Mai and Pummel Boo. However, Sai avenged his brother as he defeated the Funk brothers with his Hashokan technique. Meanwhile, Jean and Go stole Luffy's helmet while Chinjao charged at Luffy, and Jean stated that he was hunting everyone who had perpetrated the escape from level 6 of Impel down 2 years ago. However, Chinjao stared Jean and Go down, allowing Luffy to reclaim his helmet before Chinjao had butted Jean out of the ring. Luce and Chinjao then charged at each other, knocking out the clashing Sai and Ideo in the process, before meeting in a clash of Haoshoku Haki that knocked everyone else out of the ring. As Luffy and Chinjao fought, Chinjao began getting emotional as Luffy brought forth memories of his past. They traded blows, but Luffy managed to hit Chinjao with Hawk Rifle. Chinjao claimed that Luffy and the Worst Generation had no chance of conquering the new, and Luffy propelled himself into the air as Chinjao remembered his past. 30 years ago, he stashed large amounts of treasure in the jewel ice sheet, which could only be broken by his pointed head. One day he confronted Garp, who smashed his pointed head flat and rendered him unable to access his treasure, leaving him with his grudge against Garp. Chinja met Luffy in a final clash, and Luffy hit him in the head, causing it to become pointed again. Chinjao was defeated and fell, and his head caused the ring to split in half. Luffy won the C-block battle, and Burgess recognized him. After the fight, Cavendish attacked Luffy while Bartolomeo cut the tongues of some people who were speaking ill of Luffy, as he had greatly admired the Straw Hat ever since seeing him at Logtown. Chinjao then approached Luffy, thanking him for restoring his head. Luffy ran when Chinjao's head broke the ground while bowing, and Rebecca pulled him away. As they headed off, Luffy ran into Burgess, who was speaking with Blackbeard, since Luffy told Blackbeard that he would win Ace's Devil Fruit before heading off to a food stand. Since he had no money, Rebecca bought lunch for Luffy and took him to the gladiator's cell to hide. As they sat, Luffy was suddenly grabbed by the gladiators inside the cell, and Rebecca attacked him. Luffy overpowered her, but forgave her because she bought him food. He met the convict gladiators inside the cell, who were forced to fight one. Colosseum battles for standing up against Doflamingo. The fights had become more brutal and violent since Doflamingo took power, and as the Thunder Soldier aimed to take down Doflamingo, Rebecca wished to win the tournament and take down Doflamingo to protect the toy after he had protected her for so long. Rebecca then headed out for the D-block battle, remembering her past with the soldier. She had lived with her mother, but when the Donquixote pirates took over Dressrosa, they went into hiding and her mother was killed. The soldier brought Rebecca's mother to her and offered to protect her. Despite Rebecca initially refusing, the soldier stayed by her side as she grew up, getting a house for her, and even becoming wanted when saving her from being sold into slavery. He also taught her how to fight, and Rebecca now wished to repay him as she entered the ring to the sound of booing from the crowd, who hated her for being descended from the former king Riku Doldo. Ixai Cavendish silenced the crowd, telling them to get down and fight Rebecca themselves if they hated her. The D-Block battle then began. Frankie and Thunder Soldier traveling through Dressrosa. Thunder Soldier reveals the truth about Dressrosa's toys to Frankie. In the Tontatta Kingdom, Usopp and Robin ate with the dwarves, and Robin found out about Usopp's deception. The dwarves were overjoyed to have Usopp with them on the day they planned to take down Doflamingo, and asked Usopp to lead them on the front lines. In Dressrosa, Thunder Soldier told Frankie that humans and toys were segregated at night, and they saw a toy who claimed to be the boyfriend of a woman named Esta. The toy was diagnosed with human sickness and thrown into the scrap heap. Frankie and the soldier then met a toy dog named One Paco, who revealed that he was once a human named Milo, and the woman and boy he was playing with were his wife and son. The son said he had no father, and Thunder Soldier revealed to Frankie that all the toys were once humans who were transformed by a devil fruit user who came with him 10 years ago, causing them to be forgotten by the people of Dressrosa. The soldier said he would say more once he and Frankie reached the Flower Hill. Back in the Tontatta Kingdom, Leo revealed to Usopp that the dwarves were going against Doflamingo to rescue their comrades, including their Princess Mancherry from captivity in the Smile Factory, which was located underneath the Corrade Colosseum. The Tontattas, Usopp, and Robin then headed for Dressrosa in an underground tunnel on insect and fox steeds. Gancho talked to Robin and Usopp, revealing that the history between the dwarves and Donquixote family actually went back 9 years. Frankie and Thunder Soldier arrived at a cave underneath the flower field, where Zoro was with some of the dwarves, who revealed that Usopp had come to lead them. Thunder Soldier went over the plan to depose Doflamingo, and Usopp looked for a chance to run away. Outside, Zoro and Wicca went to help the Sunny Team when they ran into Sanji and Kinemon near the Colosseum. Zoro told the two what was happening, and Violet reappeared, revealing that the Sunny was under attack and heading for Green Bit. Sanji went to rescue the Sunny, leaving Kinemon with the Viver card Violet gave him, and Zoro and Kinemon looked for a way to break into the Colosseum and rescue Luffy. Sanji rode toward Green Bit with Violet, who revealed the high marine presence around the coast of the island. In the Dressrosa Royal Palace, Gladius of the Donquixote pirates became enraged as he became more certain that Violet had betrayed them. On the Sunny, the protection team played with Momonosuke when they suddenly heard noises coming from inside the ship. An attacking party led by Giola of the Donquixote pirates attacked the ship to take it over and kidnap Momonosuke, and Giola turned the team into living art with the Atu Nomai. The team escaped the Sunny, which Giola turned into a piece of art as well. On Green Bit, Law was overwhelmed by Doflamingo and Fujitora and wondered why Nami was not answering the Den Moshi. The Sunny Team tried attacking Giola, but she continued overwhelming them with her art powers. Chopper then picked up Law's call, and Law told them to head to Green Bit to retrieve Caesar. Doflamingo told him to hand over Caesar's heart, revealing that he had trapped Luffy in the Colosseum. On the Sunny, Brook acted like he was on Giola's side as the ship went to Green Bit, and Giola put the others in a mural to suffocate them. However, when Brook got Giola to restore his cane and violin, he defeated her in one cut and freed his crewmates. On Green Bit, Law was defeated, and Doflamingo took what he thought was Caesar's heart. The warlord of the sea then revealed to Law that royal families founded the world government and 19 of them moved to marry Gioi's years ago. The Donquixote family was one of the 19, and the Riku family took over Dressrosa afterwards. On the Sunny, the Straw Hats attacked Giola as they wondered why Law was giving Caesar back to them, and Giola revealed Doflamingo's deception to them. Law heard Nami striking Giola with a thunderbolt and revealed to Doflamingo that the heart he had was not Caesar's. In this confusion, Law teleported himself away, grabbed Caesar, and ran toward the bridge to Dressrosa, seeing the Sunny. He planned to throw Caesar there from the bridge and keep Doflamingo distracted while the Straw Hats escaped. However, the Sunny Team cried out as they came under attack by fighting fish, and Doflamingo noticed them as he flew toward the Sunny, as he prepared to attack. However, he was met in midair by Sanji. Doflamingo quickly overpowered Sanji and immobilized him, but before he could deal the killing blow, Law used shambles to teleport him away. Law brought Sanji and Caesar to the Sunny, and told the Straw Hats to use his Vivre card to take Caesar to Zoo. The Sunny then came under attack by both Doflamingo and a floating marine battleship commanded by Fujitora, who threw a meteor at the Sunny. Law redirected the meteor back at the battleship, and Sanji noted that he seemed to be giving Doflamingo an unusual amount of attention when their main goal was just to destroy the Smile Factory. Law turned his attention to Doflamingo and told the Straw Hats to go where there were no clouds, as Doflamingo could not fly there with his Ituintuni ability. The Sunny then escaped with coup de burst, while Law took Gila hostage and confronted Doflamingo on the bridge. There, he said that he was ending the alliance with the Straw Hats, as his main goal was to bring Doflamingo down to avenge what happened 13 years ago. Law let Giolo run off as he and Doflamingo started fighting again, and on Dressrosa, Violet headed for the palace, Corda Coliseum underground prison. The losers of the Corda Coliseum are imprisoned. Outside the Corda Coliseum, Zoro and Kinemon got Bartolomeo to get Luffy to come see them. In the arena, Rebecca did well as she dodged attacks and made people fall out of the ring to eliminate them without attacking. Elsewhere, Sai was put on a table for his injuries to be treated, only to be sent into a pit filled with broken toys alongside the other losers from B&C blocks. There, Tank Lepanto wondered if Ricky was actually the former king of Dressrosa, Riku Doldo Utu, and Ricky confirmed this. The gladiators reflected on the increased conflict that happened after Doflamingo took power due to his underworld operations, even though the name of Riku was now reviled. In Flower Hill, the dwarves told the Straw Hats about how the Riku family liberated them after taking power years ago, only for Doflamingo to come back and restore the Donquixote family's subjugation. Thunder Soldier revealed that an incident 10 years ago caused the people of Dressrosa to lose King Riku's trust and revile his family, saying that he wished to protect Rebecca because he was her real father. Doflamingo took control of the former King Riku Doldo. 10 years ago, Dressrosa was poor but peaceful, and Monet had begun working as a maid in the palace. One night, Doflamingo came up to King Riku and claimed the throne, offering to let Doldo buy back his kingdom for bullion other than fight. Doldo decided to try collecting the money, although Doflamingo did not allow him to reveal his presence. The royal army went out to collect money from the citizens, and out of faith in their king, they gave all they had. However, Doflamingo took control of Doldo and some soldiers and forced them to attack their subjects, leaving them aghast at their king betraying their trust. Meanwhile, Monet let the Donquixote pirates into the palace, and they captured the princess, Viola. As Doldo continued attacking his people, Doflamingo, Treble, Pica, and Diamante came in and stopped him, as well as taking down the royal army. They claimed to be the saviors of Dressrosa and were welcomed by the people. Doldo survived due to Viola promising to serve Doflamingo in exchange, and she took the name Violet. Some of the army, such as Tank Lepanto, joined Doflamingo. The dwarves quickly learned the truth once they became subjugated again, and had decided to move against Doflamingo today as a result of their despair after Doflamingo's false abdication that morning. In the pit under the Colosseum, Sai was suddenly pulled up by Treble, where he was turned into a toy and forced to follow the Donquixote pirates' orders. This happened to all the gladiators except Chinjao and Doldo, who no longer remembered the others. Up above, the convict gladiators told Luffy that although Dressrosa appeared prosperous and peaceful at first, further exploration of it revealed a dark side hidden away. Outside the Colosseum, Bastile's marines grew confused at the list of the criminals inside, as they no longer remembered who most of them were. On the bridge, Law continued fighting Doflamingo, who received a call from Diamante about Viola betraying them. Doflamingo told him to send the Colosseum fighters to the Smile Factory, leaving him solely responsible for the Colosseum. At the Colosseum, Luffy reunited with Zoro and Kinemon, and they called the rest of the crew. Frankie told everyone about the dwarves' plan, saying he could not leave them to lose against Doflamingo, and so Sanji decided to turn the Sunny Team back to help the crew take down the warlord of the sea. At the coast, Fujitora headed for the town after hearing about a fight happening there. A ruckus rose near the Colosseum as Doflamingo and Law came into the town, with Doflamingo having overpowered Law. Doflamingo then shot Law 3 times with a gun, defeating him. Zoro and Kinemon charged at Doflamingo, but Zoro was met by Fujitora, who sent him falling into a hole. Doflamingo attacked Kinemon. and as the two swordsmen recovered, they discovered that the blind man they had met was an admiral. Doflamingo and Fujitora then flew back to the palace with Law and Tao. Operation Sop, the separate plans of the determined Zoro and Kinemon were pursued by Bastille's platoon, and as they ran, Zoro told Luffy to find a way out. Right then, the Sunny came under pursuit by the Big Mom Pirates' ship, with Caesar revealing that they were looking for him because he owed Big Mom money. The Sunny team decided it might be a good idea to continue toward Zoo in order to keep Caesar and Momonosuke out of Doflamingo's hands, and leave the rest of the crew with the chance Law gave them to destroy the Smile Factory. Luffy agreed to this, and also allowed the Sunny team to strike back against the Big Mom pirates while he, Zoro, and Kinemon went to rescue Law and take down Doflamingo. Sabo confronts Bartolomeo and Luffy unites with his long-lost brother Sabo. As this happened, Bellamy had approached Luffy to carry out his assassination mission, only to be confronted by Dellinger, who revealed that Doflamingo believed he would fail again and so ordered him to be killed. Dellinger severely injured Bellamy, but was stopped by Bartolomeo and forced to go with Lao Ji to the Smile Factory. Bartolomeo said he would not let a comrade die without helping, and Luffy came running and looking for an exit. Bellamy said there was none and wished to leave as well to meet with Doflamingo. Bartolomeo agreed to win the Mera Mera no Mi for Luffy, but a mysterious man said he could not let that happen as he approached the three. Luffy recognized the man as his long-lost brother Sabo, who was now the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, and Sabo gave Luffy an escape route. Luffy cried non-stop as he, Zoro, and Kinemon headed for the palace in animal disguises, and inside the Colosseum, Sabo donned Luffy's Lucy disguise as he contacted Koala, who was also in the Revolutionaries as she moved around Dressrosa's underground while he sought to win the Mera Mera. Nomi and inherit Ace's will. Thunder Soldier unveiled Operation Sop, a plan to destroy Doflamingo's underground port and remove the Donquixote pirates from power. First, however, they would need to knock out Sugar, the person who had been turning people into toys with the Hobi Hobi no Mai in order to free the toys and restore people's memories of them, which would unleash chaos across Dressrosa. Next, they headed to the port through an underground tunnel, and since Frankie could not fit through it, he decided to enter through the toy house and create a distraction. He took on the group led by Senor Pink at the East Door and blew in the entrance with Coupe de Vent. Meanwhile, Usopp found out about the forces guarding the toy house as his group reached the underground port. Thunder Soldier then left for the palace in order to assassinate Doflamingo once Operation Sope was completed, leaving Usopp with the mission to knock out Sugar. The dwarves revealed that Sugar was being protected by Tribole in the executive tower in the center of the port. When some Donquixote pirates discovered Usopp as they confronted him, the dwarves stripped them before Leo and Rampo knocked them out, and Usopp and Robin donned disguises as they headed for the executive tower. In the Colosseum, 30 fighters were left in D Block as Sudamen confronted Rebecca. Cavendish, Orlumbus, Damask, and Mummy also emerged as standouts. Suddenly, Cavendish fell asleep, and his alter ego Hakuba awakened. Hakuba struck down all the remaining fighters in an instant, and only Rebecca was able to dodge enough to be only slightly harmed. Hakuba fell asleep, and Rebecca got up, becoming the winner of D Block. The audience protested Rebecca's victory as the final round now approached. Diamante was announced to be taking part in the final round, and Rebecca noticed that someone else was disguised as Lucy. The 4 contestants then headed back into the ring. Some D-Block contestants raced in, angry at the results and wanting to challenge Rebecca again. However, Diamante stopped them with a piece of steel. He turned into a cape with the power of the Hira Hiraira no Mai before hitting them with a bull-shaped glaive. The gladiators were then attacked by the special new fighting fish in the water, which could leap up to attack the people in the arena. On the back of one of the fish was a chest containing the Mera Mera no Mi, and the 5-person battle royale began. Diamante fight for the Mera Mera no Mai in the final round. Burgess unleashed a massive attack on a fighting fish, and the audience when the fish with the Mera Mera no Mi popped up. Sabo leaped on its back, and Diamante attacked him, but Sabo shattered the executive's sword in 2. Burgess then prepared to attack Sabo, but Sabo countered his blow with his hand, and his fighting style made Diamante suspicious. Rebecca then attacked Diamante, but her blunt blade did nothing as he hit her with a mace. Sabo told Bartolomeo to protect Rebecca, and Diamante revealed to her that he was the one who killed her mother. Inside the throne room, Doflamingo had Doldo brought before him, boasting that the efforts to oppose him would be in vain as Law and the Straw Hats were in the process of faltering, unaware that anyone knew about his underground port or Sugar's location. Fujitora then came in, saying that while he would assist Doflamingo in opposing the Straw Hats in order to protect Dressrosa, he was not fully on the warlord's side. Fujitora noted that Doflamingo's activities had been suspicious and revealed his intention to bring an end to the 7 warlords of the sea system. This caused Doflamingo to attack him, but the two quickly stopped fighting in order to attend to business. As he tries to get into the House of Toys, Senor Pink gave Frankie a stiff challenge with his Sui Sui no Mi powers, although displayed many odd quirks. Moxie then attacked Frankie by increasing his weight and slamming into the ground, and Bastile's forces arrived to confront Frankie as well. Despite being overwhelmed, Frankie was committed to his task of taking down all his attackers, but despite his best efforts, he was defeated. Outside the palace, Wicca guided Luffy, Zoro, and Kinemon as they prepared to enter it, and Viola approached them to help them get in. Since they would draw suspicion by taking the lift, Viola guided them to a secret staircase. But rather than use that, the Straw Hats went up using the chamber's pulley. After going up, Viola prepared to take them to a secret rampart entrance, but Luffy punched through the main gate instead. The guards reported to Doflamingo about Luffy's intrusion, and the warlord was taken aback as he saw the disguised Sabo on the Colosseum feed. While they were inside, Luffy, Zoro, Kinemon, and Viola were quickly confronted by Pisa, who had become a giant stone man with the power of the Ishi no Mai. By assimilating with the stone in the palace, Pica pulled the walls onto the intruders. Zoro stayed behind to confront Pica while Luffy and Viola went through the moving corridors, and Zoro could not find Pica's real body. Some of the Donquixote pirates went up to confront Frankie, and Thunder Soldier and Kabu sneaked into the lift they were on before the former attacked them with his sheer speed. However, Lao Ji was on the lift as well, and overpowered both the soldier and Kabu. He beat up Thunder Soldier the rest of the ride, and Kabu then led some dwarves to take on Lao Ji while he and Rampo took the soldier to the throne room. However, they were confronted by Gladius, who used the Pamu Pamu no Mi to rupture his forearms and injure the dwarves in the explosions. He then grabbed the soldier and was about to rupture him before being attacked by Luffy. And Luffy and Viola took the soldier away. Gladius attacked them with shrapnel, and Luffy burst out the window and pulled the 3 of them to the 2nd floor. Gladius then encountered Kinemon disguised as Doflamingo, and Kinemon discovered that Kanjuro had escaped from the scrap heap in the toy house. Luffy, Viola, and Thunder Soldier hid underneath the window of the throne room, where they heard Doflamingo interrogating Law about the Straw Hats' actions with the Tontatta Dakiros. Thunder Soldier remembered his past life as the legendary gladiator Kyros. As a boy, he was a violent criminal who grew up in the slums, but King Riku gave him the opportunity to fight in the Colosseum for his freedom. Kyros stayed in the Colosseum and won thousands of matches without being defeated, even taking down fighters who came from afar. However, he was depressed that he would forever be seen as a killer. After defeating Doldo himself in his the match, Doldo made Kyros commander of his army. As commander, Kyros saved the Princess Scarlet, Viola's older sister, from a pirate crew. She fell in love with him afterwards, having her death staged, so she could live with him. The two had Rebecca, but Kyros refused to touch her with his blood-stained hands. When Doflamingo took over Dressrosa, Kyros went to the royal palace to rescue King Riku, where sea-stone chains were wrapped around his leg. He cut his leg off to attack Doflamingo, but was turned into a toy by Sugar. He managed to escape with Doldo, but was left with no one remembering him as he watched his wife die and raised Rebecca as the Thunder Soldier. Back in the present, Gladius's group approached the soldier Luffy and Viola. In the port, Robin and Usopp watched as Sugar turned Cavendish into a toy and forced him to work with the other gladiators in the port. And Leo unveiled the tatababasco, the hottest spice in the world, which they planned to hide among Sugar's grapes in order to knock her out. Leo then went up to Sugar with the tatabasco. But when Robin saw Treble hit a fly with a fast and precise mucus shot, she held Leo back, saying that even he would have been caught by Treble. As the Tontatta's comrades were being forced to work in the Smile Factory under the lie that they were finding a cure for Mancherry, Robin went up to Treble, claiming that there was a problem with a crew at the port in order to lead him away from the tower. When Treble was gone, the dwarves confronted Sugar and prepared to forcibly knock her out. But Sugar turned all of the attacking dwarves into toy bears, forcing them to attack their comrades who no longer remembered them. She then told Treble that she was under attack, and after briefly checking on Robin's problem, Treble attacked Robin and tried trapping her in mucus with the Beta Beta no Mai, although found out that the Robin who went with him was a clone. He then responded to Sugar's distress by throwing a ship at the executive tower. Treble caught the Tontattas and learned about their plan, and he attacked them by lighting the mucus they were stuck to. Usopp went to Leo and told him to run away, but Leo replied that the soldier would definitely defeat Doflamingo if they accomplished this. He had faith in the soldier, as he was the only toy not under Sugar's contract and was formerly the legendary Kyros. However, the dwarves were decimated by Treble, and Robin was turned into a toy by Sugar after trying to attack her, and Usopp decided to run away rather than confront the Donquixote pirates alone. However, he overheard the dwarves calling out his name as they told Treble that he would come to rescue them, and Treble mocked them as he started stepping on them. Usopp came back, confessing to the dwarves his true identity and saying he was no hero, but would become this now as he shot Treble with a pop-green shuriken. After a brief battle, Usopp was defeated and Sugar decided to torture him by feeding him the tatababasco. However, the tatabasco caused Usopp to make a terrible expression which frightened Sugar so much that she fell unconscious. With Sugar knocked out, the toys around Dressrosa returned to their human forms, and the people's memories of the toys returned, causing Dressrosa to fall into chaos. In the underground port, the dwarves celebrated Usopp's actions, and in the palace, Thunder Soldier transformed back into Kyros. In the Colosseum, as chaos erupted in the audience, Rebecca remembered that she had a father as Sabo decided to end the match, using Risoken to shatter the arena. He then leaped up to the fish carrying the Mera Mera no Mi and ate the fruit, tossing before grabbing Rebecca and using Heiken to punch through the bottom of the Colosseum. Hadrudin grabbed Usopp and held him up before the other freed toys, who rejoiced in their savior as the ceiling gave in and the Colosseum fighters fell in. Demonte found himself under attack by the freed toys, while Rebecca and Bartolomeo discovered Sabo's true identity as Sabo reunited with Koala and Hack. They revealed that they had come to find and stop Doflamingo's underworld weapons trade for the Revolutionary Army. Diamante and Treble worked together to stop the freed toys from attacking the Smile Factory, and Robin reunited with the revolutionaries as Kinemon escaped down to the underground port and reunited with his allies. In the palace, Pica abandoned his fight with Zoro. In the throne room, after returning to his human form, Kyros charged at Doflamingo as Doldo and Viola regained their memories of him. Kyros then decapitated Doflamingo as Luffy raced in to rescue Law. As Kyros took out several of Doflamingo's men, including Buffalo and freed Doldo, Luffy worked to free Law from his seastone handcuffs. However, Pica then arrived, and Doflamingo was revealed to still be alive as he stated that he would have to use the birdcage. As Kyros attacked him, the real Doflamingo swooped in to kill him, but Luffy pulled him out of harm's way. Luffy fought the two Doflamingos but was overpowered, with the decapitated Doflamingo being revealed to be a string clone. On Doflamingo's command, Pica forced Luffy, Law, Kyros, Viola, and Doldo outside as Doflamingo's string clone transformed into a cage of strings that surrounded the entire island. With the birdcage surrounding the island, no one could get out. Communications to the outside world were cut off, and Doflamingo took control of some people and caused them to attack others, making the citizens realize that Doflamingo framed King Riku and that they have been manipulated for an entire decade. Pica then changed the layout of the island, placing the palace on top of Flower Hill and bringing the Smile Factory above ground. Doflamingo then proclaimed to his citizens that he had a game for them. They could either kill him or bring in his enemies for a monetary reward. He put bounties on the Straw Hats, Law, Kimim, Kyros, Doldo, Viola, Rebecca, and Sabo, with Usopp's being the highest at freed toys that had just paid gratitude to Usopp immediately began chasing him and his comrades, and Kinemon leaped into the scrap heap to find Kanjuro. Usopp's group went up to the surface and contacted Luffy's group, who was on the King's Plateau where the palace once was. Kyros had already left to go after Doflamingo, and Luffy promised to Rebecca to take down Doflamingo. Law warned that this would bring down Kaidu's wrath upon them, but Luffy replied that they needed to help Dressrosa as he took Law and Zoro and jumped off the plateau. The Marines worked to protect the people of Dressrosa as the freed gladiators emerged from below the Colosseum, including Maynard. Maynard reported to Fujitora about Doflamingo's illegal dealings, but Fujitora questioned the world government's role in dealing with this. So on top of the palace, the Donquixote pirates met to discuss their situation, with Doflamingo being confident that they would dispose of everyone in their way. Pica offered to dispose of them himself, and one of the pirates laughed, causing him to be shot by Baby before Pica could become enraged. Doflamingo warned his lower-ranking crew to not make fun of the officers, whom he considered his family. Afterwards, Senor Pink, Mockvis, and Dellinger returned to the place where they fought Frankie, only to find out he escaped. As Frankie ran discreetly toward the Smile Factory, Luffy, Zoro, and Law landed in front of the 3 Donquixote officers. Senor Pink, Matisse, and Dellinger were joined by some citizens as they attacked Luffy, Zoro, and Law, but the latter 3 managed to avoid the attacks and ran off, though only to be confronted by Fujitora. Zoro briefly clashed with the Admiral, but they were soon interrupted by Pica, who had become a massive stone behemoth. Luffy laughed profusely at Pica's voice, causing the executive to punch him with his massive stone fist. The punch shook the ground and sent Luffy, Zoro, and Law flying all the way to the Colosseum. There, they encountered Cavendish, who had put aside his hatred of Luffy and wanted to defeat Doflamingo. Cavendish was soon joined by the Chinjao family, Hadruddin, Elisabello, Dagama, Abdullah, Jeet, Orlumbus, Ideo, Suleiman, and Blue Gilly, and they all wanted to take down Doflamingo themselves, causing an argument to break out. However, when some other gladiators came to capture Luffy, Zoro, and Law, the group quickly came together to beat them off. Luffy then reunited with Yusi and led the charge to the palace despite everyone continuing to argue over Doflamingo. Pica and his subordinates saw them coming, and Pica tried attacking them again, only to have his stone arm shattered by Chinjao and Elisabello. Pica quickly regrew his arm and attacked again, but Luffy managed to ride Yusi onto his other arm, with Abdullah and Jeet having joined him, Zoro and Law on the bull's back. Pica prepared to attack them, but Luffy shattered his head with a Gear 3 punch. Pica's real body then emerged in front of the bull riders, and he tried attacking them with a giant sword, but Luffy helped Yusi dodge it and Zoro confronted Pica, allowing the others to continue toward Doflamingo. Since Pica's stone body was no longer inhabited, the other gladiators went after Luffy. And as they drew closer to the palace, Law revealed to Luffy that he wanted to take down Doflamingo to avenge an important person to him called Corazon, who was Doflamingo's real brother, but was killed by him 13 years ago. In the streets below, Kyros moved past the citizens who were trying to capture him. Meanwhile, Usopp, Robin, Rebecca, Bartolomeo, Hack, and the Tontattas ran away from the citizens through the Colosseum stands, and Hack noticed that Sabo had run off. They managed to get to safety on the King's Plateau, where they encountered Doldo, Viola, and Tank Lepanto. Viola revealed that she had the key to Law's sea stone handcuffs, and Doldo was initially wary about trusting pirates to help them, but Viola assured him that Luffy's intentions were genuine. Rebecca offered to take the key to Law, and Leo offered to help her get to the palace by going across rooftops with him and Kabu accompanying her. Frankie prepared to blow open the entrance to the Smile Factory, but was attacked by Senor Pink, who came to settle the score between them. As they fought, the Tontattas arrived and worked to find a way to get into the factory. Bayan used her pink bees to fly over the roof, and after getting the enslaved dwarves' attention, she revealed to them that the Donquixote pirates had been lying to them about man-sharing. Leaving their comrades, the dwarves began attacking their overseers. Led by Mancheri's aide Maji, they broke into the room labeled as Mancheri's, but found it was only a storage room. They then went to open the main doors, and Frankie distracted Senor Pink by saying there was an old woman in danger, allowing him and the Tontattas to get in the factory. The factory manager, Kiwin, arrived to attack the dwarves with her vacuum cleaner but was stopped when Frankie hugged her. Senor Pink then returned after discovering Frankie's deception, and Frankie suplexed Kiwin into him. This made Kiwin angry, but Frankie silenced her by kissing her, making her flustered. Senor Pink agreed with Frankie's course of action, and Kiwin and Pink's entourage swooned over the men as they resumed their battle. Gladius, Dellinger, Machvis, Leo G, and Baby went up to the New King's Plateau, where they watched in shock as Luffy, Law, and the gladiators beat back the Donquixote soldiers and reached the first level of the plateau. And below, Fujitora and his troops were stopped from pursuing the gladiators by Sabo, who confronted them to protect Luffy. Sabo overwhelmed the Marines as he destroyed their weapons by flexing his fingers, and he did the same to Bastille's sword and mask, defeating the Vice Admiral. Fujitora brought down a meteor, but it was sliced and scattered by the birdcage. Sabo revealed his relationship to Luffy, and he and Fujitora clashed. The two fought ferociously, and Sabo asked how long Fujitora would waste time fighting him. The Admiral replied that he had decided to bet his life on this course of action. Gladiators caught up to Luffy and his entourage by climbing the cliff of the plateau, and the Funk brothers approached Luffy, offering him a shortcut to the flower field on the 4th level of the plateau. Dofi and Law headed into a tunnel, knocking Abdullah and Jeet off, and the latter duo discovered that the Funk brothers had led them into a trap before Doflamingo arrived and took out the brothers. Dofi and Law received a call from Robin to let them know that she, Bartolomeo, and Rebecca would be going to give Law the key to his handcuffs. However, the tunnel led to a dead end, and Luffy, Law, and Yusi were trapped in a pool of water as they were confronted by Doflamingo. Doflamingo mocked their weak state and shot Yusi with string, but before he could attack further, he was attacked by Abdullah and Jeet. They then discovered that Doflamingo was a string clone, and Abdullah and Jeet told Luffy and Law what happened. As Kyros made his way up to level 1, Luffy punched through the tunnel ceiling, allowing him and Law to jump up to where the gladiators were while Abdullah and Jeet took care of Yusi. So on the King's Plateau, Leo brought out the yellow Kaboo beetles, which would slow down Robin's, Rebecca's, and Bartolomeo's falls and allow them to jump across rooftops until they reached the flower field. They reached the Pica statue, where Zoro was still fighting the Donquixote executive. Pica inhabited his statue again in order to attack the trio, but Zoro stopped him by cutting it in half. Pica resumed fighting Zoro as the yellow Kabu group drew closer to the flower field, and Leo received a call from Moji, who revealed that Mancherry was not in the factory and suggested that she might be in the palace. On the plateau, Cavendish approached Luffy and Law, saying that he had a plan. Luffy and Law rode with Cavendish on his horse feral to reach the 3rd level, and Kyros rode with them. Luffy revealed that they were going to meet Rebecca, and Kyros stated that he wanted to kill Diamante to avenge his wife. Meanwhile, the Donquixote pirate officers confronted and overpowered the other gladiators. But as Farrell rode into the battleground, the gladiators cleared a path for Luffy and his entourage to get to the next level, promising to keep the Donquixote officers at bay. Although Dillinger took out Suleiman Dagama and Blue Gilly, the gladiators continued the fight, and Cavendish stated that there would be no way to get off the island except by beating Doflamingo. As they reached level 3, however, they were confronted by giant nutcrackers. In the scrap heap, Kinemon reunited with Kanjuro, who had hidden inside the wall as a drawing with his huge feud Know My Power and drew food to feed himself. Kanjuro drew a bird to fly them out, although the drawing was so pitiful that it could barely fly. The other prisoners in the scrap heap asked Kanjuro to help free them as well, and Kanjuro complied, drawing ladders for them to climb up to the surface. In the town, the citizens found the location of Usopp and Doldo, and went to capture them in hopes of ending Doflamingo's game. Usopp saw the mob heading for them, and after hearing about Moji's discovery, Viola looked around the palace for Mancherry, who was being held in a small cell somewhere. Kinemon and Kanjuro then made it to the King's Plateau, and to Usopp's horror, Kanjuro revealed that he had drawn a net for the mob to climb up. Viola found Mancherry and told Leo where she was as his group reached the 3rd level of the plateau. However, Gladius attacked the group with exploding balls, causing Robin and Bartolomeo to fall. As she tangled with Gladius, Robin told Rebecca to go onto the flower field. Viola then saw the Nutcrackers attacking Luffy's group and discovered that Sugar had been revived. Sugar decided to go out and turn Doflamingo's enemies into toys again, starting with Luffy and Law. One of the Nutcrackers bit Farrell's head, incapacitating him, and the massive toys put themselves back together despite Luffy's and Cavendish's attacks. Robin, Bartolomeo, and Gladius then fell onto the scene, and Bartolomeo told Luffy's group to go on ahead to Rebecca. He created a staircase for them to get to the flower field, and Cavendish stayed behind in order to take down the Nutcrackers and avenge Ferrul. Bartolomeo shielded Luffy, Law, and Kyros from Gladius' attacks with his own body, and Robin confronted Gladius to protect her captain. Rebecca, Leo, and Kaboo made it to the flower field, and as the dwarves went to save Mancherry, Rebecca found herself confronted by Diamante. Not wanting to fight, Rebecca ran away, but Diamante cut her and prepared to shoot her just like he did to Scarlet. Right then, Kyros came and attacked Diamante, telling Rebecca that she would no longer have to fight. Luffy and Law then came to get the key to Law's handcuffs, and once Law was freed, he used his powers to cut apart the Nutcracker chasing them. Luffy and Law headed for the palace, and Diamond T tried to stop them, but Law teleported them inside. The Donquixote pirates quickly spotted the duo in the palace, and Sugar went to turn them into toys. Luffy and Law did not know who she was as she approached them, and on the king's plateau, Usopp moved quickly to stop Sugar. He had Conjuro draw him an effigy of the face he made to knock out Sugar the first time, and Doldo, Lepanto, and Hack went to slow down the mob heading for him. Usopp aimed with the help of Viola's sight, and he suddenly became able to see people's auras inside the palace. He fired a shot right as the mob caught him, and it successfully passed in front of Sugar and scared her into unconsciousness again before she could turn Luffy and Law into toys again. This also turned the Nutcrackers back into their original bodies, with each one having been made from 8 Donquixote soldiers. After catching Usopp's group, the mob revealed that they had no intention of bringing them in to Doflamingo, as they knew he had deceived them before when he took over Dressrosa, and they placed their trust into King Rikyou once again. In the streets below, Fujitora departed from his fight with Sabo, and Koala berated Sabo for getting involved in the conflict. Sabo remembered how Fujitora was not leaving it to the Marines to stop Doflamingo. And on the king's plateau, Doldo told the citizens to place their hopes on Luffy and his crew to take down Doflamingo as Fujitora came up to make the same bet. Elsewhere, Maynard was shocked to hear what Fujitora did as he and his troops were busy helping the citizens suffering from Doflamingo's attacks. On top of the palace, Doflamingo reminisced to Trouble about when he first met Law, recalling how Law wanted to join his crew as a child because he wanted to destroy everything before he himself died soon. Bellamy then came to Doflamingo, wanting to know why Dellinger had been sent to kill him. Doflamingo replied that the two of them had always had different goals, and he took down Bellamy before being confronted by Luffy and Law. Luffy got mad at what Doflamingo did to Bellamy and attacked the warlord, but Doflamingo used Bellamy as a human shield. Doflamingo then attacked Law with a string clone while he took control of Bellamy and forced him to attack Luffy. Luffy refused to attack Bellamy, and to his opponent's confusion, he charged toward Law instead. Law then used Shambles to switch places with Doflamingo, causing Luffy to hit Doflamingo with Red Hawk while Law cut Treble into pieces. Treble was left unable to reattach himself for a while, although Doflamingo was still up on his feet and stopped Law from attacking his subordinate. He and Bellamy then overpowered Luffy and Law, and Doflamingo stated that he did not have the time to deal with this, as his desire was to destroy the world ruled by the world nobles out of anger for his father relinquishing his family's status and causing him to see hell. Doflamingo's clone then sent Luffy and Bellamy inside the palace, leaving Doflamingo alone with Law. Law wondered how Doflamingo used his world noble status to fake his resignation despite no longer being a world noble, and Doflamingo revealed that he knew about the existence of a national treasure on Mary Geoise that gave him leveraging power over them. He stated that with Law's Opape no Mai powers, he could have had a surgery performed on him that would allow him to live forever and use the treasure to take over the world, but angrily stated that Law had gone against him despite everything he gave to him. However, Law replied that it was Corazon who made him into the person he was today. A terminally ill Law lost everything when his hometown Flevence was destroyed, 16 years ago. In the North Blue, Law, Buffalo, and Baby had joined the Donquixote pirates as children, despite the crew's toughness, and Law looked forward to killing before he died in a little over 2 years. He then encountered Corazon, whom Diamante and Treball stated to be mute, clumsy, and a kid-hater as he grabbed Law and threw him out the window. Law made it back to the building, where the crew was eating. They noticed that he had amber lead syndrome that had infected his hometown Flevence, and Law revealed that he had escaped by hiding in a mass of corpses. He swore revenge on Corazon, but Baby reminded him that attacking the executive would cause Doflamingo to unleash retribution. Afterwards, as they were pillaging a town, Baby asked Gladius and Lao Ji about Flevence. They revealed that Flevence had become prosperous 1 year ago by mining amber lead, but the world government failed to reveal to them that it was poisonous on contact. Each progressive generation's lifespan grew shorter, and when symptoms of the syndrome appeared, Flevence was cut off from the outside world. The world government allowed children Law's age to flee the island, but this was only a ruse as the people of Flevence were all exterminated. Law had broken off from his group to check on his family, only to discover that his parents were shot and his sister Lamy was still in his family's hospital that the government burned down. Law had joined the Donquixote pirates with no reason left to live, and he went ahead with getting revenge on Corazon as he stabbed the executive in the back. He was spotted by Buffalo, but bribed him with ice cream to be silent. Meanwhile, Doflamingo had a nightmare about him, Corazon, and their father Donquixote Homing being persecuted by a mob for being world nobles. 17 years before this time, and 33 years before the present day, Homing had decided for his family to leave merry GOIs and live as commoners. However, Stubby Stingray and Saber-old Doflamingo did not understand his new position and treated the commoners like he was still a noble, causing them to realize what his family was and persecute them. The Donquixote family's mansion was burned down, and they were forced to live in a shack and scavenge for food as they hid from the townspeople. Doflamingo's mother died to sickness, and the townspeople eventually caught Doflamingo, Corazon, and Homing. Doflamingo woke up from his nightmare and received a call. He had Law brought to him, and Law thought Corazon had told Doflamingo what had happened, but Doflamingo instead told Law that he was becoming an official member of the Donquixote pirates. Later, Corazon lied to Doflamingo that an enemy had wounded him, which surprised Law. A year passed, and the Donquixote pirates moved around the North Blue as Law grew stronger through training and raids. One day, he was talking to Buffalo and Baby U and revealed that his real name was Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. Corazon then came and dragged him into an alley where he spoke to Law and told him that if he was a D, he needed to get away from Doflamingo. He used his Neji Naji no Mai abilities to prevent people from overhearing them and revealed to Law that much of his personality was an act, and that he had joined the Donquixote pirates to stop Doflamingo. He believed his older brother had always been evil, as when they had been lynched by the mob as children. Doflamingo refused to die and swore revenge on the commoners. He then revealed that the carriers of D were rumored to be the natural enemies of God, and so did not want Law to become like Doflamingo. Law rejected this as he wanted to kill people like Doflamingo did, and he ran off to reveal Corazon's secret. However, as Corazon walked to the ship while the crew prepared to set sail, Law revealed that he kept his secret in order to repay him for not telling Doflamingo about getting attacked. As the crew was being pursued by Marines, Corazon took Law and departed to find a cure for his illness. Law did not want to leave, and Corazon contacted Sengoku to report on Doflamingo as an undercover Marine commander. After their call was finished, the undercover Donquixote pirate and first Corazon, Virgo, came into Sengoku's office to request to be transferred to GA. Corazon was confident that they would get Law cured at a hospital, but at each one they went to, the doctors refused to go near Law and called the government to get him, causing Corazon to attack all of them as Law fell into despair. 6 months passed with no luck, and one night as Law slept, Corazon wept over his condition, and Law overheard this, causing him to gain a respect for Corazon. The next morning, Doflamingo called Corazon, revealing that he had found out about a pirate crew selling the OP no Mi to the world government, and telling his brother-in-law to come back to the crew so they could get the fruit and heal Law with it. After the call, Corazon revealed that he would get the fruit for Law behind the crew's backs before abandoning them, as he did not think he could rejoin the crew without Doflamingo finding out the truth about him. Meanwhile, Doflamingo was growing suspicious that the Marines had not found his crew during the time that Corazon had been gone. Corazon contacted Sengoku, and they arranged a plan to trap the Donquixote pirates on Swallow Island during the planned exchange 3 weeks from now. To Corazon's horror, however, Law grew very weak as his time was almost up. Corazon and Law sailed to Minion Island, where the keepers of the OP no Mai, the Barrels pirates, were hiding out. Corazon left Law in the town as he raided the pirates' hideout, attacking them without making a sound and stealing the fruit. However, he tripped and fell as he ran outside and landed in front of some of the pirates, who realized that he had stolen the fruit. Corazon defeated them, but sustained several gunshot wounds in the process. He returned to Law and fed him the fruit, but was too weak to go any further. He asked Law to look for a Marine spy ship and give them a letter, which he claimed would help protect Dressrosa. Law found Virgo near the ship and gave him the letter, but then asked him to come and help Corazon. When Virgo came to Corazon, the two recognized each other in shock, and Virgo realized Corazon's treachery as he beat him and Law up. He then contacted Doflamingo to reveal the truth about Corazon, and Corazon managed to escape with Law, but Doflamingo trapped them by creating a birdcage around Minion Island. Corazon remembered when Doflamingo killed their father when they were children for taking them out of marriage wise, and he hid Law in a treasure chest, assuring that he himself would not be killed by Doflamingo as he silenced Law. The Donkuro pirates massacred the Barrels pirates as they searched for Corazon, and after finding him, they beat him up before Doflamingo confronted him. Corazon pulled a gun on Doflamingo, saying he could not let Law follow in his brother's footsteps. Corazon could not pull the trigger, but Doflamingo did, and he believed Law had been taken in by the Marines. This allowed Law to escape, and Corazon stayed alive just long enough to keep Law's cries from being heard, but then succumbed to his wounds. In the present, Law revealed that he was a D to Doflamingo as they fought, which shocked the warlord. He then used his devil fruit to pierce through Doflamingo, saying that unlike Corazon, he would pull the trigger. Law went on the offensive, but Doflamingo quickly stopped his attacks, saying that Law was foolish to confront him alone, and that everything he and Corazon aimed for would be for naught. He then sliced Law's right arm off and prepared to shoot him, but was interrupted as Luffy sent his string clone through the floor from below, defeating it. Bellamy was still under Doflamingo's control, and Doflamingo decided to free him. Luffy thought their fight was over, but as he remembered the time, he began sailing under the Donquixote Pirates' flag out of admiration for them. Bellamy used Spring Hopper to fight Luffy, knowing that Doflamingo had rejected him, but still being too proud to go against the man he admired. Luffy told him to stop, but Bellamy did not as he punched Luffy with a hockey-clad fist, injuring him. Meanwhile, Zoro continued fighting Pica when he ran into some Donquixote soldiers. However, Orlumbus arrived and defeated them by bowling one into the others, and Zoro raced toward Pica as he inhabited the entire plateau and attacked. The gladiators and the Donquixote officers were caught up in the attacks, and as this happened, Machvis was greatly overwhelming Hadrudin by pounding him with his increased weight. However, as Machvis prepared to finish him off, Hadrudin countered him with his fist. Despite Machvis's weight causing the bones in his arm to break, Hadrudin overcame his force and sent him flying upward into the birdcage, defeating him. The latter grew flustered as she interpreted Sao's statements to be flirtatious. Meanwhile, as he was being overwhelmed by Lioji, Chinjao overheard the statements and got mad at Sai for entertaining Baby's advances, saying he was arranged to marry Yuholisha of the Niho Navy. Sai grew frustrated and jokingly told Baby to die, and she prepared to commit suicide, as her childhood abandonment had left her with a desire to be useful to people. An appalled Sai tried to stop her, and Chinjao got annoyed at Sai trying to keep an enemy alive as he attacked both of them. Sai responded by kicking Chinjao's drill head and bending it sideways, and an impressed Chinjao made him the next Don of the Happo Navy. Right then, however, Lioji arrived and defeated Chinjao, and as the Donko co-officer charged towards Sai, the new Don stated that if he won, he would marry Baby and free her from the Donquixote pirates' manipulation. He then used Hashokan to kick Lioji in the head and send him flying far away into the plateau wall, defeating him. He then attended to his grandfather. When Pica came to the plateau and attacked, Idio was able to land a hit on Dellinger but was soon overpowered. On the third level, Bartolomeo shielded himself and Cavendish as Gladius made the ground rupture, and Robin went up to the flower field. Bartolomeo protected her from Gladius's attacks before he and Cavendish both went on the offensive, and as this happened, Gladius saw Dellinger and told him to help. However, Idio pressed his attack on Dellinger, and the fighting fish-fishman hybrid had to finish off his opponent by growing a set of fangs and biting into him. Dellinger then went to level 3, but things had quickly changed as Cavendish had become Hakuba, and before he could react, Dellinger was swiftly struck down. Bartolomeo and Gladius were left in shock, but Hakuba then turned his attention to Robin. She managed to hold him back, and Cavendish struggled to regain control of his body. But Gladius then prepared to blow up the wall they were climbing on. Bartolomeo went to attack him, but Gladius swelled himself up as well, threatening to pierce everyone with poison needles if Bartolomeo attacked. With the plateau wall threatening Robin, Bartolomeo created a barrier around himself and Gladius, attacking the officer as he took the full force of Gladius' explosion. However, as Gladius recovered, he revealed that Bartolomeo had missed his throat and prepared to blow up Robin and Cavendish. With no time left, Cavendish briefly gave control to Hakuba, allowing him to carry Robin up the wall with sheer speed right before Gladius blew it up, and he fell asleep as Robin reached the flower field. Gladius noticed that they had escaped, and as he was distracted, Bartolomeo hit him with a barrier-enforced punch, defeating him. Some Donquixote soldiers then came to take Gladius away. and Viola reported to Leo that she had seen Giola using Mancherry to heal the fallen Donquixote pirates, including the officers on the first floor of the palace. Leo and Kabu were urged to hurry, and Giola discovered that she could use Mancherry's Chiu Chiu, my powers to heal her fallen comrades by just forcing her tears to land on them. Leo and Kabu then came in right as Mancherry's tears were beaten out of her. Kabu moved the Donquixote pirates out of the tears path, and Leo stitched them and Giola together, pulling them all onto her and defeating her. He rescued Mancherry and, on her request, carried her out of the palace. Giola tried to report this to Doflamingo, as Mancherry was also their contingency to repair the Smile Factory, but was unable to do so. Outside the Smile Factory, Frankie and Senor Pink took each other's attacks without dodging because of their manly spirit, and Senor Pink decided to perform his ultimate attack on Frankie, offering to concede if Frankie got up after it. He grabbed Frankie and swam up a tall tower, and he mentioned his wife Russian and son Gimlet as he suplexed Frankie into the ground far below. Frankie got up after this attack, and Senor Pink conceded as Frankie pummeled him. As he fell defeated, he remembered meeting Russian. Russian said she hated pirates, and Pink had claimed to be a banker. They got married and had Gimlet, but when Pink was voyaging with his crew, Gimlet died of a fever and Russian discovered his lie. She left him, but was caught in a landslide and put in a vegetative state. Senor Pink found that he could make Russian smile by wearing Gimlet's bonnet and pacifier, and so adopted this style of dress. In the present, Frankie hoped Pink could tell him about Russian someday in the future, and he sent the Tontattas charging into the factory as he collapsed from his wounds. Diamant caused the entire field to wave like a flag, making it hard for Kyros to stand. The executive then aimed his attacks for Rebecca, and she offered to assist her father, but Kyros forbade it as he promised to protect her. Diamante managed to get his sword around Kyros, but his strike was blocked by Robin, who gave Kyros the opportunity to focus entirely on Diamante. Diamante unleashed attacks called Half Moon Glaive that tore through a large distance, and Kyros began to get tired. Diamante then prepared to finish the fight as he shot spiked balls into the air, and Robin protected herself and Rebecca with a flower umbrella while Kyros batted away all the balls with his sword. A shocked Diamante resorted to shooting Kyros in the leg, causing him to be hit by the balls. An enraged Rebecca tried to attack Diamante, but Kyros got up, saying that she should preserve her clean hands as he charged at Diamante despite his injuries. The two fought ferociously, and Diamante tried to defeat Kyros with another Half Moon Glaive, but Kyros countered it and broke through Diamante's sword as he cut him. As he fell backward, Diamante hit his head on Scarlet's gravestone, knocking him unconscious. Rebecca wanted to treat Kyros' wounds, but the two of them first sat in front of Scarlet's grave. Elisabello went up to Zoro as the latter fought Pica, offering the help of his King Punch. Zoro had no use for it at the moment, but told him to save it up. On the King's Plateau, as Viola revealed that most of the Donquixote pirates had been taken down, Doldo prepared to go down to assist the citizens in peril, which Fujitora was currently doing. Meanwhile, Pica went up to the flower field to confront Kyros, and he asked the gladiator about his thoughts on King Riku. Kyros replied that everyone on Dressrosa wanted him to return to the throne once Doflamingo was taken down, and Pica went down to attack the injured gladiators. As Zoro went after him, Pica told him that he was going to assert Doflamingo's rule by killing Doldo and everyone on the King's Plateau. He then re-inhabited his giant golem and walked to the King's Plateau. And Zoro had to quickly think of a plan to catch up to him as cannon fire failed to harm the Stone Man. Zoro decided to fly through the air and cut Pica up, and he ran to Elisabello to tell him to withhold his King Punch for now. He then came to Orlumbus and asked him to throw him toward Pica like the Admiral had done earlier. Pica arrived at the King's Plateau, and Doldo was prepared to take his attack. Pica then brought his massive hand down on the plateau. Orlumbus then threw Zoro at Pica, and Zoro successfully bisected Pica at the waist. Taking note of which piece of stone Pica inhabited, Zoro continued cutting his body up until Pica was forced to come out. Pica cladded his entire body in haki and leaped at Zoro, but Zoro proved his haki to be stronger as he cut Pica with Sanzen Sakai, defeating him. The remains of Pica's stone body fell toward the King's Plateau, but they were blown away by Elisabello's King Punch and placed out of harm's way by Fujitora. Zoro grabbed onto the King's Plateau, satisfied as he then remembered what Mihawk had told him about using haki during his training. He went up to praise from Usopp and the people around him. but told them not to be happy until the cage fell, and Daldo led the citizens down to help those in the streets. Meanwhile, the dwarves successfully destroyed the Smile Factory, and Treble was confident that Mancherry could help restore it, unaware that she, Leo, and Kaboo were with Kyros, Rebecca, and Robin on the flower field. Elsewhere, Koala requested assistance from Sabo, saying that Luffy's life was possibly in danger. On top of the palace, Doflamingo and Treble brutally overwhelmed Law, but Law remained defiant until Doflamingo tried to finish him off by shooting him. Down below, Bellamy continued to stand by Doflamingo and attack Luffy. Luffy finally ended the fight by punching Bellamy into the ground, and Bellamy silently thanked him for allowing him to maintain his convictions as Luffy went up to the palace roof. Luffy attacked Doflamingo, but after a brief fight, he encountered the defeated Law. Doflamingo then said that it was time to end this game as he started shrinking the birdcage. As the cage closed, it cut apart everything it touched and forced everyone to run away, and Doflamingo said it would converge on everyone in about an hour. Law then spoke secretly to Luffy, having created a giant room around the palace before Doflamingo shot at him and switched places with a Donquixote servant below. Law told Luffy the plan, and as Luffy charged toward Doflamingo, Law switched places with him and hit Doflamingo with an attack that ruptured his internal organs. Luffy kept Doflamingo in trouble from retaliating, and Law tried to finish off Doflamingo. Despite the fatal injuries he received, however, Doflamingo mended his injured organs with strings and rose up. With Law having collapsed, Doflamingo prepared to finish him off again, but was stopped by Luffy. Luffy began fighting Doflamingo again, and as they clashed, their Hoshoku Haki created a black lightning-like effect. Treble remembered when he, Vergo, Diamante, and Pica swore their allegiance to Doflamingo as children after discovering that he had Hoshoku Haki, and they treated him like the king that they believed those with the ability were, with Treble giving Doflamingo his devil fruit and gun. After a ferocious fight, Treble managed to catch Luffy in his mucus, and Luffy could not escape. Treble then trapped Law and left him for Doflamingo to finish off, telling Law that the executives and Doflamingo had created a strong family. Law retorted that this was a lie, and Treble attacked him in a fit of rage, allowing Law to use his devil fruit powers to spin his sword and vertically cut Treble. The attack caused all the mucus to fall off Treble's body, and in a desperate fit, he lit up the mucus to create a massive explosion. Luffy pulled Law away from the explosion and threw him down to Robin's group on the flower field. While Luffy kept Doflamingo occupied, he told Cavendish to get Law to safety, and Leo looked into stitching Law's arm back on. However, Law refused to leave, saying it was his responsibility to die if Luffy got killed in the fight that he had started. Cavendish stayed with him, and Robin, Kyros, Rebecca, Leo, Kaboo, and Mancherry went down to level on Bartolomeo's staircase after the dwarves had fixed Law's arm. On top of the palace, Luffy continued fighting Doflamingo, but found that his gear attacks were too weak and his gear 3 attacks were too slow. Doflamingo mocked Luffy, saying he was the cause for Dressrosa's misery, but Luffy retorted that Doflamingo had been harming his friends long before that as he activated Gear 4. Luffy grew round and constantly bounced in his new form, and Doflamingo did not take it seriously until Luffy hit him all the way into the town below. Doflamingo initially struggled to keep up with Luffy's speed and strength, getting sent flying through buildings and not being able to dodge. However, he eventually managed to counter Luffy by turning buildings into string with his awakened devil fruit powers and blocking the Straw Hat's attacks. During this time, Burgess went to the palace roof with Koala on his tail, and she wondered what he wanted with Luffy. Time passed, and the birdcage grew considerably smaller, with the sick and weak being greatly threatened by it. King Riku then broadcasted himself to the citizens, telling them that the Donquixote pirates were almost vanquished and encouraging them to keep going while Luffy fought Doflamingo. So this gave the citizens strength and the will to help the weak, and up in the air, Luffy managed to break through Doflamingo's strings as he hit the warlord of the sea into the palace plateau wall. Doflamingo seemed defeated, but Luffy realized that he was still conscious due to the birdcage remaining up. He went to deal a final blow, but Gear 4 expired before he could, leaving him weak and barely able to move. Burgess then leaped down to the streets, intent on killing Luffy and gaining his devil fruit power. Doflamingo then moved to take down the powerless Luffy as well. However, Luffy was approached by Guts, the announcer of the Corda Coliseum. He revealed to Guts that he needed 10 minutes to regain his haki, and he could finish off Doflamingo in one blow after that. then called in the Colosseum gladiators, who had initially gone after Luffy and his comrades for Doflamingo's bounties, and they went to confront Doflamingo while Gats carried Luffy away. They were attacked by Burgess, but the Blackbeard pirate was intercepted by Sabo. Sabo revealed his new devil fruit powers to Burgess and Luffy, and Burgess attacked, but Sabo sent him flying. However, Gats saw Doflamingo easily take down the gladiators, and the warlord sped up the birdcage so it'd kill everyone before Luffy recovered. Law then went into the streets and told Gats to leave Luffy with him for the rest of his recovery period. Meanwhile, Zoro took Kinemon and Kianjiro to go stop the birdcage. As he and the dwarves exited the destroyed Smile Factory, Frankie found out what they were doing and got the idea to use the factory to push against the birdcage since the structure was made of sea stone. Meanwhile, Mancherry healed the gladiators on the palace plateau with dandelions made from her tears before flying on Kaboo and scattering the dandelions all across Dressrosa, although they only healed people temporarily. The dandelions allowed the injured citizens to run from the birdcage, and they went to the palace plateau for safety. The remaining lower-ranking Donquixote pirates had taken over the plateau and blocked their access, but they were beaten away by Kyros and the gladiators. Issho then told the citizens they could still fight to come with him, and they went to the birdcage to slow it down. Fujitora and the Marines then came to help as well, and for a brief moment they managed to stop the birdcage completely. Meanwhile, Rebecca had run off to confront Doflamingo, only to discover that Viola had gotten to him first. Doflamingo easily countered Viola's attacks before immobilizing her, and he then took control of Rebecca as he forced her to charge at her aunt and kill her. As the people of Dressrosa continued slowing the birdcage, Gats announced to them that Luffy would return soon and defeat Doflamingo in one blow. He led them in a countdown, and although Doflamingo attacked him before it was done, and Mancherry's dandelions began to wear off, the crowd cheered as Luffy's recovery period ended. Right before Rebecca was about to kill Viola, Law switched Luffy and Viola, and Luffy broke Rebecca's blade with his haki as he confronted Doflamingo again. Doflamingo initially overpowered Luffy with awakened attacks and managed to take control of the Straw Hat. However, as the birdcage began cutting into the King's Plateau, Luffy activated Gear 4 and broke the strings on him as he flew into the air. Luffy blew into his arm, and Doflamingo put up both a defense and attack, but it was not enough as Luffy broke through his strings with Gomu Gomu no King Kong gun and hit the Warlord of the Sea, sending him falling into the ground with a force so great that it ripped the ground asunder and propelled him all the way to the underground port, breaking his sunglasses. Luffy fell unconscious, and Law brought him back down to his side. The birdcage then came down, and Gats proclaimed Luffy as the winner against Doflamingo as the people of Dressrosa rejoiced and Kyros shed tears for the first time in 10 years. Sabo defeated Burgess after the latter unsuccessfully taunted him about Ace, and the other revolutionaries successfully acquired Doflamingo's weapons from the underground port before the Marines came in. The Marines arrested the defeated Donquixote pirates, and on Fujitora's orders, Maynard broadcasted to the neighboring islands what had happened to Dressrosa, which resulted in the news quickly spreading across the world. Meanwhile, the citizens pleaded for Doldo to return as their king despite his protests, and Fujitora approached him, offering his apologies for what the world government did to Dressrosa as he and the Marines knelt before the returning king. Doldo gave the citizens a place to stay in the palace, and elsewhere, Kyros disbanded the Tontatta rebel army. Meanwhile, on Mary Gioi's Sakazuki went before the 5 elders to question why they had allowed Doflamingo to go behind the Marines' back. But they were not concerned about what he felt about Doflamingo. Right then, the 6 of them heard the news about Doflamingo's defeat, and the members of the worst generation found out as well. Kid and his allies were glad that Luffy and Law's alliance was going after Kaidu, and not their target, Shanks. On a certain island, X-Drake was with Kaidu's crew when they received the news, and one of Kaidu's subordinates tried to tell their captain about it. Sakazuki got angry about the news getting out and berated Fujitora for it. Fujitora stood by his decision, having been motivated to expose the truth by Smoker recounting when the world government covered up the truth about Arabasta's liberation. Sakazuki threatened to bar Fujitora from all marine bases unless he captured Luffy and Law, and Fujitora agreed to do this. However, he decided to only go after them if his die did not land on a 1. Straw Hats, Law, and Bellamy went to stay at Kyros' house as night fell, and Sabo arrived while Luffy was sleeping. He recounted his past to Zoro, Robin, and Frankie, revealing that he had survived after setting sail from Dawn Island and having his ship blown up by a world noble. Dragon had rescued him, and he awoke with no memories of his past. He asked to join the Revolutionary Army, and it was only 2 years ago when he heard the news about Ace's death that he regained his memories. He despaired over Ace, and so when he reunited with Luffy in the Corda Coliseum, he thanked his brother for staying alive. Sabo then departed from the house, giving the Straw Hats a Viver card he made for Luffy after taking a corner of it for himself. He headed toward the revolutionaries' ship on a flock of crows. Meanwhile, as the other people in Dressrosa rested in the palace, Doldo spoke to Rebecca, telling her that once he became king again, she would become the crown princess. The next day, Sanji's group on the Sunny had reached a mysterious island. As Sanji and Chopper forced Caesar to help an unknown group of people, Nami, Brook, and Momonosuke were chasing a girl. They were confronted by 2 pirates who were also looking for the girl, but they were suddenly interrupted as an eruption of water flooded the area. While Nami saved Brook and Momonosuke, the male pirate Sheepshed attacked them, but Brook and Sanji managed to defeat him. With Sheepshed defeated, the other pirates decided to leave the island and abandon their mission of finding the samurai. The Straw Hats continued looking for the girl, who was hiding when Chopper suddenly called them to come to him. Meanwhile, Kaidu came up to the Sky Island Balin terminal, looking for a place to die. He jumped and fell 1A1 double in Bubbiesers onto the Kid Pirate's base and emerged without receiving an injury. In his past, he had survived numerous execution and suicide attempts, and so had made attempting suicide his hobby. Kaidu confronted Kid, Apu, and Hawkins, and he yelled out to Doflamingo, saying he was ready to start the biggest war in history to bring down a world he considered mundane. 3 days later, Sengoku and Tsuru arrived in Dressrosa and discovered that Fujitora had still not gone after the Straw Hats and Law after landing on a one every day. Mancheri then came up to the Marine encampment and offered to draw blood from the Marines to heal citizens. The Marines complied, unaware that the dwarves were weakening them. Fujitora offered Tsuru the chance to roll the die, and it did not land on a 1, causing him to send the Marines after the criminals in Dressrosa. In Kyros' house, Kyros revealed that he had spread a rumor that Rebecca's father was a faraway prince in order to disassociate her from him, and told her about it via letter, which Luffy did not like. Bartolomeo then came in, revealing that the Marines were on the move. Straw Hats' allies were lying in wait to help, and Kyros had commissioned the dwarves to make preparations as well. Bartolomeo led the Straw Hats, Law and Bellamy out of Kyros' house to the eastern port as the Marines came after them, but Luffy separated from them to go to Rebecca. Doldo prepared to retake the throne, and Rebecca was attended to as she got ready for her coronation. Although she wanted to see Luffy again, Luffy made it to the window of her room, where he asked her if she was fine with what Kyros had done. She replied that she was not and requested Viola to succeed her as the crown princess before Luffy broke her out of the palace. The citizens of Dressrosa were outraged at what they believed to be a kidnapping and chased after Luffy and Rebecca. The Marines shot at Luffy, but collapsed due to Mancheri drawing their blood. Luffy dropped Rebecca off at Kyros' house, where she confronted him as he was about to leave the island. Kyros stated that she should not live with him because of the crimes he had committed. But Rebecca replied that she did not care as she embraced her father, wanting to live together with him. Back in the palace, Viola told Doldo about Rebecca's decision. Meanwhile, the gladiators took out the Marines in the Straw Hats' way, allowing them to go to the eastern port, and the Tontattas had stolen many of the Marines' weapons, while Leo had stitched together their battleships and Mancheri had weakened all the blood donors. However, Law disappeared, and Fujitora arrived to confront the criminals right as Luffy was returning from his detour. Law had gone to talk with Sengoku, revealing that he was the boy that Corazon saved. Sengoku reminisced about Corazon's actions, and Law questioned him about the importance of the D in his name, but Sengoku brushed it off. Deciding not to arrest Law, Sengoku told the pirate to live free like Corazon had wished. Meanwhile, Fujitora lifted up a large amount of rubble to crush his opponents, and as Law and Luffy returned to their comrades, Luffy refused to run away from Fujitora and punched him instead. The two began fighting, with Fujitora being annoyed and amused by Luffy telegraphing his attacks. He slammed Luffy into the cliffs around the shore, and Heidruden grabbed Luffy as the Straw Hats and their allies ran toward the dock. They were still threatened by Fujitora's rubble, but before he could crush them, a mob of Dressrosa citizens ran past him, claiming to want to apprehend Luffy themselves for what happened to Rebecca. In reality, they knew the truth about Rebecca and wanted to protect the Straw Hats from Fujitora, and he withheld his attack. the gladiators took the Straw Hats in Law to Orlumbus' ship, the Yanta Maria, and the 7 groups among them, the Beautiful Pirates, Bardo Club, Hapo Navy, XX Gym Martial Arts, Alliance, Tonta Corps, New Giant Warrior Pirates, and Yanta Maria Grand Fleet, all pledged to become subordinate to the Straw Hats and serve them. Dofi rejected their offer, as he wanted to sail freely on the seas without having to command anyone. In response to this, the crews made the decision to still serve Luffy, but only when he needed them to, and consumed Sake Cups to form the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. They came under attack by a pirate alliance who had come to take revenge on Luffy for taking down Doflamingo, but were saved when Fujitora dropped the rubble on the enemy pirates. They then feasted to celebrate the fleet's formation as they departed from Dressrosa. Dressrosa returned to peace under King Riku's rule, and a new era began as the citizens began coexisting with the Tontatta Tribe. CP came to Dressrosa, among them being Rob Lucci and Spandam, only to find the revolutionaries gone with Doflamingo's weapons. Elsewhere, the Marines set sail for Impel Down, and Fujitora stated that he would take a trip. While he was currently barred from entering Marine bases, below deck, Doflamingo talked to Saru, saying that his downfall would plunge the world into chaos as various groups would aim for the top and destabilize the current system of power. But she paid no mind to his words. Behind the Marine fleet, a pirate ship approached, and its captain, Jack, was intent on going to rescue Doflamingo despite the powerful Marines in the fleet. After the feast, Luffy had given pieces of his Vivir card to the Grand Fleet members, as well as Bellamy. The Straw Hats in Law sailed to Zoo on the Bardo Club ship, the Going Luffy Senpai, and they discovered that they had all received bounty increases. As they examined their new wanted posters, they noticed with surprise that Sanji was now one and only alive,